Hello, I'm Cat, and Vibrant Visuals is now available, even for my phone actually. You just have to enable this experimental setting. In the next update, it's going to be the default Minecraft appearance, and since usually videos are edited down so quickly that you can't see real progress, if you found that to be annoying and you want to see a real Minecraft experience with these real new graphics, well that's exactly what this video is here for. You're going to get 3 hours of Vibrant Visuals, you can chill, you can relax, or you can see the progress I'm going to make, because given that this is going to be coming to the game as the default in June, it looks like, the 6th month of the year, I have 6 goals for this video, 2 of which are obviously about being a tourist, 1 of which is to build a house to take advantage of the light, which is much brighter during the sunrise, where you can actually be closer to the sun. The way that light actually impacts your world is going to change throughout the day, in not just shadows, but also how it comes into your house. I need to enjoy that. I also need to enjoy the elytra, and of course, on top of being able to do both of those things, I want to make sure that I get free pets, and I want to do one of my silliest goals ever. I want to have enchanted stone tools. So that is my goal today. By the way, this is my earliest time into a new world I've seen zombies, and I've already got parrots that are mimicking them, which makes me think, you know, why don't we do something immediately and not just solve our food issue? Spawning in a jungle is great for that because we can immediately have some melons, but why don't I also solve my pet issues? I'm looking to have some pets, and so if I could just find some seeds, as I'm sure somewhere around here I can, I'm sure we could do some wonderful things with them. There we go, 1 wheat seed. 1 wheat seed equals maybe 1 happy parrot. Actually, let's go for 2 wheat seeds so I get less depressed on my first one. Okay, so you're going to become my first pet. No, you're not. But maybe, if we try again, he will. So these are 2 more seeds. Please. Hey, there we go. Pet number 1 has been obtained, and he'll be coming with me as I find somewhere to make my base. One of the cool things about being a tourist, which is one of my first goals here, is that actually it's gonna be really, oh yeah, look at the melons here. It's gonna be really, really easy for me to like decide where to base myself. Side note, I didn't know, look at that, you can see the parrot in my first person view here. I didn't know that was a thing you could do. Speaking of not a thing you can do, I'm not gonna win a fight with a skeleton, so I'm instead gonna climb this hill, hope that the parrot follows me, and we're gonna see maybe if we can get a better view. I love bamboo as much as the next person, maybe even more than the next person, but ultimately I'd also like to find some wood that is... Oh, speaking of wood that's better, here's some dark oak next to my jungle, next to my regular oak, 3 types of wood to start with, and there's spruce just over there. Oh yeah, that is something, isn't it? In fact, wait, is that not just spruce over there? It's hard to tell because it's so foggy, but do you see that in the distance there? I think I could be, you know, on hopium right now, but I think that's a sign of some pale oak, right? No, it's just, I think it's just dark oak, but like covered in fog. Yeah, that's my bad. I think ever since the Garden Awakens, every time I'm in a survival world and I see, you know, the dark oak forest, I just assumed myself it has to lead me eventually to a pale oak, and it seems as though I was wrong for assuming that. Although, no, are you seeing that? Is that just birch trees back there or something? I feel like we're gonna have to go over there, and so let's do it. This is my first source of food, by the way, melon slices. Hopefully they'll see me through this world, because I'm probably gonna be going through... in fact, actually, one of my fun things I want to do in this world is go through as many major food sources as possible. One of the parts of the game that I never really truly enjoy. You know what? I kind of fall into the meme of just, I pick one food source, and it tides me over till I get my best food source, you know, bread to tide you over till you get, you know, like a steak or something like that. Or indeed using, you know, melons till you get golden carrots. So whatever the case may be, a lot of people just have a temporary survival food source, then a real food source later. Am I seeing that right? I feel like that's definitely a grey oak tree. The fog is pretty thick these days, especially in Vibrant Visuals, but I'm especially sure that that's what's happening over there. Yeah, that's actually a grey forest leaf, and so we can end up with literally 5 different types of wood just by the time we leave our spawn here. In fact, I think we should go climb. So let's take a few pieces of wood from here. Let's make a stone axe and chop down all the woods that we see, because I feel like having this many woods in the early game is such a prize for me. Already having decent food. That's nice, don't get me wrong, but already having the tools to get more than half of the wood types in the game, that is something I value even more. So let's make a crafting table, and some sticks, of course. Use those sticks to make us a wooden pickaxe, and as always, wait, what have I done wrong here? Why do I have 1 stick? Oh, because the stick was made from bamboo. Okay, that's fine. And now use the wooden pickaxe to get myself enough stone so that I never need to have a wooden tool again. We're in this for the long haul, so parrots have some of the most bizarre behaviors. He's still mimicking a zombie that he heard at the very start of this video. It's cute, but it's also frustratingly cute. Okay, so there we go. That's a stone pickaxe. Use the stone pickaxe to make an axe. We could go for a sword while we're here too, just like, you know, if I'm... Actually, no, there's a mountain here. I'm going to make the axe, but then I'm going to get really hopeful that we find ourselves a, you know, like some iron very quickly. And then we can just go for the iron. If I get iron, I could make a furnace really easily. And I could make an iron sword, some buckets, stuff like that. Yeah, we're at Y96 already, so the odds of this happening... Oh, God! How is this happening on day one? Okay, so that should be... That's 12 cobblestone, more than enough. Let's now grab a few more leaf litter, because I know I'm going to be fueling a furnace. And let's start chopping down a decent amount of each type of wood. I like the idea of making a house where every one of the 4 pillars, you know, you need more than 4 pillars, but every one of the 4 corners is a different type of wood. And I feel like if the woods are more different than less, that is a more impressive thing. So, you know, let's use birch wood as one of those woods. Let's use pale oak. I mean, it's a new wood type, so why not? And then for the other types of woods, I'm guessing jungle is an easy one, and then maybe dark oak. It's nice and dark. Yeah, that feels like a nice combination. So let's get enough of those 4 types of wood that we can at least build the basis of the house using them. And, or really, maybe we could just get a sapling so we can grow enough of these that we don't have to worry about how much wood we have. That's probably a smarter move, because this is always the case with Minecraft building. You can never predictably work out how much you're going to need. If you have some vision in your head of what you're going to build, that vision is never going to look like reality. It just never is. It's just the truth. You can fight the truth if you want to, but it won't make it any less true, I think. And so we'll try to chop down enough wood that I can do my basic building, my bare minimum shelter, but also that I have the resources to do the other stuff I need to. Yeah, I think that is the best bet. And so that's what I'm going to do. Let's grow these up. Oh yeah, this is good. Make sure that we chop the very tops of the trees, just to make sure the leaves start to decay. I think that should be enough, although there's a little bit here that might be doing something. And do you see that? It had a weird, like, brown texture on there. Is that vibrant visuals, or is that something else? I'm not really too sure. But what I am sure of is the fact that, oh yeah, look at these blocks. Just so sunny. What I am sure of is the fact that today is going to look really, really nice. Although today is coming very quickly to an end. It's the cool thing about vibrant visuals. The sun position genuinely affects how your world looks. And it's the sort of thing that you just can't catch from a video that is just showing you a screenshot, or, you know, like just, showing you like 12 seconds of the first day of the world. I think this is why I like seeing, you know, long form stuff. It's because you get these real, genuine moments where you realize, like, oh yeah, the sun being low in the sky, it's not something, oh god. It's not something you have to actively think about as much if the game is going to actively tell you, as we know it is. By the way, I hope my parrot doesn't freeze to death. I'll let him sit on my shoulder, despite the annoyance that may incur. And now we'll just try and make it to the top of this hill. Hopefully we get some... Oh man, I've really got to make my way out of this rough biome here. So I'm hoping that we find some iron at the top of this. I'm surprised we haven't seen a lot of iron already, to be honest. And I'm also hoping we find somewhere to sleep from the top of this hill. So yeah, one of the genuine moments I really have enjoyed is the game telling you when the sun is going down. That's so useful on the first night. But one of the downsides that you get in exchange for that kind of immersion, if we want to call it that, one of the big downsides that we have in exchange is that we don't get to see as far. Render distance goes down substantially. Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. Render distance goes down substantially when you have vibrant visuals on, which isn't that big of a deal, you might not think. Like, when do you need render distance? And the answer is when you're exploring a world. So I think we're definitely trading off... I'm going to get rid of this. I definitely don't want it. I think we are definitely making a real and maybe conscious trade away from, ability to see and, like, you know... I guess, like, yeah, a trade from ability into a trade for atmosphere. And honestly, it's one that a lot of people are very happy taking. I think this Minecraft world feels... It doesn't feel real. And a lot of people wouldn't mind if the world was slightly less convenient, if it felt a bit better. There are all sorts of features that get added under that vein, I think we can say quite easily. And as weird as I think that is in some ways, I also think it's perfectly normal and understandable. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to make myself some... I'm only going to make like 2 of these into sticks, but then I'm going to make 2 sets of torches just to make sure that nothing comes near here. Because, yeah, the darkness, the early... so this is one of the cool things about Vibrant Visuals. Early darkness isn't that bright. The moon provides a lot of light, but even outside of the moon, I'm going to now make myself a... Okay, that's already some spicy stuff happening here. So now we're going to make some of these pale oak sticks into real sticks. And then we're going to make ourselves an iron sword, because that's exactly why we're going to make ourselves an iron sword. You already can understand my reasoning. Being out this late without any sign of a bed or any sign of a village to steal a bed from, it's not ideal, but it's something we can work with. Oh, side note, we should turn on the show days played thing, so you can see what day it is. But yeah, I think it's day 0. In case somehow you have any suspicions otherwise, I don't know what I'm thinking about there. But yeah, I'm thinking if I kill enough spiders, it's always a rough way to get it done. But 4 string can be crafted into 1 wool. You can see there's a recipe here. So I just need to get 12 string before the night is over. Is that easily doable? I don't think so. In these conditions, where we're just at the top of a hill, desperately trying not to go down it, I don't think it's a great bet. So instead, I'm going to make myself some iron armor. And then we're just going to go, if you look over there, there is clearly some starter for seed. There's also a bunch of kelp, which will be a slightly better food than melons, in my opinion. But there's a bunch of kelp over there. There's a bunch of stuff happening. And so let's take full advantage. I'm going to kill any skeleton I can get, because if they give me arrows, my bow will work a little better. And I'm going to try and mine as much iron as I can get my hands on right now. So first of all, we make an iron pickaxe. I think at some point that just becomes required. But when you're mining heavier resources, I like having a better tool for that. It's a bit of a flex, right? Look at me. I'm on night 1. I spent most of my day just chopping down some pale oak. But despite that, I'm still feeling pretty strong. So I need to place down another torch, because there was a bunch of iron. There were like 50 veins of it. And now my brain, I can't locate them anymore, which is probably a lighting issue. It's not a me issue, it's the lights, I swear. So covering this mountain in torches will also prevent more mobs from spawning than I can deal with. Or maybe I did just mine all of... No, we didn't. There we go. We did not mine all of the iron, and... You can come and chase me if you want to, because I'm mining these few blocks while I can. So that might be the extent of the iron we find on this mountain, actually. Unless we're willing to go down scary holes, which I would like to clarify, I am not. I think 9 iron might be where I cap out. So I could use 9 iron to make a helmet and some boots, but these are like the most common pieces of armor that you scavenge from the wild. So instead I'll take 8 iron, and I'll just make myself a chest plate. Great piece of armor protection that's like a 1/4 of damage removed right there. And we'll use the other one to make ourselves a shield. That'll be nice. So yeah, as you can see, do you see what I'm saying? Where like, even though I clearly have some... Okay, I'm going to make a shield really quickly. Oh, was a little bit too slow on that one. Oh, wow. The shield did not work on him, but that's okay. So yeah, the fun thing about the atmosphere here is you can actually see... contrary to like early shaders and contrary to like a lot of early stuff we've seen, I think a lot of really good graphics make this mistake. Also, we're just getting pounded over and over again. A lot of really good graphic packs will make the mistake of making nighttime dark because it's atmosphere, right? The darker nighttime is, the prettier things look. This is how, it's a problem deferred lighting had forever. But I think that this new angle they've taken is less realistic, but much better for gameplay. I don't... a part of me says I shouldn't be able to see this clearly in the night sky. Wait, I need to go back and get my birch saplings. I didn't go through all that effort just to not get the birch when I need it. So even though I have no food, I'm going to climb all the way back across this mountain. And we're going to try, and you know, I think we're going to succeed at getting back to where our stuff went down. I don't think we're ending... I haven't seen a single other spider since I realized they'd be useful. So we're not going to be sleeping tonight, but hopefully we can sleep in future nights. Oh god, look at his eyes. Do you see that? Those are the new I think they're called emissive textures. They can make it so mobs and blocks actually have extra light, well, you know, effective light coming out of them. It's really important to note that the way that the game looks does not affect the way it plays. If we were playing without vibrant visuals right now, something we can easily choose to do. In fact, do you want to see it? Here's what it looks like normally. Here's what it looks like vibrantly. There's always a bit of a weird lag and delay in between the two. Oh, it got so much darker, I feel like. Maybe I just imagined... You know, I don't know what's happened now, but I feel like... Oh, yeah, there we go. The moon is just behind the clouds right now. Isn't that nuts? That makes a difference? Anyway, so the interesting thing about... we're going to go get some of these pale oak saplings, which haven't been breaking as much as I'd like. Oh, God, there's a creaking! What are you doing here in your home biome? So, do we want resin? Honestly, I'm kind of anti-resin as a... You know what, let's get some resin. Let's punch him a bunch. Like, Ludico... Oh, God! Okay, so... The good news is, my friend the creaking was not hurt by that, as he is not hurt by anything, because sticks and stones can break your bones, but creakings will only get stronger. So now we just need to find his home by looking away from him, getting a little bit closer, maybe placing a torch in here, actually. That feels like a good idea when there's this much happening. And, yeah, first night activity, going and punching the creaking. Doesn't seem that smart, I'll concede. So it's this tree here, or wait, it's this tree over here, which means we just need to break enough resin to be able to make another creaking heart if it comes to it. And it is going to come to it. You can believe me when I say that. So let's just look this way, eat some rotten flesh, go in and get the rest of this resin, which is on the ground over there. Oh, is that another creaking, or is that the same guy? If it's not the same guy, okay, I am really boned at this point. So I don't want to be getting hit by all these zombies. I would like to clarify, not my intention. I probably got enough resin to get out of there. I forget how it actually works. Do you need a whole resin block? Or is just 2 of it good enough? Oh, God. Yeah, this is a bad place to be. I picked the wrong neighborhood to spend my first night. But I think I did pretty decently. And I've come out with 6 resin clumps. I think I might need 9. And I think I'd rather be safe than sorry. So I am going to genuinely head back into the biome that wants to kill me with no food. Yeah, I mean, what could go wrong? What could go wrong? If you could give me a list of what could go wrong, I would love that. But as it stands, I don't see... Oh, God! Oh, it's the same guy. Okay, so that's a bunch of them now. So we're just going to charge in. Make sure I look behind me very quickly. That's 9 now. Okay, now we run out of this place, and we got to stack up as quickly as possible. I don't want to be involved in this. Why do I play Minecraft this way? Why can't I just have a chill time? The whole point of this video is to enjoy vibrant visuals, but I think I did a decent job anyway. So today, I need a bed. I don't want to have another one of these nights, and I also need some more food. Whether I get melons or dried kelp, I don't really mind. I need to get one of those 2 things. And I think that means I should chop down a dark oak tree, or in fact, maybe a regular oak tree, to hope that I get some apples from it. Because sitting around on 3.5 hearts is just no way to live. By the way, look at the sunrise. Isn't this nuts? The way that it appears on me here? It's just so beautiful. Like, look at how much better my armor looks. In fact, is that meant to be that way? Is iron armor got a different texture in vibrant visuals? I'm just now learning apparently it does. Depending on lighting conditions, I'm guessing. So this is my first sheep. Thankfully, he will provide me with quite a few things. But most importantly, actually no, one mutton isn't going to help me at all. I'm going to need 1 mutton, and I'm going to need this pig to also pitch in. And then we're going to break down a dark oak tree, just so I can add it to my collection. So we'll cook up our food while we do this. 1 of these, plus the mutton, should get me in a really good position to actually find some better food. I think a baby zombie is around here somewhere. It might just be my parrot. But, yeah, honestly, pretty decent. And actually, we can treat this as getting closer towards one of our goals, because I think that the creaking makes for a wonderful pet. Don't you all agree? And so that's what I'm going to do for myself. I'm going to make myself the best pet in the universe, and no one can stop me. Literally no one can. You can try, but it's not going to work. So now we just hope that this tree results in some saplings. If it doesn't, we chop down another tree nearby. The moment my food dips... Oh, by the way, if you're curious, why is it that I'm on 9 hunger and I'm not eating right now? Am I silly? Am I missing the point? No, it's actually my goal to wait until my saturation is finished, which is the kind of invisible hunger bar. Then we eat after that. And now I should be at full hunger even when I've got my health all the way back. In a way I wouldn't be if I ate them back to back. Because you don't have like an infinite amount of like invisible hunger. You just get 1 food's worth. So it's kind of like in real life, you know? Have you ever eaten 3 meals worth at the same time? You don't feel 3 times as strong or 3 times better at healing or whatever it is that food actually does for humans. But you don't get 3 times better at things, right? In fact, arguably it's worse. You get kind of bloated. You start to feel a little rough in quite a few ways, I would say. But that's Minecraft for you, I guess. Simply put. So I've got 1 dark oak sapling. That wasn't a dark oak sapling. And I've got a creeper, which actually is going to be great. This creeper is going to allow me to harvest trees much more effectively than I was doing already. So please just blow up right here. Maybe give me a sapling or 2. Or just some leaf litter. That's cool as well. Okay, so we need to be working on my first house. Getting pets is wonderful. I've done a decent job towards 2. But I don't think these dark oak trees are coming with me. I'm doing my best, but they just are not breaking. Is Minecraft itself broken, or am I just being unlucky? I could chop down a 3rd tree. Entirely possible, don't get me wrong. I could start breaking this one manually. Oh, and that's a sapling. You can't really duplicate saplings easily, so we do need to get 2 more. So let's chop down some more wood. My house is going to need the wood anyway, right? So let's just do it. That's 3 saplings right there. If I get a 4th by chance, I don't even need to worry about this. Yeah, you know, this is going to be great. I was stressed, I was worried, but I'm getting all of the wood that I need for this house. And it means that I can pick a house location, not based on where the natural resources are, but where I'm, you know, like kind of more where I would like to have my house. So I'm going to let the creeper blow up right here, right where the skeleton is ideally, and I'm going to kill the skeleton because bones are good. Oh, he is not. It was very strange what just happened there. It felt like I glitched through a few blocks, but going to choose to ignore that for now. And then we're going to hope that there is another sapling. Oh, God. Perfect. Aim from him. So that's an apple, which is really required right now. And that's our 4 folks dark oak sapling. So that means that we're leaving here with 2 types of sapling. Probably the least common types of sapling too. We could break enough to get a... Oh, no, not right now. I will die if you do this to me, game. We could try and find the least common type of wood here, which is actually probably bamboo. I think jungle saplings are easy. Bamboo is a little bit trickier. So let's just make sure we go home with some bamboo. Nice. Then we'll eat some more raw beef. I could definitely cook this up and do myself a favor. Or I could chop down the smallest tree that I see in this jungle and just get 1 jungle sapling before I go. No, I don't need it. You know, I'm being silly by wanting to do that. I've got plenty of 3 types of wood. I'll take away my birch planks. There we go. Oh, I've got plenty of 3 types of wood now. Do I need any more? No, I'm over-preparing. Let's go make a house. One that can appreciate the sunsets. Which means I'm actually going to need to get some sand if I see some. I'll just assume that wherever I build a house will have sand, but if I see a big pile and it's easy to get, then I'll grab it anyway. So let's go to the shore that I'm hopefully... you know, I'm not that sure that I saw a shore. There's a quirk of the... I think it's specifically English accents, like, or rather, maybe British accents more broadly, but it's definitely an English accent quirk that there's all sorts of words. It's like Tuesday, right? Or, you know, the word porn... We can't describe, like, oh yeah, the something, you know, going to a pawn shop without it sounding like you're going to a very different type of shop. Also, I was right about needing 9 of it for the creaking heart. Very glad that I got that right. So, should we grab a creaking heart? Yeah, why not? It's a fun first day item, right? That way I won't use the resin for something else. And then we'll also make a bundle. I can't believe I got the ingredients. I'm obviously going to have a bed before tonight. I hope. I shouldn't jinx myself that way. And then let's just put our garbage in here. Our saplings too. They obviously need to go somewhere. And our resin and our bamboo. And our feathers and our bones. And there we go. Perfect little bundle. And I'm going to use my wheat seeds to grab a parrot before I leave here, because I probably am not going to another jungle biome. And I definitely lost my existing parrot somehow. I don't know how, but I did. So we got ourselves a firefly bush. That goes right in here. And what else have we got in this delightful biome we find ourselves in? No parrots, apparently. So let's eat this apple. And let's really look at the sun. See, again, I can tell it's midday already from the shadows being so thin. Think about it. If this is a bamboo stalk that's that tall, and the shadow is only that wide, you don't have to look at the sky anymore to get a vibe for the thing. I mean, I did instinctively look at the sky, so maybe maybe I can't talk that smugly about it all right now. But yeah, no sign of any parrots, despite needing to have some parrots. Certainly isn't the best of signs, is it? So, yeah, we got... Oh, that's an ocelot, actually. If we... You know, okay, I also see two brown sheeps. So given that things are looking a bit bad in the middle of the day, we'll kill two brown sheep. That should now give me enough wool, plus my white wool, to, especially if I get some cocoa beans to make a brown bed tonight. And you know, I think I would like a brown bed tonight. So, if we don't see a parrot, which I don't, I'm leaving here with one pet, and it's not the pet that I started with. Welcome to Minecraft, I guess. Okay, off we go on a journey to make a beautiful, vibrant house. I think that having this much stuff on day one is actually a big win. And the other way to make it a bigger win is if I now had a source of food that was faster to eat than normal stuff. For real, I think that kelp is the easiest food source to replace. If you happen to find a village, which you usually will somewhere near your spawn, you don't even need to worry about it, like just go eat some bread. But, you know, if you're making a was I gonna say multicultural? Let's stick with it. If you're making a multicultural Minecraft world, like culture is in biomes, you know how like there's a culture in your gut? Or is there a culture in your gut? I mean, maybe there's not a culture in my gut from all the full Englishes I've been having, but anyway, the point is I had, by the way, they sell full Englishes in a bag that you just put in the air fryer now, and it's like it's one of the game-changing inventions of this century, in my opinion. But yeah, let's get in this boat and let's pray. Ooh, yeah, it's late and there's no sign of anything over here. We might be in this boat for a while, so maybe I should stop off at that little island there and cook up some food, even if just enough to like survive on. I think that might be wise. Yeah, let's do that. So yeah, Vibrant Visuals allows for these beautiful ocean opportunities. I've got a lot of praise for that, I think I could say. But despite allowing for these... Okay, so let's... leaf litter, kelp. Despite allowing for these beautiful moments like right here, it also then has the problem of there is land over there or over there that I just can't see. I don't know which direction it is. Is it over there, actually? I know there's land there, which means that if we keep following diagonally, we might just find a new biome. Or we might find more ocean. I don't actually know. But yeah, if you've never tried eating kelp before... Actually, I should take the kelp out. I should cook my mutton first. If I'm gonna have, you know, questionable food, it should come second to the real food. And in the meantime, we'll kill some fish, actually. You always need bones in Minecraft, I find. And so fish dropping bones, it's just a nice win. And if we're in the ocean anyway, right? Why not take advantage? So, put the kelp back in. I didn't grab the brown dye, which I should have done. Which means that now I have to do the unthinkable. The worst thing imaginable. And I would like to apologize for this in advance, Internet. But instead of... Also, is there a dolphin? That's nice. He could be a pet, right? If I... Maybe... Can you put leads on dolphins? If so... Oh, okay. I'm going to get myself a new weapon, it looks like. So there's some cod in here, which is nice. Don't get me wrong. Love me some cod. Can I attack the dolphins? I shouldn't attack the dolphins. Do tropical fish drop bones? Oh, I attacked the dolphins anyway. I was specifically trying not to do that, and now I'm going to get bullied by the bullies. Very sorry, friends. Did not mean to. Can you accept my apology? But yeah, I'm going to have to do the unthinkable, and I'm going to take I'm going to take my only bone, use the bone to make two white wool, just like so. So put that in there. Two white wool kind of sucks. And then, yeah, it's raining too. The world is telling me desperately, you've just gotta you know, you've just got to make a bed. And then we don't have any dye? Maybe resin can be used as orange dye? I don't think it can be. No, this is dye. I'm not sleeping in a white bed. The white beds are for people below my station. No offense to white bed sleepers out there. You know, if you've been playing since after, you know, 2015 or so, 2017 or so, you know, I could understand why you don't hate white beds. In the same way I understand how, you wouldn't understand why it is that Henry VIII had to divorce all his wives. Like, why didn't he just have his... And it's fine. It's fine to not understand things that are before your time. I don't understand why Henry VIII had to create his whole own church just to avoid divorcing. You know, there's a lot of schemes that I have considered, and none of them involve creating my own church to get out of my obligations. But maybe that's how we're built different. Maybe that's why I'm not king of the country. But what I am king of is not sleeping in white beds. And look at that. That's savanna-y looking? No, jungle? Is there another jungle biome? Did I just go backwards? Across that much ocean? Whatever, we're just gonna find the first colored dye. It's raining, it's dark, it's beautiful, by the way, right? Can we all agree on that much? But yeah, I don't want to be in this anymore. And so I would like to opt out, please. I see sugarcane. Sugarcane is so good to have. Like, this is the most underrated Minecraft crop. I know I'm biased when I say that. I know you all know I'm biased when I say that. But the truth, it's just true. Also, there's skeletons here, but they only allow me to make white dye. So we're going to have to crouch, first of all. Oh, it's not letting me crouch because of the water. Also, look at that, the block. God, they're literally preventing me from getting on land. Okay, so this is why you need a bow. Okay, my bow has no arrows. I've killed enough skeletons in my day that this shouldn't be an issue. But yeah, I just have to swim round. That's fine. So yeah, beautiful atmosphere. Look at this. This, I think I mentioned before, the moment I remember most, like, clearly is the last thing that I did before I stopped playing Minecraft on the PC, before I got it on the 360. So, like, I started playing in 2011, like, Alpha 1.3 or something. But I remember my last moment was just being in a forest, surrounded by dogs, and it rained, and I was just like, this is beautiful. Could do this forever. And clearly, if it was my last moment, then I didn't do it forever, and I should consider what that means for rain in Minecraft. But it's beautiful in the day, but there's also something about a rainy day. You know, Also, is he attacking a baby turtle? What's wrong with you? Anyway, also, wait, I need sand. Oh, yeah, this is the perfect way to get sand. Look at that. I got myself a whole 18 sand. Wait, was that just now? I guess it must be. I didn't mine sand earlier. So welcome to day 2, everybody. I'm gonna break my boat, I think. It's annoying you have to break the boat using a damaging tool. I lost a lot of durability just there. But, yeah, day 2 is gonna be the day where I solidify my food. Actually, pet time. Okay, if I get a pet from this bone, it was meant to be. If I don't get a pet, it was not. I don't like the wood wolves anyway. I like my wolves to be a little higher class than that, if I'm being honest. I'm a wolf snob. You know, if you're not going to use an OG wolf, then you use one of the high-class wolves, right? It's like, you know, in the real world, I think there's a real hot debate over how you should do animals, you know? Although we don't have that same debate over children. You know, why is it that you have to buy a cat from a shelter? Or at least that's the polite thing to do. But you don't have to get a human being from a shelter. Even though that we know there's shelters for human beings. And, oh, wow, look at this. I find a ruined portal, which means I'm going to have some more armor today. And hopefully it has golden carrots in there, too. I think I'm going to be a little bit stressed if it doesn't. Oh, speaking of stress, this might kill me. This might kill me. Oh, and a trident. That's actually pretty cool. See, I think I'm going to cook up the salmon that I've just obtained. Although, you know, I don't need to. I've got 6 rotten flesh. And I'll follow up with my my dried kelp. I'm doing just fine. And I'm gonna go looking until I find a nice place to settle. This might fit the bill. It's the only reason so savannas don't have rain, and they have a really nice wood type. It's bright and orange. I love it. The only reason I don't like these biomes, also, this is something special. The only reason I don't like these biomes very much is because of the grass color. It's just kind of ugly. It's not the type of grass I'm looking for. So I'm going to drop this on the ground. I'm going to put these in my bundle. I'm going to put these down here, because you better believe I need food again already. Also, look at this. You can eat dried kelp so quickly. It's perfect when you're escaping a mob. We'll grab the obsidian, put it in here, and an axe, because mine ran out. Put it right in there too. This bundle is very quickly running out, but I'll try to not let that be a problem. And yeah, I think that this is the correct way to run an inventory. I see no flaws in what I'm doing right now. Looks perfect to me. So now we'll just put the gold block in here. I'll combine my two bows together. And then I'll switch out my pickaxe. Yeah, actually, I'll throw that pickaxe on the ground so I can pick up this one. And then I'll have a faster pickaxe that can't mine gold blocks. Yeah, that's good. Actually, so, because we have one obsidian, assuming... Let's just see what these bottom blocks look like, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at here. So, we need to break 2 crying obsidian and place our obsidian and get 2 more obsidian. It's too much work. We're not going to go to the nether right now. I'm a big advocate for go to the nether quickly, but this world has a lot of, you know, targets in it, so we're going to do that. Speaking of targets, by the way, we went through the, you know, we went to the mountain. We started in the jungle. Then we went to a bamboo forest. Then we went to the roof forest. Then we went to the pale forest, the mountain, the ocean, and now we're here in the savannah. That's 7. Maybe 8 if you count the beach. I'm sure I'll find a bigger, better beach. That can be my real beach moment. Speaking of beach moment, here are some delightful little chickens. There's some cows roaming around here. Yeah, I think I'd rather be on that plains over there. If I had to pick one of these 2 places, I think I would pick there. But it's not like I love there, you know? It's just I like it better than what I'm seeing right here. So, yeah, any sign of anything better, I think I'd jump at. But, like, this is decently flat. It's, you know, it's got this. Oh, actually, that's a big sales point. I could turn this into something really cool if I, like, build the stone around it to make it look like I made something epic. Actually, yeah, I think that's... you know, we've already traveled, like, most of 1,000 blocks. We're further away from spawn than I'd like to be. I think there's no question, but I will go a little further anyway. Yeah, like a big house with a giant mineshaft outside. That is the dream, right? That's, I mean, it's my dream. Maybe not everyone else's dream. We're going to try and pick up bones while we can. Bones should take priority over something here. Raw cod, I guess. Make sure we pick that bone up. And, yeah, at this point, we could just switch to eating cows. There's clearly enough of them around here. I'm not doing this as a vegan playthrough. So the cow might actually be for the best. But, yeah. Also, this is a brand new biome. Our 8th, I think you'll find. The Plains biome. Congratulations to us. Oh, yeah, look at that water. It's just stunning. There's some tiny details we're noticing as we go through the world. But they are nice details. So, yeah, a village. I love... Oh, and look at that. That's a grand beach. Oh, it's not just a grand beach. It's got a... it's got a shipwreck on it. Wow. And then there's a bunch of sugarcane. This is my type of biome. So now if I want to find a map to anywhere, a particular biome or anything like that, we've got the village. If I want to find a treasure map... Oh, it's floating. Like, literally floating here. Wow. That's something, huh? So I'm going to eat just a little bit right now. I'm going to make myself a pathway in. Yes, we are. And we're going to find out that there is nothing on the inside. So this would be a cool project to do something with. I always think that about shipwrecks, though, and I never know what the cool thing is. So is it worth settling on this beach? The grass here would look normal. But it doesn't have that, like, big cave environment that I was looking for, does it? So let's go to the village. Let's see if they've got some freebies for me. And then, whether they do or they don't, I'll do one last search in the area, and then I think the plains biome we already found is perfect if not. So we'll go pick up the sugarcane. Oh, actually, it does have a big, beautiful cave for me. I think it'd be very hard to turn this into something, because it's a... I think a narrow cave takes fewer blocks to terraform than a big, wide cave. I'll place one torch in there just to get a vibe for the area. That did not help at all. Well, that was a good use of a torch. And then we'll mine some iron. We won't get it back because we're using gold. So instead we'll mine some coal. Just to make sure that I can make some... You know, I'll just make all of these into torches. Yeah, it's crazy. With Vibrant Visuals, you're in a cave where you can't see things, and it's like, what are you going to do about it? And the answer for me, I guess, right now is not very much. I won't be going in there until nighttime. As weird as that is to say out loud. So, in the meantime, you know, night is coming. I've got a lot of goals, a lot of progress I'd like to make. Let's see if we can get some sugarcane. That's a nice first step. And let's see if we can turn this around into something special. So that's now 27 sugarcane. There'll be another 30 by the time we're done. That's most of the way to being able to get something with cartography. Also, I'm already chopping down sand, right? So maybe being near the village is just the best bet. It's kind of the shame of Minecraft, is that the best place to settle down is always going to be where there is already stuff. Also, I think I might just kill that guy. No, not yet. I'll die if I try. So I'll eat the rotten flesh. And then if he comes to the surface, like he has, I'll just go over there. In fact, I'll throw my trident to get him. Because if I could get a second trident and, like, really make this survive, I think that would be useful. Oh, okay. I think I just got myself near murdered. I'm going to get closer, and I'm going to wait till he throws a trident, because he's got a very slow attack speed. And then we're going to kill him and not get a trident. I don't need the Northless Shell in the slightest, but I do want my trident back. I got it back. These are just spare tridents. Also, whoa, what is the villager doing? Am I using a texture pack and not realizing it? Or this is not what a villager looks like. I feel like he is doing some weird... Am I using a texture pack without realizing it? Is this real Vibrant Visuals? I can't... I'm not alone in thinking this is not how villagers look, right? I'm just going to relog my game. I'm just going to make sure. I clearly can be quite crazy on this one, right? So we'll go back in. I'll go to resource packs. Make sure I didn't just have one on. So active, none. I could turn one on, but I don't want to. No active resource packs besides the preview hider here. Weird. What a strange thing. Oh, so he's not meant to look like that. What? Why was that? That's the strangest bug I've encountered. So yeah, obviously Vibrant Visuals is very close to finished. You would expect them to fix some of these things. I wouldn't expect them to fix most of them though. I think a lot of how it stands is just how it stands. I'm going to put in 6 obsidian, now enough to do basically anything with. I'm going to trade out the sword and grab some boots. I picked the wrong piece of armor to craft apparently, but that's okay. And 2 apples will be... I'll leave them in here for now. Future me can probably enjoy those. So, yeah, I think the freebies of this village is nice, a blacksmith chest, don't get me wrong. But it's also an opportunity for me to switch to carrots. I would switch to wheat, but I like the idea of having as many food sources as possible this run. So, let's eat carrots for a bit. And then let's go to sleep. Yeah, I'm not expecting us to find anything incredible anytime too soon. Although, actually, let's pick up some furnaces. I have a lot of plans that involve furnaces. So let's have as many as we can. And, yeah, I honestly think, based on where we are right now, where we wanted to settle down earlier was probably for the best. We could try and find a nice middle ground, where we're near here and there. Or we could turn up our simulation distance, maybe, so that we can have it all in the same loaded chunks. Because, yeah, I think having a village nearby is great. Look, there's even a librarian. But I don't want to have a house in a village. I want to build my beautiful dream house that has sun rising in the morning and all this noise. And so let's make that happen. Let's follow our dreams. That is the point of Minecraft, right? If you can't follow your dreams in a video game, how are you going to follow your dreams in the real world? Which is why I play Grand Theft Auto by stopping at traffic lights and making sure that I follow all laws. Sometimes, you know, sometimes that can be your dream too. If you know, knowing what you want to do is an important thing, is what I'm saying here. And, yeah, I'm going to eat another carrot. See, that it takes so long to eat a carrot compared to dried kelp, that even though it's a better food, It doesn't necessarily feel that way. We'll place a torch up here. And, wow, it's really far away. I didn't realize just how far we were from the village. We could make an ice pathway or, like, something like that later. For now, though, it's gonna reduce my reliance on the village, which can only be a good thing overall, right? And then we'll make this into a mine entrance. We'll have it, like, go forwards down here. We'll, like, mine down this, and then down that way. Yeah, this wasn't the same place I came into earlier, but I actually really like this as an idea. If I terraform this area, just a little bit, you know, just the tiniest little bit, I'm sure I could do some absolutely crazy stuff. So, yeah, all I have to do is cover the ravine up, cover this area up here, flatten it the tiniest bit, which I'd need to do to get those blocks, and then I'd be near this, and yeah, this is great. I'm gonna make my house right here, right now. Pro tip, by the way, you don't need a house to sleep. A lot of people think you do. Well, I mean, you need a house to stop monsters spawning nearby. A lot of people think you need a house to sleep, because otherwise the monsters will get in. You just need to be not near monsters when you go into your bed, and then not be shot by monsters while you're trying to sleep, as I have just successfully pulled off. Even better than that, actually, because there were monsters nearby me when I slept. When they die in the morning, I can get some bones from it. Or arrows, in this case. So yeah, I think this is the grand place I want to set up. I want to have my house be maybe even above all of this. Maybe I could literally terraform from moment one. And then I want to have my windows facing that way. Grand windows facing this way. Sounds good. Oh, that's a creeper. You know, we need to destroy some of this anyway. So I've been playing some super flat. This is already on my mind. Just, there we go. Lovely. Got some extra wheat seeds. Can use that for my pets. Oh, I've got to plan that into my whole house design. Yeah, I'm going to need a lot of space, and I think this provides that lot of space. And I think we're going to go one block down from here, so that all of that has to be flattened. And then we'll need fewer blocks elsewhere. Because if we go one block down... Yeah, we're going to go one block down. We're going to start flattening from here. And then this is going to be where my house goes. I have such grand visions for houses, because it's the only way that I think it's fun to make them. I think that, I think you've either got to go really bare bones, which I'll do for my temporary house. So this is my temporary shelter. It's going to be the most bare bones thing you've ever seen. This corner of it is going to be oak. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Then this corner over here is going to be pale oak. I'll make a bunch of pale oak. So 1, 2, 3. Actually, yeah, we'll have that go like here. This corner can be pale oak, and then we'll have a corner that's dark oak, of course. 9 of those blocks should do perfectly. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You know, it's going to be the miniature version of my house from which I can learn when placing the rest of these. So build that up nice and high. Then we're going to use the other wood type that I have, birch planks, for this corner. And then everything else we could just make out of glass. We could make this the fanciest temporary house ever if we just use a bunch of glass. And you better believe I've got 3 furnaces anyway. So why not? For now, we'll have the furnaces go out in the middle of nowhere, you know, just place them down here, I guess. And we'll put 8 of that in there with one of the leaf litter piles, and the rest in here with the other leaf litter piles. And actually, I'll take half of that out and use some of it to make dried kelp, because dried kelp can then become its own fuel source later. Yeah, that's smart of me. I'm using my food, which I can still use as food, as a fuel source, while also cooking things up. Then I think getting a diamond shovel would be a high priority. Enchanted would be even better, if I really want to maximize this opportunity here. But I don't need to worry about that too much. For now, I'm going to have the simplest of houses, where my light is going to come in via this window. So I was going to have this be the entrance, but I think I'll make this the entrance so that there's light that comes in during the morning, and then again during the evening. Oh, well, that's good enough, I guess. And then these blocks here will make into... I think a pale oak door would be nice, right? I think they're probably the best doors that exist. And then I'll use trapdoors for the rest of the house, just to be strange. Yep, seems like a plan to me. So glass gotten. Dried kelp being smelted. Yeah, this is going very nicely if you ask me. We'll move the sand into here. And then I'll switch this to cooking up my one raw salmon just to get rid of it. So now we can place a block there. I can have a crafting table because I need one. That's going to go right here. It didn't use the right ingredients, but that's okay. So crafting table is going to go in one of these corners, just on the ground, I guess. In the ceiling. Let's have a ceiling of crafting tables, actually, because I need something to have a ceiling be made out of. That seems like a good idea to me. So let's place a block here. No, what am I thinking right now? Let's let's place down our first crafting table, just like up there, and then let's use that to make a door. Or we could use a bunch of trapdoors. No, let's stay focused. We're gonna have a pale oak door that goes here. Then we'll use these other two pale oak doors just to make my furnaces look cooler. Yeah, isn't that good? Yes, it is. And then I'll use the oak that I have left over to make some trapdoors. Actually, we'll use birch trapdoors. I think they're a little bit better at privacy shielding. And then look at this. I'm making a fancy house. Some people say like, "Oh, Toycat, your houses always look so ugly." And for those people, I would like to show you this. So then we'll make 5 crafting tables from this. You can't do that very easily, so we'll just split that twice. And then we'll make 5 tables from this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that should allow us more crafting tables than we know what to do with, which we can do this with. And that's our ceiling sorted. Yeah, isn't this just the best house you've ever seen? Trick question, the answer is yes. I already know your answer is yes. And then we'll use the last oak we have to go there. And this is my miniature house that will tide me over until I have a better house. I kind of don't love the roof hanging out over there. I think that's something I'm going to have to fix. And then I also don't love the fact that there's going to be one of you in the comments. Only one. Everyone else is going to love this. Just know that. If you're thinking this is ugly right now, you're the one person. You're a 1 in a million. You're special and unique. And if you share that with the world, it becomes less special and unique. So what people love in buildings to make them look fancy is when you use random walls. So I'm going to take some cobblestone walls here. And then I'm going to make some fences out of pale oak. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to take those fences and take those walls. And we're going to put them together around the exterior. So look at this, look at this. This is how fancy cool we're going. We're going to have a cobblestone wall there. And then on top of it, a fence. And then I'm going to go even nuttier, insane level of nutty. I'm going to put a torch right on top of that. Oh yeah, isn't that just incredible? Yeah, look at this. So now to anyone who thinks like, oh, Toycat, did you have to build it that way? Look how fancy it is. I'm using modern, incredible building techniques. And I've created something beyond special. Okay, so there we go. We probably need to build some floor. I think that's a good idea. Just over there. Yeah, that's fine. And then we'll do the same on this side, just to make sure it matches. Except actually, to go a little rogue, I think it's better when things don't match. I think that everyone expects things to match, and so when they don't, that's when you can really throw people off. And so this is a much better way to do it. There we go. This is my first house. This is my temporary house while I build my first house. And I think I've done a great job of it. I obviously have grander plans for my main one, but to make those plans, I'm going to need to make some tools. So let's go inside so I can use my ceiling, and let's make them. So I've got enough to make an iron ingot, which means for now we'll just go for the easy one of these. I'll make 2 gold ingots, put them in my bundle. Very quickly running out of space, by the way. In fact, actively did just run out of space. So I'll grab my bones out of there. 7 bones. Very nice. And I could make a gold shovel. The gold shovel is the most justifiable gold tool to make. Let me show you why. You know, let's just imagine a hypothetical. You need to break a bunch of dirt. So look how fast this happens. Zoom. It's actually not as fast as I remember. But if we compare that to our iron shovel, which should be better, right? It's about the same. And it uses a resource that you probably don't need too much of. And that is why it is good. in my humble opinion. So I'm just going to break this gold shovel, because otherwise I'll have inventory, you know, pressures forever. And then I think I'm going to go steal some chests from the neighboring village. Because, you know, it's all... You know, I do have the British mentality inside of me. When I need things, I do just go to my neighbors and steal it from their houses. You know, then later, you know, when I've gotten rich from stealing from my neighbors' houses... I don't know where this analogy is going. I just want to be fun. It's the one way you're allowed to be self-deprecating about the UK as a whole, is you get to be like, oh yeah, well we just took stuff around the world when we wanted it, huh? And it's okay. It's self-deprecating. It's definitely not glorifying anything. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're going to, yeah, I think this whole area here just needs to be fully covered, and this is gonna be the building spot for the house. We could deliberately build it down a little bit, like have a sunken floor. Yeah, if we have a sunken floor, we could like build in the basement right now. If you get what I'm saying, like we can imagine. So this is really risky, because if I fall, I die. But just hear me out here. So I'm gonna finish the outside edges of this square, just so I can picture where the center of it should be a bit more accurately. And then we're gonna build the basement for my house before I build the rest of the house. I think this is a really good idea. Because, yeah, right now we're going to build a big flat surface to build the house on, but if we want to go down, we'll be digging into nothing. So before we oh, look at that shadow in the distance there. That's so cool. Oh, do you see it? It's amazing. Vibrant visuals just really, really is incredible in so many ways. And that's just one of them, I think. So then once we get here, we're obviously going to have to destroy some of this terrain. It's an easy way to get dirt blocks anyway. And then just before we go to sleep tonight... In fact, maybe we could start sleeping in the basement of our house before we build the rest of it. You know, maybe that's a really good idea. You know, because I think a lot of people are going to say that, why are you living in your temporary house still, Toycat? And so what if I had a regular house that was fit to sleep in? But still, for now, I can say that I've achieved one of my goals, because this house will appreciate the sunsets. And... I mean, look at that. You wake up, and just immediately, light is pouring in through the window. Although I've got so much glass, it'd be pouring in through the window either way, right? But if we look, as the sun rises a bit more, the light will stop pouring through the window, because the sun isn't there anymore. In theory. Is that also reality? Oh. You see that? Now there's less light in my... It's actually not as impressive as I was expecting. I guess because technically from some angles there's light coming through. You know, but you see how there's a shadow? That's what I'm getting at. When we build our bigger house, it'll all make more sense. So yeah, there's a lot of tasks I have that involve getting access to sand. I think I want to make myself a map to a trial chamber or something just to up my gear. And then I also think to myself, okay, so let's cook up these now. I think I also want to make a bunch of glass for this, and so it just makes sense to get some sand right now. I'm already in the midst of something. So yeah, let's start smelting the sand while I make my basement. That is the reasonable, rational decision, if you ask me. So yeah, we'll just pick up all of the sand nearby here. We'll flatten it perfectly, actually. I think that makes the biome look even stranger. Like, maybe we oh, okay, well, it makes flattening a lot easier. And make it look like we flattened underneath the shipwreck. Or we could go really crazy and we could actually flatten underneath it and make it look even darker and deeper. But, you know, I won't think about that too hard. Instead, I'll remove some of these blocks to make this just look a little bit more natural. I think when you need to remove blocks in your Minecraft world, if you have an easy thought as to how you can make your world look a bit better while you're doing it, I think it creates this nice feeling of like, oh, I'm not just gathering sand for a project, I'm making my world look closer to perfection. Like, in other words, like, if you make every part of your Minecraft world a deliberate part of your Minecraft world, if you make every action something you're choosing to do, it feels better. Yeah, I think we're feeling very good about this one so far. So, now we take back our, like, hopefully stacking a bit worth of sand back home, which will give us enough glass to trade with a cartographer, should we need to later. And yeah, I would feel very good about that, broadly speaking. Then we can take any of the dirt that we get on the way back to, because I still need to top that up, and we can build our basement for our future house. It'd be fun to build the basement out of glass to, like, really... Yeah, actually, you know, I know I'm... This is the problem with ideas. If you have too many ideas, you stop executing any of those ideas, and you just become the ideas person. Which sounds like a good thing. You know, being the idea guy is what everyone has the dream of being. But, I mean, is that... Do you really want to be someone who just has thoughts? Wouldn't you rather have feelings too? Yeah, maybe you would. So, now I've got dried kelp. I can use the dried kelp to make dried kelp blocks. Except actually just one dried up kelp block. And then use that to smelt the rest of the dried kelp. I didn't realize how quickly my supplies were running dry. But that's easily solved. I've got coal, right? Or I had coal. I'll get coal again in the future. So now I've got 12 glass. I like the idea of having a basement that uses it. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to use this ledge that exists here to build out into the center. And then from this center, we'll build a little glass room using probably the most unique resource we could get. I think cobblestone would be a good bet for that. Because later I'm going to be smelting up all my cobblestone. But in the early days here, that's not going to be true. So let's imagine the pathway down into our abandoned mine. It's going to start here, I imagine. We can always make this bigger and stronger later, or like more gradiented later. And we're going to go down at a very flat angle. So if you don't know what I'm talking about with like my abandoned mine shaft, in my most recent update video, 12180, the very update that contains this experimental toggle, in my most recent update video, one of the really fun things I liked was building a mega abandoned mine shaft. Like, I love building giant versions of Minecraft structures, so the idea of a giant version off a mine shaft just kind of like struck me as so immediately logical that I had to jump on the idea right then and there. So now we destroy these blocks, and we can destroy these blocks. And I've got myself some cobblestone for building. Not as much cobblestone as I was expecting to have at this point. But still, it's down to the cobblestone layer. And you can see how eventually that would take us to somewhere over here, where we could build like a big flat platform, and then start going down into that scary void hole. Should we go down into the scary void hole now? Like, what if there's really cool things in there, and I'm just not spotting them? That would be a shame, right? So we'll mine the iron that we get while we're here, because I think you need to take advantage of things while they're in front of you. And then, should we go for it? Should we see what's down there? I can't imagine it'll be too useful. There's water. Should we just jump into the water and ask questions later? Yeah, it's already deep slate layer. That's real promising. Okay, so jump over to there, and then over to here. And let's give the cave a peek. So there's a tiny chance we just find some loose diamonds. And I think that by itself makes it worth spending some time in here. We'll do the broadest of simple sweeps we can. And that's diamond. No. And that is also... No. Damn it. You know, it's... the emissiveness of glow lichen. I feel like mistaking glow lichen for diamonds is like the most classic Minecraft mistake that everyone will always make. So much easier to do with vibrant visuals on. So yeah, I think if we're actually trying to talk about these visuals, you can see that they're a little bit flawed in caves. Oh, and wow, just a diamond. I'll take it. I don't think I have space for it. What shall I drop? I'll drop the fences. I think I might regret that later, but I'll regret it more not having diamonds. Yeah, nice. 1 diamond. That is actually a diamond shovel. Wow. Whenever I go on these quests, it never works out for me. But it just did. Can you believe that? Things never just work out. So, now we're going to climb out. It's kind of beautiful being able to look up and see that light look in the way that it does. I could definitely pick up some cobbled deep slate while I'm in here. Very, very much worth considering doing. But instead, I'll just mine a little tunnel out for myself. They'll be separate to the tunnel I'm later going to build. So again, if you're kind of unfamiliar with what I'm doing here, I'm going to terraform this mine into something big and grand. And I think it's a fun idea. I like the idea of taking Minecraft's natural generation and claiming it as my own build. I think that that's very much what I'm talking about with when you're destroying blocks, and it's very much what I'm talking about right here. So, up we go. Shouldn't be any issue as far as I know. And let's see what sits at the top here. Okay, so... Oh, we actually are going to cross over this now, which is kind of makes it not great. This is going to be part of my pathway later. But that's okay. We'll just keep tunneling this way, pick up some andesite. Or we won't pick up andesite because I have no inventory spaces. So I'll have to drop the bone mill or put it in there. And I just want to make it out before dark gets too strong. And also I don't want to lose... Okay, I'm going to drop my cobblestone walls to make sure that I pick up more actual cobblestone. Yeah, great. So then we'll have a lot of cobblestone to make my basement out of. Then I can use some glass in the basement and stuff like that. But look at this, by the way. Do you see how there's like a light that's like appearing here? There's no actual light up here. It's like a fake light from the outside world. Yeah, look at that. There's light coming through the ceiling. Is there a reason it should be? No, we're deep underground here. So that's strange. I'm going to take that as a bug. And I'm also going to get myself out of this one. So this works. It's not perfect, but it does the job. And what is that mob up there? Oh, it's a cow. I was just seeing a ravager. I could not see anything else. And I'm glad that it's just a cow. Very, very, very glad, let me tell you. So this will probably require some more trimming down. Probably like, if we imagine, just for a second, there, to there, to there, to here, to there. Yeah, this probably won't be wide enough for a foyer, so we need this to go back 2 more blocks. So we're actually going to destroy this 2 blocks deeper down, which will give me even more cobblestone for later. But again, that's for later. Right now's problem is the basement, because I'm gonna sleep in the basement of the house before any of the rest of the house exists. I think that this is such a fun idea that I'm going to commit to that right now. I'm going to use the really weird kind of old school combo of cobblestone and glass here. And the basement should be easy to access. I'm going to say like 11 by 11, you know, like a classic toy cat build size here. So this is 4 blocks across, this is 5. This would be the 6th block. So if we place here, then this would become the middle. And then we need like to build around that, I guess. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we'll just do the same over here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we go this way to the middle. And then we go the same. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we just have to connect these 2 corners, making sure that I don't fall off over the edge in the meantime, of course. And then this gives us a very lovely space to look at, but we obviously need to look out of it. So we get a big glass window going this way, which in the meantime will give me those beautiful sunset or sunrise views. Yeah, perfect. I like the idea. Big glass window, big glass vibes. And then I think we could finish the floor with cobblestone too, if we wanted to. Although I'm going to put glass in the floor too, I think. We could have like a big glass window straight down here. So we'll save this section over here to be glassed up. And the rest can be cobblestone. Because we'll have another section over there maybe. But the rest of this will in fact be cobblestone. Easy peasy. I think that cobblestone is such an early game building material, and it's rough, and you don't get to use it often. But that's why it is beautiful to use. I think making Minecraft builds that look too new hat on purpose just isn't quite as fun as this. Also, look how nice this looks in the lighting. Oh, it's the world's most beautiful house. No question about it. So yeah, hopefully today we can finish the basement so we can sleep in our brand new basement for our brand new house. I think we should make some progress on our pet goals today, as well as exploring the world. Both of those things would be good. I do obviously need to go to the end at some point, so I need to make some progress on that with regards to going to the nether or getting ender pearl trades or whatever it may be. I need to make some progress, so let's make sure we make some progress. I'm going to smelt up some more kelp blocks. It's kind of fun that you can use kelp to smelt kelp to get more kelp. Working very great for right now, that's for sure. And yeah, I'm gonna see if I can't find myself a fun dog by exploring the world today. Also, does a horse count as a pet? I mean, my mother always loved horses. I feel like, and she also loved pets. She always had at least 3 of them. Like, honestly, it's like a detrimental thing. Like, needing to look after animals is like, it's like a positive trait until it's not. I think most human traits are like positive until they're not, if we're being honest though. Anyway, so now we're gonna fill in this dirt on all sides until it reaches the basement. Again, not right now. This is a this is a future me problem. Current me just needs to deal with a chest to put some stuff in, or maybe just a bundle that I can create. I need to deal with my stuff somehow. So we'll put a chest in the basement, actually. I'm gonna need to have a crafting table in here anyway, right? And so let's put one in. In fact, let's put 2 in. One on each side. You would hate to... Actually, I don't want to get rid of the grass there. I want the grass to spread over this before that all happens. Then I'll make a chest that goes right here and just has stuff that I definitely need later, but I'm not using right now. This shovel, this rotten flesh, these gold nuggets, these bamboo even, we could say. I think we have to be very... No, actually, I'm going to plant the bamboo. Definitely want to plant the bamboo. You got to be real with yourself about what you're doing with stuff. And that is, I think one of the hard bits about Minecraft for me. Okay, no, you don't. Oh, he doesn't, actually, as it turns out. So, replace that. Maybe even place the extra blocks on this side. Make it feel like I improved from the creeper explosion. And there we go. Okay, now we go on our journey. I've cleared up some decent inventory space. I could always clear up more, but I don't think I need to. Let's go find... I've got 1 pet on me. Let's go find 2 pets right now, and hopefully go find some of those biomes, so I can make some nice progress, shall we? I am not going to bring a bed with me. I'm going to steal one from this village. And I'm also going to kill some pigs for some food. Although, actually, these cooked beef are lasting me forever. Or these steak, I should say. They are not cooked beef any longer, and I should give up on my heritage in that way, maybe. So... yeah, instead I'm gonna just head deep this way and see what we find. Look at the morning. It's a beautiful day to go exploring. It almost makes you wish that Minecraft had weather. Also, wow, nice. It almost makes you wish that Minecraft had, I mean, I guess it has rain and thunder, but it makes you wish there were like overcast days and cloudy days. I think that is probably a logical next ad. Because you look at this and you can see that it's, you know, nutty and beautiful and stuff. But what does that really mean? So now we're going to go this way, trying not to get caught on these mountains if we can avoid it. And we're going to try and find as much sugarcane as we can today. Also, actually, let's grab all the firefly bushes. These become so atmospheric when you add them all together and make them horrifically crowded. And so let's grab as many of these as we can while we go on our quest to find a pet. So... yeah, what pet are we going to find first? I've got enough bones that I can tame any wolf. But again, I'm going to be a wolf snob. I'm not just going to accept a woods wolf anymore. If I've got the bones to be picky, I am going to be picky. Or if I had a silk touch axe, which I do not, I could take some bees home with me. Can you take a bee's nest without silk touch? Nope, I just broke their home. Probably made them very angry. Yep, I made them more than a little angry, I think it's worth mentioning. Yeah, they love me though, really. One day they'll be my pets. Today is not that day. So without a silk touch axe, that's going nowhere. Could I get silk touch easily? I could enchant some stone tools. Hope I get some silk touch on there. And that would be pretty good. But yeah, I'm gonna need some diamonds and some obsidian. Actually, I've got the obsidian. I haven't even made my diamonds into something yet. Maybe that's a good sign. But yeah, as we look around and we see this kind of hilly biome continue, we've got a beautifully large plains, but it's just kind of not what I'm looking for. There's nothing for me here. Like, I'd even take a mesa. Oh, that's the opposite of a mesa. I'd take a mesa, I think. So can we say, you know, visiting is a really loose word. We've definitely visited a beach, which represented our night biome. And I think if we go to that snowy slopes, that would definitely be 10. But can we say we go there if we literally, like, go 1 block in? Because I'd argue the best way to visit a mountain is by looking at the mountain which you fundamentally can't do while on the mountain. If you don't mind me getting a bit too deep here right now. Yeah, that's what I'm going to say, is that we haven't really seen... You know, we've visited the mountain just by looking at it. Because that's the best way to enjoy a mountain. But for the sake of making visit not I see something at the edge of my render distance, here is me stepping one block on for biome number 10. Nice. So, yeah, now we are going to slidey slide over to somewhere else, I guess. So those are some lovely cows. You'd like to see them. This is, I think, a new biome. It looks new. I mean, new to me, of course. We could pick up some calcite while we're here, and we could do weird things with it, I'm sure. I always want to build out of calcite, but I still haven't. Maybe when they add the calcite bricks to the game, maybe then I'll be interested. But in the meantime, we'll just pick up the easy iron that is hanging out here. Still have big plans for that. We could pick up some easy coal while we're here too, because now I've learned that is going to be required. We should go crazy. I'm going to need to fuel my furnaces quite a lot, and the easiest way to fuel a furnace is with coal. I think leaf litter is actually great too, but when your inventory is as cluttered as mine, it starts to lose some of its charm. Although actually, you know, I'm here. Let's do it. So this is a jungle edge biome. It's wild how many jungles I've just coincidentally run into. Jungle edges will give me a good chance of finding a fun wolf. And so should we go for it? Yeah, let's go for it. Pick up some leaf litter on the way, of course. It's just free real estate for your furnace. And so, of course, I'm going to grab some. And let's hope that we find a wolf while we're here. So these are all biomes I visited before besides the jungle edge. I've been into a regular biome, but not the... I don't even know what they're officially called. Jungle edge feels like it's the old term for them, not the new term. But the biome that is jungle, but sparse jungle, maybe. The biome that is jungle, but not quite, represents my 11th biome that I have found. Very, very nice, if I do say so myself. Yeah, it's a nice big cave down there. And there's some nice chickens in here, but no wolves. No wolves yet. There's a sheep, there's a chicken. Interestingly, this is a regular chicken, even though that other one was just a warm one. Let's run through this valley. It'll probably just take me right back to my home. But it might take me somewhere more unique, if I could be so lucky. So, what sort of biomes am I still looking for? The swamp. I haven't seen any swamps yet. I haven't seen any cherry groves, and given the height of this place... Actually, I'm very surprised I haven't seen a cherry grove. I feel like they're the biome that feels rare, but are kind of just everywhere. And then, yeah, I've decided to climb this mountain to get a view over the top. Because what if there's a cherry grove just hanging out on the other side? Or a mangrove swamp, I think, would be more likely. Like a nice warm biome. Look at that. That's not a mangrove swamp. That's a mesa, actually. Yeah, that's a rare one. That's a good rare one, too. That's going to get me a lot of gold if I can find a good cave. I could trade... Also, Minecraft music. It's very quiet, but it's the loud, quiet music. Hope you're appreciating it right now. You know, honestly, should we turn up some Minecraft music? I feel like this is the point in the video where I start to really appreciate the vibes of it. No, we shouldn't. I feel like Minecraft music can deafen you out of surprise. So here we are, inside of the Mesa biome. Oh, and there is a brand new wolf type that is getting me some food too. I'm going to take him home as a pet. And now that represents one pet, because I haven't actually settled up my creaking. Which means I just have to find one other person to take home with me. And we'll be doing good. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So, pet number 2 has been, or pet number 3 has been obtained. I just have to go find my good friend the wood pigeon. And this is a wooded mesa, by the way. What is the name for it? The Mesa Plateau. The Badlands Plateau. And there's even an azalea tree hinting that I could find something underneath. So that is another biome for the list right there. 13 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So this is probably as far as I want to go in the plateau. Like, I just don't need oak wood. But if there's something on this side that's worth grabbing... Oh, pumpkins. Then maybe I should. Nope, I think I did as good as I'm going to do with that wolf. And so if he's still following me, which he is, we're going to go look for a cave. Any sign of some gold. And if we don't find that, then I actually don't know what we'll do. Probably things. So back to carrots we shall switch. And as the sun sets, I can say that I'm going to take a temporary sunset because I could do with some lunch. But yeah, this is nuts. This is a big mesa biome that has no access to gold. And that's fine, I guess. So I'm going to be coming home with just a dog from this trip. Unless on this side of the mountain there's like a cutout. Or actually, does this count? You have to be below Y40 to find more gold. So this won't count, actually. I want to be down but below the surface. And I want to find just some inkling of a cave. But you know, it's getting spooky. Let's go ahead and sleep inside of our yellow bed. And let's see what the morning brings us. Yeah, no gold. Just a lovely new doggo. Don't you love him? Okay, oh actually, oh no, it's nothing. It's always nothing. Although that way, maybe that's something. Okay, in the morning. And after refreshments, I think that's precisely what I'll do. So if you need a good opportunity to break this video, use now. Because I'll see you in the morning. Or after lunch. Great time, if you're curious. I had a wonderful, reheated pasta. I don't think it will kill me, but after watching that one video that everyone's seen about the 4-day-old reheated pasta, every now and then I do wonder, like, you know, is this the last time? And it's usually worth it. I think it's like one of the best reheated dishes. Anyway, here we are, and my goal is to get back home while hopefully visiting as many biomes on the way. I found a mesa biome, which is one of the best ones in the game to find, but I haven't really gotten anything from it. Although I do see a shipwreck, actually. Oh, and there's more mesa. So, you know what we're going to do is we're going to grab our boat. We're going to sail over past, by the way, our 14th biome over here. And we're going to go through to that mesa biome via the shipwreck. Because that sounds like a fun time, doesn't it? So, yeah, I honestly, speaking of fun times, I've been enjoying this video a lot so far. I think today is a good example of a day where just having a time playing some Minecraft is great. I think that's something that, you know, like it can be forgotten about when you do something for long enough, like how great the core underlying activity is. Do I want rotten potatoes? I can't imagine I do. Do I want poisonous potato? Oh, sorry, do I want suspicious stew? Well, let's drink it and let's find out. The answer is yeah, actually. I got the healing effect, it looks like. Awesome. So yeah, we're going to hope that this mesa biome has a nice cave below the surface that can lead me to some gold. Because literally just bringing home a stack of gold will make a huge difference to everything. By the way, that gold axe is basically gone now. I know I shouldn't have used it, but I couldn't resist. Anyway, so let's grab some more sugarcane on the journey. And let's see if maybe this is something. It looks like it is, actually. So we have to go below the water level, which might ruin us. But I think we're about to find our supply of gold. And I'm hoping we don't have to drown ourselves to do it. We don't! Okay, perfect. So this is a mesa biome with, as you can see right there, gold. Although, actually wait, can you find, gold is usually only found up to layer 32. So if you find it at 54, you know it's a mesa thing. And awesome. I'd kind of like to have fortune on a tool before doing this much mining. But I'm perfectly happy to just take the resource that I get. It's one of the things I will always do. When you're in a mesa biome, it's hard not to take the gold. Because gold is such a useful Minecraft resource. It doesn't always feel like it is, like, but it's got like 3 or 4 functions that are all just absolutely killer. And okay, this cave wasn't so useful, all things considered. But yeah, I think there's so many good functions to it. But yeah, speaking of good functions, I think that this cave is a really good example of vibrant visuals working. Like, the light sources are correct, the outside world is a bit oversaturated and bright, but in the way that it probably is meant to be, I want to say. So yeah, that was a good cave. I got, in exchange for my time coming here, just 5 gold, and oh, I forgot about my dog. He's going to be trapped on the other side of that water. It's the dumbest Minecraft bug. But wolves, or I shouldn't say it's just wolves, but any mob that follows you won't follow you into a boat. and it can't follow you unless there's land for it to follow you on, which means I have a wolf sitting back there somewhere. As you can see, he's not following me right now, and I very much would like him to. So I'm gonna remember to go back that way before I leave the mesa, but I'm hopefully... Oh, by the way, are those mesa voodoos? They're not. Okay, there's nothing happening there. But yeah, so the mesa biome, as far as visuals, it looks great. It might be the most stunning example of a biome because it's got such rich colors, and it's such a delight to see just in regular Minecraft colors as it is, that seeing it with this extra layer on is actually quite something. Yeah, I reckon so do I have sticks right now? I do not. Otherwise I'd start breaking dead bushes and collecting those. But since I don't need to do that, we'll instead jump down, use the occasional andesite block to break a fall, like that. And as we go down into this cave, we'll start to see more and more gold, hopefully. And we'll just pick up some easy bits on the way. Even if we go to the nether with like 20 gold, that still means I can do some trading and get some benefits, right? It seems like when you go past a mesa, you shouldn't miss the opportunity. If you don't know, you're going to find a bastion, that is. And I definitely don't know anything of the sort. I think that this is the logical place for me to be. And it seems like this cave is even better than I thought because it's not just below a mesa. Oh, wow. One of these. I might do something controversial. I'm not going to take it. I'm going to leave this here. I'm going to remind myself it exists. Hopefully. But I'm not going to take it right now. My inventory is crowded. And I don't have a plan for any of those blocks. So I would say for anyone, if you have any long-term plans in your world, do that. But right now I've got 6 objectives. None of them are made easier by taking that. And so I'm not going to do it. I think that's the interesting thing about life, actually, is the hardest decisions to make in life in general are the ones where people really, like question you and say, what the heck are you doing? My first year of, it's called sixth form in the UK, but you can call it college or, I guess it'd be the equivalent of the top years of high school if you live in North America. Like grade 12. Saying grade feels so wrong. It's clearly year, but anyway, but grade 12 or grade 13, I lived really far away from school. It was like a real pain to get there. And so I just started skipping. So like if I had one class, then a 3-hour break, then more classes, I would just skip the first hour. So I'm not wasting 3 hours of my life like hanging around somewhere. And then eventually I started skipping more and more. And ultimately it wasn't a smart decision at the time. But then I started using the time to work on YouTube, which at the time, I think most people thought was insane. By the way, we now have enough diamonds, just from goofing around here, to get ourselves... Oh, wow, that's not diamonds. Yeah, we just got 4 diamonds. That's 2 for an enchantment table, 1 for a shovel, and 1 for a jukebox, I guess. If we do find a bastion, you better believe we're going to want a jukebox. But yeah, this was a really successful cave. I went looking for gold, and I found diamonds, which it is a win, I think I'll say. But yeah, I made this. I started doing something dumb, and I think it's really easy to post-rationalize dumb things. But then I started doing something I thought was smart instead of the dumb, and I'll concede that I think when I spoke to anyone and I said, yeah, I'm doing this like YouTube thing instead of going to school right now, because I kind of conceded I was past the point of no return after, like 2/3 into the year, basically. And so I just went in the bare minimum to maintain impressions, and so instead started making YouTube videos. I started learning how to like commentate, is what it was called back then. You played games and then you did commentary over it. I don't think that term is really used so much anymore, but I started like trying to learn to be good at talking to a camera. It's one of those weird things that like I think is true for lots of people. It's just kind of thank God for me walking away in time. I think it's just inherently true for a lot of people that it's hard to talk when you're being recorded. In the same way that I think it's really easy to speak naturally to a friend, but to write down a conversation is hard. Writing dialogue in a movie, let's say, is way harder than having a conversation with a friend. But you probably had conversations with friends where you're like, man, this is an explodey cave. But you probably had conversations with friends that you're like, these are great, I should write them down. This should be in a movie. It feels sitcom-esque. Me and my friends at the same time as what I was just telling you about in, I guess in college, actually. We all had this kind of joke that our life is a TV show, and whenever like a friend would phase in or out of the friend group, it'd be like, oh yeah, it looks like, you know, they weren't a fan favorite, so they didn't get cast this time. And it's like a silly, jokey thing. Ooh, yeah, there's just not a lot of gold in here. I always talk about the amount of gold you find under mesas, but I think I'm proving myself wrong in that. No! Wow. Okay, that's a reminder that I shouldn't be here any longer. Oh, yeah, that's intense, huh? That's real intense. But yeah, the water in here does look beautiful, especially now that I've lit it. It creates some really nice refraction. I don't think it's realistic necessarily, but that doesn't mean it's not nice. And now let's bounce out of here. Still not, again, it hurts me to do this. I'm such a gatherer by default. Like, if you're roaming around a Minecraft world, why would you not? But ultimately, I think it's the right call. We're gonna break some smooth basalt on the way out of it. And look at all the jingly janglies. I can't be taking any of it though, sadly. So, stack up just a little bit further. And, ooh, should we break the iron there? We have to fight a lot of mobs to do that, but that's fine. I can fight mobs. So, some nice criticals here. Get me some nice of that. Get some extra iron. This should be enough for like a full set of armor. Maybe an anvil or something too would be smart. Because if I want enchanted stone tools, the best way to do it would be, oh gosh, villager stuff, right? So, you know, easy way to get villager stuff is to go crazy on it. Anyway, easy peasy, good times. Actually, if I'm looking for a villager then, I should now be looking for, oh yeah, look at that there. That means I think I should specifically, 2 criticals should kill him. Yep, they do. I should specifically be looking for a tiger biome so that I have so I can find a igloo. Because then a cured villager would be so good. And I'm not exactly making my own splash potions anytime too soon. Yeah, that's something I'm going to think about. That's something on my mind. But yeah, so speaking of things on my mind, to finish my fort, I just kind of, like, started making this dumb decision to, like, you know, make videos. Kind of because I saw the idea that, like, oh yeah, you know, like, having... I loved sharing my gameplay of the world. I think I mentioned this before. Like, I used to literally make Guitar Hero videos when it was just for friends to look at. Because I was like, yeah, I love people seeing me play games. And Call of Duty was like the classic game where everyone felt like they were really good at it. And I felt like I was really good at doing dumb things in that game. And so I decided like to share this and like but to share it, I realized you had to be good at like talking. I had this realization really, really early on that you have to like, you know, personality is the only reason anyone will ever subscribe to a channel. No one would ever be like, this guy's gameplay is so good, I want to subscribe. I mean, right now, you probably, even if you really love that amazing safety catch we just had right there, you're probably not thinking, man, that's the reason I'm enjoying this video right now. I thought it was just a, oh, did I leave my bed somewhere? Well, that's fine. We'll get through it, I guess. Although, we might go to a desert first. Tick that off the list of biomes we've been to. Maybe hopefully find a desert village too, even. And we've got to remember we have a we have a wolf that is just hanging out behind us somewhere. But yeah, I remember the realization being that like, yeah, no one subscribes to a channel because they like the games. I think a lot of people want to, especially early YouTube, people wanted to be loved for their skill. Again, it's something I've seen many YouTubers fall over. By the way, Biome 15, the desert. We've been to the beach, but we haven't been... Oh, it's a weird desert, too. I think I must have been past this on my boat, actually. Also, look, you can see the emissiveness in the witch's hat. There's all sorts of random little details like that that you might just otherwise not spot. So let's now rush. Also, the spider eyes are the obvious example. Let's rush all the way home now, shall we? And just take a nice chill journey to get there. And once we get... Actually, yeah, no, I don't know how we should actually deal with our current situation. I think we're in a bad one, if I'm being honest with you. I'll put the creaking heart in there. That'll free up an inventory space. Might be important if something bad happens. And we'll look for a savannah village. Where did I last place a bed, actually? Is my dog worth going back for? Yeah, he's one of my pets. My pets are important. Without my pets, who am I, you know? So... we will go back that way via land, if we can. Looks like we can. And then once we get our dog back, oh yeah, look at the drown's face. It is amazing just how many mobs have got these little details, and also just how big these details can be. Also, look at that Enderman with the... Man, that was beautiful. The Enderman with the red sand block was nuts. Yeah, I tried to give this advice to a family member recently. They, I have a really so it's the funniest thing. I think, by the way, this is a useful reminder as to why, like, you can take a hardline stance against technology, but you'll always be proven wrong eventually. Or at least you've got to be open to be proven wrong eventually. I have a family member who was really, really against social media. Like, they thought it was, like, poison. They specifically weren't on it way, you know, like, during the curve or whatever, you know, while it was being picked up. They're like, no, it's actually kind of poison. And that is, like, a fashionable opinion. But they kind of became, like, a mini, you know, like, what's the word? Like, influencer. Kind of funnily enough, they picked up the being that, which I think is interesting as heck. And do you see my dog yet? I don't remember where I went off. It must be over there somewhere. So my dog should follow me very soon, hopefully. Look at these bushes. Just lovely. So yeah, they became a mini, you know, influencer on social media. And what was interesting about it to me is, like, at one point they're like, I don't know, Andrew, could you give me some advice? Like, I don't know if I should show my face or not. Because my account is about something I do, you know? My account is about this thing that I do. It's not about me, and so I'm worried that if I make it about me, that I'll lose my, you know, the love that I have. And it was kind of like, also, here is my bed. Wow, returning for the dog had its benefits. Its benefits, if you will. So we're definitely going to break the bed the moment we wake up. And now we're going to be going on a slightly different journey home. Or as different of a journey as we can go on. Yeah, we could jump through a regular forest. That would be a new biome. And it would leave us just 4 left to get, which we could probably do by one long sailing trip. Or one, we can just come out of the Nether in a different place, maybe. Yeah, if we get a diamond pickaxe, although we don't have enough diamonds for a diamond pickaxe unless we forego the diamond shovel. And that only makes sense if we're going to mine enough diamonds for it to make sense. And actually, maybe we will. Anyway, though, we're in biome number 16. Unless I already went through a forest and somehow I'm forgetting. I'll concede it's a possibility. So look at these woods wolves. Oh, I remember seeing woods wolves before. Maybe this is biome 15. We'll go for 21 biomes, just to make sure that I'm not betraying my founding principles here. And it's raining, which means, look at this, by the way. If you've never seen this before, look closely at the edge of the scenery here. Do you see, like, look, I'll put my pause menu up, or my text menu up, so you can see it closely without having to, like, worry about it too much. But, yeah, do you see how it's, like, coming in? Your fog gets thicker during the rain in Minecraft Vanilla, but I'm not actually noticing it here. But I guess I'm in a biome where it's not raining. Maybe that's a part of it. I mean, I could make an argument that if it is raining, we're not actually in a savanna, we're in something else. I'll avoid that argument for now, unless it somehow turns out I've counted multiple biomes, in which case I'll make it save my life. I am going to mine these emeralds. I would usually recommend save emeralds till you get Silk Touch or Fortune, because they're such a rare thing, or something like that. But I do have ambitions of getting an elytra. More emeralds will help me get an elytra, is how I see that. So let's now make sure we definitely have enough iron for both armor and I think armor and an anvil would be a real nice wombo. And let's take a peek over this mountain and see what's at the top. Hey, more emeralds. Well, this one looks real dull, but that one looks so bright. Like, I have to go and mine it, right? Like, just immediately. So if I wanted to, I could probably just spend enough time combing this mountain and get enough emeralds this way. Like, this is slightly easier than most ways that you harvest emeralds. If you happen to be here anyway, this might be real smart. But yeah, I love this rain during the day. Like, it's clearly a sunny day still here. It's weird, you usually don't get that in Minecraft. This sunny rain combo just looks beautiful. It reminds me of the first time you're in an RPG that feels immersive, and you're like, oh, guess I'm somewhere interesting now. I'm getting such positive vibes from this. Loving it a lot. So let's just mine a bunch of iron, enough to make all the shovels we might need, as well as the anvil and the armor. And then let's see if we can't pick up some extra copper while we're here. I mean, some extra emeralds. It's like copper. You know, emeralds is money. Copper can be sold for money in the real world. It's basically the same. So let's now grab this one. Yeah, it's a fun little time too. It's worth a lot of experience, emerald blocks, if you notice right there. And so if I want an enchantment table, there's a real argument that these emeralds, given that I can then buy things using them, one of the smartest things I can do for myself right now. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Second emerald. Yeah, let's make a... Oh, yeah, look at this. So now this is really good signs. 1 and a 2. A nice and a nice. And then another one just over here. Yeah, 14 emeralds. I haven't interacted with a villager to trade yet. But what I have done is I've managed to secure their currency. I'm going to hyperinflate their economy. It's going to be terrible for them. But it's going to be great for me. I am the central bank now. You better believe that I'm the one printing the currency. And I think I'm having a pretty good time doing it. So, over this mountain I think is where my home is, if I've got a good sense of Minecraft geography. It's, yeah, it's something my friends will, like, semi-make fun of me for, is being really good at knowing directions and stuff like that. Like, while walking around, like, London or another city that is, like, not grid-based, a lot of people find it easy to get, like, lost and confused. And I find it, like, hard to get turned on my head. And sometimes I think that skill transfers to Minecraft. But just like right now, where there's this big snowy biome that I don't remember existing. Oh, it must be the same one that I touched with, like, one block. And said, look, I'm in the snowy biome. I guess that's basically where I'm at right now. Okay, so... mine the iron. Super good. Go over the top here. And there's even more iron for me. It's just, the game is basically begging me to get it. Although now I can't pick up any extra gold. I mean, any extra emeralds. So I'm going to take this perfect path where we can sort of have snow and sun at the same time. It's a very nice little combo. And we're going to see if maybe there's not just an extra emerald or two in this journey. No, there's not. There's some wildflowers. I could put these down, you know, actually, let's take a stack of wildflowers, right? And let's just put these down where I live as a way to make the ground pretty. Everyone says this is what they're good for. I want to see if I value it. I'm going to make a real nice grass area using wildflowers, and we'll see if it looks good. Yeah, this is going to be the most beautiful house you've ever seen, by the way. You know, I could just get the bare minimum house out of the way, which I technically have, actually, to tick that one off. But my grander house plan, it's going to shock you all, let me tell you. So now we have, oh, this is the big ravine I found earlier, right? Nope, that's a sign my directions don't work. In Minecraft, it's never the same, because there's no landmarks or anything to judge life by. And you get to pick a direction in literally 360 degrees. But you know, I'm just making excuses right now. I'm just actually not good at directions. All my friends are just really bad. Or it could be that thing where, like, if you like someone doing something for you that they're not very good at, like my first ex-girlfriend, or my first girlfriend, I guess, I think was objectively quite bad at cooking, if I, like, look back on it. But I remember just feeling so loved when she cooked something for me. It was like a real nice thing for me. I think the amount of, like, oh yeah, she is really bad at this, but I will overlook it, very, very high. I think that's one of the, I think there's a lot of mistakes in my life, but a lot of them can be put down to, like, that era. Sort of same time I was starting YouTube, actually, funnily enough, which weirdly is one of the not big mistakes in my life, so far at least, and I hope it remains that way. Anyway, look at us, we're home, and my dog is, oh my god, no. Where did I lose him? Oh, here we go. We're good. Okay, so let's now lay out our pet collection as it exists so far. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a real nice pet collection. But let's place it down first. See if everyone agrees with that second. So I'm gonna put down some leaf litter, just on the corners over here. You know, just add some prettiness. Everyone loves that. And then I'm gonna cover this area in wildflowers. So wildflowers all over here. Just a nice little patch of them. And then also down here, just to kind of like indicate the direction. In fact, let's be smart with them. So how many blocks wide is this? Probably that many blocks wide. Let's make like an arrow out of them, right? That's a thing that we can do. And it's a way of indicating. Yeah, this is great. This is the smartest thing we could have done. It just looks like they're casually there as you know, as little, you know, generic dressing, but they'll be worth so much more than that to us. I could have, you know, it's weird. I didn't see a parrot in that second jungle I came across, or I could have 2 pets right now. But sadly, life be how life be. I guess actually I could have my pets live in this house later, couldn't I? So let's bring the dog with me, Mr. Doggy. You are gonna have to come in here. I'll give him rotten flesh because I know dogs love that stuff. Please come this way. There we go. And we want to make sure he lives in the house. Because again, this is my current house, but it will soon become my kennel, my architecturally delightful kennel. And the only way to ensure that is, you know, you can just sit there. You can live in front of the house if you want to. For now, that'll do just fine, I guess. And then we'll put a block there. And yeah, this is as good as it's gonna look, right? Yeah, beautiful. Okay, now we eat and probably do some smelting. Thankfully, I picked up some coal. Too much coal, I think, for what I need to do with it. And then I need at least 8 in there, and I'm gonna need the rest of this in here to allow me to smelt up 50 iron. Or I'll go for the iron first. I need a lot of iron to be smelted up. Then I'll place my firefly bushes in a nice little corner. I think this one over here of the bamboo would do quite nicely with some firefly bushes placed nicely around it. There we go. Just, you know, make the area feel a bit more atmospheric. Add some fireflies to this. Like, look at this weather condition. It is unimaginable to anyone who was playing the game not that long ago. But here I am, turning the unimaginable into reality, apparently. So now I've got some more glass, which I'll use right over here to make this into something. We're going to deliberately leave a gap in the glass, because we do need to... so is that 4 blocks? That's 4 blocks. We're going to leave a gap in the glass right here, because there's going to be like a staircase that is going to block it in at least some part. So we'll put the staircase like here and then up there. And then this block can just be a deep slate. It'll make more sense later, I swear. Then we'll put a bed down over here. This will be my temporary, you know, like basement bed. Once the basement is appropriate to live in. Should the basement actually be my current priority? I would argue no. But I would also argue I need to get this creaking thing worked out ASAP. So let's do it. Let's put down 2 logs with my creaking heart. Somewhere that it will not annoy me. Maybe I'll use glass for this. Or maybe I could have the creaking live in my basement with me. That's a terrible idea. We'll make a little creaking house over here. There's an easy way to do this, actually. We just have to make all the blocks around this not spawnable. So we'll place up using birch planks. Then we'll place one of these, and one of these, and one of these. And now that means that a creaking can spawn. And again, as long as we make all the blocks around it not spawnable, eventually that will lead to fun things. But we just have to make sure every block around it on this side can't spawn things. And for now, that's my good friend Phil. We'll name him if we get a name tag, but he's still Phil the Creaking is still my pet. And yeah, look how friendly he is. He's even got those emissive textures I just mentioned. So get a nice explosion to happen here. Not gonna go for another one. I'm gonna go to bed, actually. Let's see if Phil can follow me. I'm hoping that my bed is just outside his range. Not seeing any evidence that that's true yet. Okay. Yeah, it's not looking good for me in my bed, is it? No, I think that's got to be the edge of it. Yeah, so he can make it as far as there. Which is fine. It means he'll probably not be able to get in the entrance of the house. Which is important. Okay, so this house, it's a grand one. We've got big ambitions. It means I need to get right to the grind today. I'm going to move some of the sand into here, I think. So I can put the gold in here. I think that it's going to be smart for me to make, like, golden carrots if I'm about to go to the nether. Which I very well may be. Yeah, I'm going to have to make a big decision on that very soon, at least. I'll leave my iron here. Oof. Just put it in the chest, outside of some leggings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then I'm going to make a gold helmet out of the... Ooh, wow, I could make diamond helmet if I wanted to. I think this is a decent level of protection. But I do think I should leave my diamonds here, really. And also my obsidian... No, could come in useful. Put the fish in there. Put that in there. Put this in there. Oh, man, I've got a lot of things that I'm prepared for right now. I didn't even realize I was prepared for some of these things. Let me tell you about it, internet. So, yeah, this is my hidey chest. Love to see how it's going. And then we'll switch out, whichever one of these is doing the least work, we'll switch it out for leaf litter, because that's smart. Then we'll take half of this, and we'll make a gold helmet. Oh, yeah, we can't. I don't know what to do with that. We'll just make a gold helmet right now. And then we'll use the other two things to make golden carrots. So, helmet unlocked. We'll stop piglins from hurting me. And carrots. I don't think 2 is enough to bother with making golden carrots, actually. I think it just literally is not worth my time. So, is 7 carrots enough to go to the nether with? Heck yeah, it is. I did have a ruin portal over there somewhere. But I'd be better off if I could find just 4 more obsidian in one of these caves. And do that instead. So we'll take some of this iron out. Some of this iron out. Oh god, I'm just continuously piling up too much iron. We'll take out enough to make a bucket. We'll bring water with us. But then I would have to... No, I'm just going to take a bucket with me. And I'm going to hope that I find lava. And if I don't find lava, then I can just come back. Yeah, that's a solution. If I don't find lava, I'll go back to where I know it is. It's just kind of far away. I'll also probably start making a cartography table soon. But I can keep waiting. Life is good. Thankfully, the world is waiting for me. And then we'll use some more cobblestone, but as slabs, maybe? I think just for now, slabs would be smart. Because I don't want to make it impossible to see anything. And then later we can build other blocks around the slabs and we can make like a nice fancy basement vibe, you know? For now, it's just a way to keep other things out of here. And then we'll build a basement out, or we'll build the basement stairs out of this white wood that I have, because it'd be perfect for it. So, build that many slabs to make this many stairs. This is where some stairs are going to go, which means this is where stairs go, which means there's stairs here, and then there's stairs over here. Just have to break this one, and this will be the floor of my house. Now I think we need to go one more block up. So we have one last little slab opportunity. We'll just place something here, and put literally, I'll just put pale oak logs here and there, just to represent it, and then this is the floor of my home after this. Yeah, so we've got our basement figured out, and we've got the entrance to the basement figured out. Now I just have to work out the main house. That should be easy. That's like the easiest part of a house, right? Is the house. It's usually the basement that people struggle with. I'm pretty sure. So continue building this out. I said I'd go to the nether, and then I just started building the house. Isn't it interesting how sometimes we think we're going to go do one thing, and then we end up doing something else? Honestly, I think the term for that is like usually described as executive dysfunction. You have a dysfunction in the part of your brain that is meant to direct the rest of you around. But I think it is a really interesting indicator. Like a lot of people use that and then they say like, well, there's therefore nothing you can do about it. But I think it's hugely interesting, like what you choose to do when your brain is like just choosing to follow what is best for you, or you know what you are deciding to do it's still a hugely interesting look at you, I would say. I think that sounds like kind of ominous, actually. But I'm going to stick with it anyway. I'm going to stick with my very ominous phrase. And I'm going to think about what should be my third pet. Because if I'm about to go to the nether, maybe find all those biomes, I might be about to get my pet, I would say. I'm feeling good about it, certainly. So, yeah, we'll grab some water from that source there. We'll look behind there. And if we don't find anything, we'll just go back the way we came. Because we've seen everything over there. We know that's an ocean. We know that's a ruined portal. And so this is the last direction left to search. A part of me wants to just go down underground with, you know, look for a giant lava lake. They're more common. But I would feel pain if I found a giant lava lake and just didn't notice it. So let's... Also, in fact, we've got 2 lava in that blacksmith there. So if we literally just took a second bucket, all we need to do is bring 2 lava home. And we can make a portal, like, right near our house. Do we want a portal right near our house? That's the question, isn't it? But for now, let's get my sword out to replace the trident, even though it's weaker. Let's eat some dried kelp. It's absolutely top tier food, I tell you. And let's go. Yeah, I think I'm feeling good about my odds. You feeling good about your odds, internet? But yeah, there's a lot of like, you know, when I do something, you know, unintentionally that's dumb. It's really tempting to be like, oh yeah, this isn't my fault. It's, you know, like how I'm wired. But I think like how you are wired is a product of what you put as your values into the system, right? Like, you know, it's kind of like, I think an interesting equivalent might be like a computer. It's like, oh, it's just spewing out random, you know, like information. You know, it's like, imagine if when you went to open a Word document, you just got a random Word document on your computer. That would be a malfunction, so you could apologize. But if you know that even if you opened 100 Word documents, you wouldn't find the one that you're looking for because it doesn't exist, then it's less of a defense, right? I sometimes think like, it's a hard thing to think, but like when making a mistake, it's really easy to be like, man, the world should feel sorry for me for the fact that I'm making these mistakes. But it's actually like, man, yeah, you gotta feel sorry for the world for all the mistakes you're putting it through. Or in other words, like, you know, learning about what is wrong means nothing if you don't use it to, you know, like help rectify and make problems better. Like I think one of the cool things about the world now is like everyone's very good at saying like, yep, here is my issue. I've got a word for it. I've got a term for it. I've got a community of people who go through the same thing. But it's really easy to use that as a, you know, as an excuse for behavior rather than as a learning opportunity. There is a tiger biome there, by the way. Oh, that's exciting. And I think I think I would probably. It's something that's like really hard for me not to jump into. Like I think the easiest example, right, is like, so the idea of social anxiety, like the idea of going outside and meeting people, it's like, it makes me want to die. I think I'm the classic case where like, I had a friend in school that would like borderline force me to go out. And I'd be like, but I don't want to. Like, I'm happy at home doing nothing. Why are we going outside and meeting people? It's terrible. So I had a friend, his name was Brendan actually. I met him like 5 years after, and he was hugely different then. So I wonder what it would be like to like reunite with him after like 15 years now. But yeah, I think I had the stereotypical introvert experience. But nowadays, like, you know, like instead of just being like, I don't want to do it, you can use like really grandiose verbiage, and I could describe like, oh, I'm incredibly introverted, I have social anxiety. You know, if I knew all these terms, I'd be using them out loud, and then like guilting my friend for like dragging me out. But actually, you know, was it better that I had a friend that dragged me out, that you know, like helped me? There's a whole side of my youth and my childhood town I just would have never seen. I'd have been playing, you know, I played plenty of RuneScape and plenty of. I remember at the time I played a lot of games on my GameCube. But I played plenty of games regardless, right? I got plenty of stuff like that. But would I just be worse off because I wouldn't have all the other experience. Side note, I'm not seeing any sign of any lava, but Tiger Biome. Biome number 17, tick it off the list. And there's a birch forest over there, actually. So I'm not finding lava right now, but I am finding things that are almost as good. I don't have a bed, though, so I've made another terrible mistake. You know, let's kill some fish, because, again, bones are great. If you don't think bones are great, then you just haven't used bones well enough. And then we'll head back home. See what's happening in that direction, shall we? But yeah, I think it's like the hardest thing to concede. Because I want to just be like, no, here is a way that I am bad, and it is just the way that I am bad. But I think, like, trying to grow myself is trying to concede, like, yeah, this is the way that, like, I think I'm more paranoid than the average person. I'm not, like, deeply paranoid, thankfully. Speaking of deeply paranoid, that's the birch forest biome. Arguably, it's a birch forest variant. We'll just count it as one for now. But look at this. Awesome. What a lovely biome it is, too. And I need birch forest trees, as it just so turns out, but there's nothing I can do about that because I don't have an axe, because I wasted it on my boat. So, you know, should we go for it anyway, though? No, I don't think we should. We're getting some lovely aquatic music right now. So yeah, I think one of the things that also that looks like something over there to me. Did I accidentally find it while looking for something else? I was sure I was just going home empty-handed, but that to me sure does seem like a fiery hole. I don't have a way to light it, but I can do the old lava technique if I've got a bucket. Let's go to the nether. Yeah, it'll be good. It'll be a great time. We'll hopefully come back. But yeah, I think I'm more paranoid than the average person. And it's, I think being on the internet doesn't help with that. I'm sure anyone who is... I don't know if it's, like, slowly going away now, or if it's just become normalized that, like, oh yeah, what's the worst that can truly happen? But one of the things that has... Well, you know, like, being on the internet in the early days of YouTube, it was just like, oh yeah, people just, like, send SWAT teams to each other's house just as, like, a funny goof between friends. And it's like, oh yeah, and sometimes, the SWAT team end up killing their dogs or worse, you know, their family members, but, like, you know, it's just a funny goof between friends, you know, or, you know, like, it's an entirely valid way to, you know, like, if you don't like a creator, why not send the SWAT team to their house? Like, absolutely unhinged stuff, right? In my mind, you know, I guess to some people, it is perfectly hinged. Oh my god, what just happened? Okay, so I think going to bed would be really smart. I think I can come back here in the morning where there's no mobs attacking me, assuming I'm somewhere near that village from earlier. Oh, god damn, I'm not. So we can make more torches, and we could just try and layer the area up with them, and just make it so nothing can spawn. This is always a good second place. But yeah, I'm more paranoid than the average person. And so it's hard to, I think, I'm also like, I've got there's a lot of ways to describe it, but I think see, this is a thing. I think I deal really poorly with rejection. You know, the moment someone, like, you know, starts to go that way, I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't want to, I wasn't doing this anyway, don't worry, you know, that sort of thing. And so it's really easy to take that and be like, well, this is just who I am. The term for it is rejection sensitivity disorder. There's a whole bunch of people out there that are like, yeah, I just don't like being rejected. And but it's like, yeah, I don't think anyone likes being rejected. I don't know if I'm truly hugely worse than the average person. I'm sure I am, based on the fact that most people don't, you know, cower in fear at this idea. But yeah, we're gonna run away, and we're gonna come back, by the way, and we're gonna hope that that leads to good things. But, like, finding a term for it means that now I'd be like, okay, well, I will just try my best in my life to avoid this. But one of the things that I'm, like, trying to do is to, like, try and force myself to grow by not. I think that's one of the reasons for years, I refused to make anything but one-cut style Minecraft videos. It's one of my favorite types to make, if I'm being honest. It's, like, a little bit tricky to do in its own way, but it's great because it means that, like, editing doesn't dictate the flow of the video. I can do it, like, live on the fly, right? So there we go. you know, I don't need to worry about how this video is going to be edited. Sometimes, like, during editing, an editor will, like, you know, like, I have really great editors on my channel, I want to clarify. Very lucky to have found the ones that I work with. But, like, during the process of finding the current editors, there'd be a thing where, like, my editor would assume that I made a mistake and, like, put incorrect information on screen. And it's like, ah, you've not only made me look foolish, but you've ruined my point here. Like, you know, if you're gonna correct me in my own video, please check, you know, fact check, and stuff like that would like drive me crazy. But yeah, so I love this like kind of longer style of video that we're doing right here, so now we're gonna put some birch back there. I'm gonna try and light that birch on fire. I don't need the lava apparently because there's enough there. Look at that! That was so quick. I was not expecting that speed, to be honest with you. So let's break one of these, and then let's go to the nether. Okay, my very first move is obviously to make progress on one of my big nether-only goals. Oh god, if I am so lucky. And obviously, I've made 1/5 of the progress towards it because I want to be a nether tourist who's seen every nether biome, and so far I've only seen this one. So this is where Vibrant Visuals, I would say, really starts to take a step backwards in terms of what it can do for you as a player. Because here's the brutal reality, there's just too much darkness in the nether. It's really hard to balance the limited light sources they have here with how it works in the overworld, and I see how that's a struggle, but all it results in for me is just a weird, messy place. But is it a weird, messy place in multiple biomes? Hey, it is! So do we have to visit the biome, or can we just look at it? Also, I really don't intend to deal with ghasts. I think the more attention you give them, the more harm they want to give you, and so let's not have that issue. Although, what is happening over there? Not a concern for me, that's for sure. So yeah, this is my second nether biome, and man, it's just an example of how pretty these places can be, and how I think if this was perfectly balanced, or maybe it is perfectly balanced at a different light level, but I think there is a way that you can have all of the charm of this with none of the downsides. But for me, it's just looking a bit dark. So we're gonna go into our settings, and we're actually gonna turn that up right now. We're gonna go to VV here, and we're gonna turn our brightness. Oh, it's set 100 by default. There's a specific vibrant visual brightness setting. We're just gonna toggle that up a few notches. Or in fact, maybe one notch. Maybe that will make the difference that we need. I certainly hope that it will. But yeah, I think there's just a fundamental Minecraft problem in that all of the dimensions are kind of balanced around a different brightness. That in regular Minecraft isn't the case because the game is already perfectly lit. But if you rely on just the game's light sources, it doesn't quite work. But yeah, that's my only real complaint I think I have. I mean, I have lots of complaints about things in general, but it's my only complaint I have here. Oh god, what's happened? Oh! You ever get attacked by lava? If so, you and me have a lot in common. So I have 1 raw salmon I'm going to eat to prevent myself from dying. And then I've got 4 bread. And then I guess I'm just hoping I find food here, which is a bold strategy. Let's hope that one pays off for me, huh? Oh god, okay. Not me, just the noise. So yeah, looking through this Crimson Forest, I don't see a lot on any side, and so I think if I just get out of here, that might be for the best. Because the odds of me being attacked by a hoglin, and that hoglin attack not going well, is a little higher than I'd like to concede. So we're not going that way, it seems. So I guess we're going that way. I didn't bring any hay bales, which might just be my sign to go back home and come again when I'm a bit stronger. Yeah, this amount of bread is going to literally heal me, and then I'm going to be on my own. So I know don't go this way. Next time I come out of the portal, let's not go in this direction. I've got that knowledge, but otherwise I kind of have to go back to the overworld with my hat in my hand. No, you know, I'll find food. There's food in the nether. It's a foodie place. In fact, there we go. There's a guy over there. Let's not go back to the overworld, hat in hand, but instead let's go back to the overworld, meat in hand. Oh, I mean, like, pork in hand. Okay, there we go. Just cook him a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Go, 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 go. Okay, so now we run backwards. Okay, make sure they die on fire. Oh, this guy's not going to die on fire if I'm not careful. Okay, so we have to light him on fire easily. Oh, no, no. Oh, no, he's going to die in the... Oh. It was trying to make me milk the hoglin for some reason. which I did not want to do. But anyway, let's eat the last of our bread. Let's cook up these hoglins and then let's go on an adventure. So just lava him around just a little bit, and then there we go. I'm gonna get knocked off the edge if I'm not careful here. So just spill some lava, but like there, perfect. No, 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 no. Don't know what's just happened here, but it can't be good for me, can it? Oh, okay. There's some more pork chop. Just burnt. Never mind. So, you know, actually, I've got 9 pork chops. That will get me through the nether. Let's go find my way home. Wait. Where is my way home? I felt like I was going there right now, but I clearly am feeling wrong. So, horrible gas noises aside, I'm alive. I feel very alive. But maybe I shouldn't. Maybe this is a bad call for me. So we're gonna go in this direction here for a bit until maybe I see my portal, or I see anything that I recognize. I don't see any of that to be. Hey, my portal. Okay, so I found my portal. That's the good news. The bad news is that I found my portal, which means I've done a loop and not achieved very much. I'm gonna just ignore that ghast over there. And instead I'm going to go this way, which looks awfully a lot like going back the way I just came from. But I'm going to try and straddle the line between these two biomes. Oh, no, that's going to hurt me. I'm going to try and straddle the line between these biomes. Please don't. And the goal is that it should take me somewhere new and not just to whatever this is. Okay. I'm glad that the ghast is giving me more light. But, yeah, this is a dead end, it seems. So I guess we'll go back to where we came from. And we'll try that a 3rd time, but going yet another direction. We could walk through these caves, but my pro tip is if you can avoid caves in the nether, you should. They never lead anywhere good, and I'm just hoping that this one is going to lead me back to the cave I came from. I have no basis to believe that it will. It's the right direction, and so hopefully the game will treat me well as a result. I am starting to regret trusting Minecraft to treat me well. That is not happening. All I'm hearing is horrific gas noises. And so we could tunnel our way out of here. And then that will take me back home, right? Nope, okay. That was a good use of the pickaxe. So we'll switch out to the stone pickaxe now. And we'll just kind of try to tunnel back up this way. Because I'm fairly sure my cave was just over here. I don't know. I must be literally just below it. Hey, and I am. There we go. So this was not where my portal came from. It was very close to it, though, and that's good enough for me. So now we'll try and going down this dark hallway. Oh, look, there's more Crimson Forest over here. That's exciting. So it looks like this can't go anywhere. It's something I probably would have realized very quickly if I wasn't in Vibrant Visuals. And it's those sort of things. I don't know if this is me being, like, an air quotes semi-competitive player, or, you know, I don't know if I'm treating a video game the wrong way. But I feel like if I'm missing information because of my visual settings, you know, be that brightness, be that... I feel like I'm being scammed by the game, you know? And that's how I kind of feel about Vibrant Visuals right now, is that I am seeing less nether detail than I should, because it's so bright here that you can't see over there. But that doesn't make sense. I still want to be able to see dark areas, even when I'm in a bright area. Even if that's not how the human eye works. It's how my video game eye works. Do you know what I mean on that? It's kind of weird that we have... I think as we approach realism more and more in games, we're having to learn, like, what people actually mean and want by realism is not what realism is. You know, I think this is the most interesting thing about the real world, is the real world is horribly flawed, and a lot of those horrible flaws can be fixed. But some of those horrible flaws are what it means... You know, some of those horrible flaws are what it means to be human, I guess. And weird... Oh god, that baby magma cube actually could have killed me if he'd have jumped higher. Glad he didn't, I guess. So, yeah, we're gonna head this way and just hope there's something better for me. Oh god, this will go poorly for me. I shouldn't have switched out my bow. I need to get that back out. Go! Okay. So I have arrows, right? Let's kill. Let's kill. Oh. 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 Oh, no. Oh, god. That was such a horrific combo of events. Which I feel like the Nether is just perfect at, if you ask me. I need to eat and I need to run. I need to run. I need to run. I need to run. Oh, god, that was so close to me. This is so bad for me. This is so bad for me. This is so bad for me. No! How is there another ghast? Stop it with the ghasts! Okay, I think I'm safe here. I'm going to sit in this corner, and I'm going to reflect on how it is that the Nether becomes such a dangerous place all the time. Going to combine my bows, get a little more durability. Consider I have 6 arrows left, and maybe even switch out my trident for my sword. It's 6 damage versus 8 damage. This is a netherite sword. This is an iron sword. I'll keep the netherite sword. And then, after a little bit of bedrock healing, I can really try to piece together my life out there. Not very well, but I can. So yeah, the trident in theory could be my Hail Mary. Oh, look at that, a Soul Sand Valley. The trident could in theory be my Hail Mary, my get out of jail free card. Oh yeah, I do not think that this is a good idea. But I'm gonna do it anyway. I'll make it out of cobblestone, so that it doesn't get destroyed by a ghast. And now all I have to do if a ghast comes is just switch out to cobblestone. Run across, run across, run across. This is me in the Soul Sand Valley. I enjoyed it, but that's free Nether biome's gone to. I'm not spending any more time in that biome than I have to. Great! Free biomes visited. Just the warped forest and the basalt delta to go. I'm getting surprisingly close to achieving one of my major aims here. I'm going to try and hurt the ghast just with their own Bibles to make sure I can keep my arrows. And then we're going to go this way, I guess. I feel like the Nether is like such a... Oh, gosh. It's such a scary place when you're lost. Like, I think being lost anywhere is scary, and the Nether really gets that vibe to you. I'm gonna waste so many cooked pork chops just on this one little area, but it will be worth it in the end. So I'm keeping my cooked pork chops out, knowing that I will need them again soon. And I'm hoping, I'm praying that, nope, it's just a Soul Sand Valley this way. Maybe if I cut across this way, I could find something different. I want, and I really, really want, more than anything else, for there to just magically appear a warped forest with a nether fortress right now. Would help me get my elytra dreams. Would help me, okay. Would help me with my elytra dreams, would help me with my nether dreams. Everything would be good, I would say. But yeah, we can worry about that. Oh, right about now, apparently. Yep, now is the time to worry. And we've hit an edge. So, yeah, the Nether exploration is such a bizarre wildcard part of the game that it is the best place for me to bring up. That I think the atmosphere can sometimes take away gameplay value. I think Minecraft of all games knows this best, because Minecraft is a game that looks objectively terrible. And everyone made fun of it for looking objectively terrible, and then everyone started playing it. You know, it's the life cycle of the average Minecraft player, is thinking, ho, this game is wild, and then being like, yeah, this game is wild, and I love it, and I will die for it. I guess I could just stack myself up there. It'll be a pain to come back on later, so I'll make it a nice little tower like this, just to make that job easier for future me. Okay, that's a ghast, that's a ghast, that's a ghast, that's a ghast. No! Ho-ho! Oh. Okay, so we at least have a way we can cross, but it's just Soul Sand Valley. And again, this biome has no light sources naturally. It has these occasional blue fires. Oh, okay, well it's really good, isn't it? The fact that I've hurt an enderman emotionally, really great news for me. I might get an ender pearl out of the deal if I'm lucky. Where do you go that time? Where do you go that time? Do you see him? There we go. So, not looking great for me, honestly. That ghast back there is really something to watch out for. Oh, and the multiple skeletons certainly are too. Okay, so that's the... I'm amazed that went so well, actually. Usually that is my my undoing. But it wasn't my undoing today. And I would even say that things are going well. So let's just run across this biome and hope that there's a nether fortress on the other side. I feel silly for making a bridge over. Actually, so here's what you do, by the way. Pro tip. If you're going to cross a Soul Sand Valley and you're playing Bedrock, do not leave your simulation distance on 4. Minecraft has a bug. I mean, it has a lot of bugs, if we're being honest. But if we go in here, we're actually going to turn our simulation distance to just anything. 6 chunks, 8 chunks. It doesn't matter. Turn it off 4, because 4 chunks simulation distance has the most bugs and the most mobs that spawn. I don't know why that is. I would theorize it's because it's spawning the same number of mobs, but in a smaller space. If you have 6 chunks of simulation distance, mobs can spawn in those 6 chunks, or at least outside of the 4 chunks immediately surrounding you. But on 4 chunks, they all have to spawn very close by, or not at all. And instead of choose... Oh, it's laggy. It's alright. Minecraft worlds be like that sometimes. So I'll do a bit of beating. And then I'll do a bit of running. So all of the mobs chose to stay from when I last loaded up the world. Very good of them. And I have 1 cooked pork chop. And then I don't know what my plan is. I guess I'm hoping I find a bastion with food. That can't be a smart decision. Oh, it's... Yeah, leaving the game and coming back in. Really laggy, by the way. It's a mildly frustrating... I think that's just... Yeah, oh god, it's bad. It's just a part of the nether. It is worse with vibrant visuals. But yeah, oh god, just... Okay, this is real bad. So yeah, I think we have to go back to our... I think we say we had a trip to the nether. Wasn't as successful as we hoped. And we're just going to go back to our portal. I think that this is a doom loop otherwise. And I'd rather not trap myself in a doom loop. So I'm going to maximize my health by attacking this guy. And then I'm going to hope that I just don't get hit by anyone else while I'm here. I definitely don't see a bastion or a fortress this way. I see a fossil and... Yeah, let's go back home a slightly more scenic way, just in case I'm missing a fortress. Because of the lighting, you can't quite be sure. But over here, I certainly am not seeing anything. Okay, good news for ghasts. Ghast stock is going up like crazy today. And yeah, now we just slide this way around the nether, hoping we find fewer skeletons. And indeed, it looks like the skeletons are fewer and further in between. Okay. Love to see a good ghast attack. I have no more healing left, so these 9.5 hearts are going to last me all the way back to the portal. I turned around, but like literally minutes before I had to, so I'm not getting any high ground advantage here. So I'm just going to take some brown mushrooms, and now if I find some red mushrooms, I can at least eat something. But yeah, now we have to climb down where we just came up, which I think is over here. I'm so glad that past me was considerate for future me. That never happens. But I can just go down this, right? I can just place a block here, and then place some blocks over there, and then fall down here, and then over here, and then over here. Ouch. Okay. That didn't go well. But I do have some red mushrooms to go with my brown mushrooms, which means that easily enough now, I can make myself a crafting table, make myself a bowl. Pro tip, the only food besides that one food I was just eating, that guy, the hogs, the only food that you can really easily craft is mushroom stew, and it's really compact. Let's just have a stack of this. It's not the best food in the world, but it exists, and that's what makes it good, I guess. And so if you'd rather food that exists than food that is good but does not exist, brown mushroom stew, gotta recommend it. So we'll eat one more bowl, and then we can make one more after this, and that should see me back to the portal just fine. Although now I could just start harvesting more mushrooms, and I could start looking for other options. I know I've said I'll be going back to the portal a few times now, but I just really think there's a shame about going to the nether and coming back empty-handed. I don't want to do it, you know? Oh, it's... Yeah, my only concern is that the gameplay is getting pretty slow at parts of this. Like, Minecraft does not like loading the nether and recording for some reason. It must be they're both CPU intensive. But yeah, I've got my food. I've got the ability to make more food. I'm not in a bad position, all things considered. So we'll drop this, we'll drop that, and future me will thank current me, hopefully. We'll climb up here so we can get some more netherrack. And we're just going to see what's in this direction. Oh, okay, I deserve that. We're going to see what's in this direction. Is that a bastion? No, it's just netherrack. It's just hard to tell. So I think this is where I was previously, when I buried myself in the ground to hide from the ghast. Ah, come on. Come on. So let's make another bowl of soup. Honestly, we can make a few bowls of soup. Let's make 2 and then throw away these bowls. So we got 2 bowls of soup now. That's really good when we're in a high pressure situation. And this is in fact the place that I hid away. So I came from back that direction. What happens if I go in this direction some more? Honestly, it looks like nothing. Oh, there's my portal. Well, I mean, that's a shortcut, I guess. So yeah, my nether trip, not returning the results that I would like. If I just come back here with more food, although, do I need more food? Okay, so if that's my portal, which it was, right? I definitely saw a portal. So we just know it's at roughly 190 minus 29. I can check that later if I need to. But let's just keep running this way. This is a different biome. This is the same way that I went and tried to get trapped. Let's see if it leads me somewhere. I hope that it will. And if it doesn't, I can, you know, blame people who aren't me. So I'm going to attack this guy. I should probably use a different tool, but that works just fine. I'm going to put some garbage away. So this and honestly, let's combine the stacks of these. I don't really need free cobblestone. Is it deep slate? Or there isn't slabs or deep slate. I could have turned it into slabs if I just used a crafting table, but I did not. And now let's go this way. So this is a different direction than before. We're kind of going diagonally away from our spawn. And I'm just hoping that diagonally away from spawn is good. Is it good? We'll find out. I'm going to turn down my render distance. I think the Nether experience is just getting rough for me. So 10 chunks will hopefully fix that. It could just be the lighting. It could be some computations. It could be the world generation algorithm. But the speed I go through the Nether just always causes me issues with recording. And I hope this fixes that. So, yeah, over there looks good, but not actually. So we'll keep going this way, diagonally. Yeah, it doesn't look terrible, I guess. We want to go through to where the glowstone is, right there. That's easy enough to do if we don't get hogged to death. And you better believe my intention is to try not to. Okay, so what's the plan? Glad you asked. I am going to find both the new biomes by just running this way. Statistically speaking, if I run this way far enough, I will find both the new biomes, and then I will find a Nether fortress. It just has to happen, right? Because the Nether only has 5 biomes. Biomes are usually only a few hundred blocks long. And look at this, I found another soul sand valley. Okay, it's not what I was going for, really. We've also found a hoglin. These guys are great, if by great you mean terrible. But that's some cooked pork chops. Definitely going to trade out one of these for my cooked pork chop pile. And then I have to make a hard decision. What am I going to do about this? I'm not going across the soul sand valley. That place will suck the soul out of you. And I'm not going that way. So I guess back to the portal. Yeah, we could maybe come back with a diamond pickaxe. Am I making a diamond pickaxe? I have diamonds. I think I want the enchantment table. And then, so I'll come back with something. Maybe if I come back with a saddle and a carrot on a stick. I can't believe I ate my carrot. I could have fed it to a strider. But yeah, maybe we'll be in a better position if we do. I'm just gonna run around this guy. I really don't need more pork chops. And we're gonna hope that maybe in this corner it's not a dead end after all. Maybe it just feels, oh god, it might as well be a dead end. Worse than a dead end, I might even say. So I'm just gonna stack up a few blocks. And that solves all of my problems. I think using blocks effectively is like so much of being, you know, good at Minecraft, I guess. Combat ability isn't really a thing, but block placing ability really is. Okay, so this way is leading me somewhere now. I was sure it would be a dead end. I felt like just obliged to check it. I was being optimistic, you know, just to, you know, to keep your spirits going, internet. But there was no good reason for me to be optimistic. But despite that, the optimism has paid off. The optimism has really paid off, I might say. And yeah, look at that whole new biome over here. So I'm obviously running low on blocks to place. But otherwise, yeah, we're running, and hopefully we're finding a new biome. and hopefully, finding a fortress. I think if you come out of the nether with blaze rods, you can be pretty happy, regardless of what else happens. I think if you don't, you have semi-failed. So yeah, we've gone like 400 blocks this way in a very short period of time. And I think we just have to take a fool. It's the only way that I can see us getting out of this. Oh, there's an enderman. Could attack him for his pearls, but I've got bigger, better plans for later. Let's just keep on heading. Yeah, the nether is a... It does feel like you're here as a chore rather than because you love it. And I think that that is something interesting that is not really matched elsewhere in Minecraft. Like, adding things to the game that are chores but aren't fun is another one of those things where you're like, yeah, you should optimize the game so it's pure fun all of the time. But again, I think we like things that reflect life. I think life isn't all fun all of the time. And so we find it unnatural, unnerving. There's a line in The Matrix, which I think nowadays is seen as a less good movie, thanks to the the last version they made. But there's a line in The Matrix about how, like, you know, the first few simulations, so in The Matrix, robots take over humanity, and they put us all in these pods so they can use us as batteries. But to keep us happy, to keep us alive, they simulate reality. And the argument is, we live in a simulated reality made by robots. Which sounds very intense in conspiracy, but just roll with it, right? Anyway, so... Also, what is that up there? That's nothing. I want to get up there, but I don't know the best way. I guess we'll tunnel... Yeah, I don't have enough tools to really tunnel. Do I have iron in here? I've got gold. I've got enough cobbled deep slate that if I'll make another cobblestone pickaxe, I guess. And that'll be my solution. And I'll just tunnel up and see where that takes me. But anyway, so in the Matrix, the argument is we're all just you know, like being used to robot batteries, and so they simulate perfect reality to keep humans happy. But we immediately know something is wrong, and then we rebel against the system, and it's a problem. And so after trying that, they created our current reality, where, you know, like that's basically based on the real world. Because we would believe, you know, like the 2000s, before tech got too crazy, so we wouldn't have the tech to find out if we're in a simulation. But, you know, the argument is that by placing us in a simulation of Earth with all of its terribleness too, even if they wanted to, you know, they see themselves as benefactors. They see themselves as being, like, you know, really kind. And they're like, yeah, humans are happier in a world where some things are just broken, where there's some unhappiness built into the system. Because that's how, you know, like, that's just how they are. We are human beings and we are flawed. And one of our flaws is we like things that are flawed too. And it's, I know, it's kind of true. I've been watching Yellow Jackets recently. It's a show that shows people, I guess, like, that very same concept of humans are flawed. And, you know, it's a bunch of teenage girls. They get in a plane crash somewhere in the Canadian wilderness. And no one finds them for 19 months. And so they have to do a whole bunch of awful things. And you really see how that drives their current day decisions. That, like, yeah, something messed up happens to you. You're gonna be messed up in some ways and seek a little bit of messed up stuff yourself. Because that's just how we are. Okay, so I'm gonna light this guy on fire. Because he is by himself, which makes it easy to kill. And then I'm gonna go maybe this way. If we go that way, we're just crossing a ravine for nothing. Although that looks like it's a tree from a different biome. It could just be the tallest crimson tree I've ever seen. I think it's something. Or we could go up and over. You know, let's try going this way, actually. I haven't tried it yet. It looks like it goes this. Yeah, let's keep going. This is the direction I was heading when I said I could just keep heading in a direction and maybe it would work out. And so maybe it'll work out. Who's to say? Who is to say, you know? Oh yeah. What are we up to? Definitely something. But yeah, so like, you know, like being in the woods by yourself for 19 months of no food means some crazy stuff happens to them. And they're all like very, you know, like, I guess they're all very normal when you first meet them, and they all get slightly stranger as the series goes on. And that's kind of how things are, right? Also, there we got a bastion. It took me 800 plus blocks from spawn, but I've got a bastion, and I've also got the 4th biome in the nether. Just a warp forest to go, and I'll be happy. So I have a little bit of an iron pickaxe left. I'm gonna mine a gold block and then just run out of here. That's my plan. Let's see if it works. Am I testing my luck a little too much by doing this? The answer is yeah, almost certainly. Am I gonna do it anyway? You know me. You know my depth sensor in my head is always set to 0%. I love making risky decisions. Because when risky decisions pay off, it's so much better than when safe decisions pay off. And when a safe decision fails, you're like, well, what more could I have done? Whereas with a risky decision, you made a wrong call. But it's like, well, I know that I made the wrong call. Okay, so there's definitely a hog piglin somewhere around here. Gonna make myself a safety way out of this by just placing blocks. I guess that can be my safety block. Maybe there. I think I just break these blocks. Okay, go. What's in here? Golden carrots, yes, and obsidian. Perfect. I can get out of the nether. A block of iron too, by the way. Nuts. Gonna need these things later. An axe is cool, but like not my problem. And I'll put the dirt away. Even though I need dirt a little bit, I think right now, not the most important inventory item. Okay, so bone blocks are also kind of fascinating. I think just having a few would be good, sure. And in this chest, we have way more obsidian. And ancient debris. Am I gonna have netherite tools by the end of this? And yeah, amazingly, no one saw or cared about that. Honestly, let's quit while we're ahead. I love a risky strategy to start. You know, I think, here's the most counterintuitive fact. If you have $1,000 and you're gonna gamble it, and you want the highest chance of getting a, you know, like positive, you know, expected value, your best bet is one gamble, you know, one spin of the wheel. Because the more you gamble, the higher the odds are that the casino wins, right? You betting the same amount 10 times. It's like flipping a coin once. It's very close to 50-50. Flipping a coin 10 times, you know, it's more likely to be slightly more of one than the other, but it's still going to be very close either way. So the casino will get less of your money when, you know, they win, but they'll win more likely. And so that's why they're happy for people to play for 12 hours in the day. Because they know even if they're gambling very small amounts, every single game that is played is increasing the overall value of the casino. Whereas if you just come there once for one bet, that's the worst. You get out there, better or worse from the whole thing. You probably don't get addicted to the experience as well, too. A lot of interesting things to consider about casinos. I'm a big believer that life is a casino. I think Minecraft is a casino too, actually. You know, is that a more controversial opinion? I think Minecraft is totally... It's giving me a lot of the same vibes that a casino does, especially these runs. Also, is that a nether fortress? No. See, with vibrant visuals, I have no clue. I genuinely have no idea when I'm getting close to nether fortress. I just don't know. It's strange that I don't know, but I just don't. So yeah, we're coming back round into a crimson forest again. Not actually ideal, but we're just gonna keep going, right? There's no point in stopping. I could maybe make a turn around now. Yeah, I'm not gonna go into this cave too far. Nope, we're not. Yeah, I think turning around now is smart. I've got a ton of mushrooms, 10 mushrooms actually, but I've got the ability to make a ton of mushroom stew. I was stressed going into the nether because for some reason I didn't remember that mushroom stew was a thing. But you always can solve your food problems while you're here. And then I've got golden carrots after that, actually. I've got food, so it's only time that is the consideration. But yeah, I feel like every time you load up Minecraft world, it's a gamble on what sort of world you're getting. I think every time I go into the nether, I'm doing a bit of gambling. I'm honestly doing a bit of problematic gambling too, right? Like I am risking a lot. You know what, let's go for him anyway. Okay, so go. Perfect. Wait, where did his pork chops go? There's no way he didn't drop. Okay, it's fine. Not my issue right now. It's very rare that you get to see piglins fighting hoglins. They're meant to do it all the time, but on Bedrock they just don't really. So that's nice. Let's keep heading this way. And any sign of a blue forest? Nope. Okay, that's chill. I like it here. It's a nice biome. It's got things. So, yeah, let's head down. Then let's head down. Then let's head down. Okay, so what do we see? We see a whole bunch of biome. I'm gonna head this way now. So I'm heading on the negative Z, I guess. And we're going to try and do like a loop to get back home. If you can picture like, I'll draw it for you actually. So we went this way, a bunch of blocks, but rather than going this way more, we're going to come to the left and then go this way home. So that way we're still seeing new blocks and new chunks, but while seeing those new blocks and new chunks, we're coming home and finding bastions apparently. So this is a risky place to be, obviously. This guy needs to die. He's avoiding lava quite well so far, which is bad for me. I don't want the piglin brutes to be good at avoiding lava. Because if you attack them, they then alert all their friends that you are not to be trusted. But the only reason you're attacking him is because he's attacking you. It's a metaphor for something, I'm sure. Anyway, I could just jump over this. Yeah, I think once you get one good bastion loot, do you need a second? Like, the gold blocks would be nice, but they would just be nice. I don't know where the good gold blocks are in this one. It's my least favorite type of bastion, honestly. So let's just head around it. Let's just go this way, and let's find a warped forest, maybe. Get ourselves that, one of our little ticks on our to-do list, shall we? I think that would be cool. I kind of want to bring a hoglin home, but I know what a disastrous idea that actually is. But it would make a good addition to the team, wouldn't he? You know, we could actually say we completed our free pets policy. Would be nice. So, yeah, I am looking. And I'm not. Oh, I am finding. Okay, so I still need to find the warp forest. But I hope that if I come home a funny way, I can do that. So instead we have to deal with blazes. They have, so you might have seen earlier, we're playing in the preview. They have insane attack ranges now. Someone at Mojang said, yeah, blazes needed a buff. And then someone else didn't say, what are you talking about? That is insane. They went, yeah, you raise a really good point, actually. I think blazes are a bit too weak. I'm glad someone's finally acknowledging that we need to buff them. So we're going to build some bridges over here. Oh, God. Okay, this is real bad. But thank God, they actually lit the hoglin on fire. Okay, that's bad. That's really bad. They lit the hoglin on fire, and they are just continuously flaming me. So I'm going to eat the cooked pork chop, and I'm going to go a step further. I'm actually going to switch out to golden carrots. These are a better food. They're higher saturation, which means after you eat them, they'll keep you full longer, which is essential in this current situation. Then I'm going to have to chop down some wood. Just to make sure that I can have blocks to place. Although, you know, I've got all this white wood on me. You know, that's fine. We're going to... For some reason, my netherrack keeps splitting into multiple piles. Weird feature, that is. And we're just going to go for it. We're going to attack you. Oh, okay. I kind of deserve that, to be honest with you. I deserve that. So let's just sit right here. Is he going to come over this? Honestly, this could be the easiest way to kill blazes. If we just wait for them, they might come out and get us eventually. So let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, so that's a blaze rod. I've got it sorted. What else do we have to sort? You know, certainly your big chubby friend over here. Okay, let's get him. Nice. Okay, so I've got food sorted. Sorted quite well too. There are blazes over there that are going to attack me if I go over here. Oh, they're already attacking me. So I have just a nightmarish combination of issues. They have really bad accuracy, but when they fire 3 bullets, you never know if one's going to hit you. It's beyond brutal. Oh, it's so beyond brutal. Oh, okay. So we're going to climb up here. Okay, easier said than done by a lot. I'm going to eat some more golden carrot. And that guy over there is looking pretty easy to get, although look at my health. I think one more bad blast and I might be dead. So this is me. I think I'm playing on easy, and I think I've got this much armor. I just don't know how you would take on... I think the blazes... I think Minecraft have severely buffed the blazes. Effectively. Go, go, go. So I think 2 hits of this and they're dead. Oh, and there's another one over here. Okay, yeah, you can't get me. Yes, you can. So 2 criticals, and they're over. And then that's 2 blaze rods. And so as long as I stay on top of my health, which I can do by just sitting back here, break some blocks, I guess, stay pretty chill, I'll do great. And that's exactly what I intend to do. I'm gonna stay great. I'm gonna walk back a little bit, see what else is in this biome too. If I do see a warped forest, I could tick that one off. And again, I also feel great about how I've ticked this off too. That's a ruined portal. I could then go back to the overworld, and I could tick off my overworld biome exploration. That would be pretty good, wouldn't it? I think if I was to say how good that is, I would say it's great. I'm just building a whole portal. I don't need to use ruined portals. A golden apple's nice. Some golden boots for protection. That has to be better than what I'm currently using, so. Yeah, I mean, like, gold with protection too. I'll put these in the chest. But, like, yeah, this is gonna be better. And then we've got a lodestone, which I'll just place over here for the fun of it. You know, future me, if he needs to, can use this to mark where the fortress is. Or if he doesn't need to, he cannot. It's future me's decision, and I respect him making it how he wants to. So, lodestone time. And let's place some blocks up here time. So it's really rough getting up to this thing. Oh, okay, especially when they're right there. Go, go, go. No, get closer, get closer. Yes, okay. So there is a blaze rod that just fell so far down that it's incomprehensible. Gonna place a few more blocks on the side over here. Really could do with those extra guardrails. And now we're up, we're in. So I think we just have to really focus on like safety. Safety is a priority. It is my #1 priority. That's what I'm here for, you know. All that other stuff that I do, it's just a fun bonus on the way to safety. So we'll place blocks down like, oh god, I do not like that at all. Nope. Okay, so there's blazes over there that are attacking me, and there's blazes ahead of me attacking me. Blazes ahead of me are a simple task. We just do this for a few blocks. Maybe even place like over there so that wither skeletons can't get through here. Yep, there we go. Great. Okay. So I now need to get whatever block out that I have the easiest access to. Dark oak logs. I don't know what it is. Also, I'll take the obsidian out of here and just put it in that pile. Oh, hello, hello, friend. How's it going? You good today? I'm glad to hear that. Then there's a guy over there. So, go. It's so dark now. Do you see this? Like, Vibrant Visuals is just so inconsistently lit. Like, it's so bright when you're here, and then the brightness carries through for a second, and then you feel like you're in absolute darkness because there's a light source between you and where you are going. So there is a blaze. Okay, that's a wither skeleton. I didn't see him. He blended in quite well, which I would say is a weakness of the Vibrant Visuals. And yeah, I love that they attack hoglins or piglins. But I'm out of it. I've had a great run, but I think I'm done with this one. Okay, next up, let's go into this side. I'll get some extra skeleton bone arrows things. And I'm just gonna hope that on this side, there is something for me. There's not, there's just skeletons. So yeah, sitting next to a blaze spawner is what you really want to do when you're in the nether. But it's not what we have to do. So, yeah, I think we are gonna do just great here. But yeah, do you ever think about if the world is a simulation? I think about it more often than I care to admit. It's a shame because it is one of those questions where, like, whether the world is a simulation or not, you're like, your actual rational behavior doesn't need to change. Like, if the world is real, you and everyone else is just as real as if you work out they're simulation people. You know, like, because you have no proof, you have to behave the same way. And even if you had pure proof, like, yep, the world is definitely simulated, it's like, well, one of the strange lessons, I think, about life is that actually being nice to people and stuff like that, it's good for you too. It's mutually beneficial to be nice. It does make you feel really good to be good to people. Doing randomly nice things for strangers, it'll make your day. This is my, like, you know, if you feel selfish and you're like, oh yeah, I just, the world makes me think I'm meant to be so, you know, like, I had this panic a lot. I was like, man, the world says that when you're self-interested, it's a bad thing. But, like, I care a lot about my own interests. Am I awful? You know, am I a sociopath or whatever? And you're like, oh, no, what it is you're very self-interested, and it's really easy to just enjoy helping people to the point where, I don't know, like, You know, like, am I even allowed to help people? I love giving people directions. So is it actually even me being nice? Or, you know, like, does it stop being nice because I enjoy it? The idea of, like, selfless virtuousness and stuff is a interesting thing here that we'll skip out on. So we're gonna have to place a block there and a block over there. And on this side, we're just gonna, you know, actually, let's knock him off. Goodbye. Oh, wait, actually. Goodbye. Great knowing you. So we're so close now to the fortress, or to the blaze spawners. But this is where we're gonna make a mistake. You know it is. You know it's. I'm glad that I called my own mistake. Also horrified that I called my own mistake. So this is really bad news. There's, oh god, where have they gone to me from? Okay, really, really bad news. Really, really bad news. There's no way out of this. Okay, this is the bad habit I've picked up, internet. This is a bad habit. I don't know how I'm getting out of this one alive. They're on my right, they're on my left. If I get my shield at just the right angle, I might be able to do something. Man, pausing is crazy, right? Look at this. I can pause. I can consider this decision for a while. If I sit at the, like, sitting to the left there, face to a perfectly perpendicular angle, I'll get attacked from behind. If I jump on the wall, I'll get attacked and I'll fall off. If I try to run through them, I'm dying. So my two choices here are die or cheese it. Internet, I'm not proud of myself. I'm cheesing it. I don't like doing this. I don't like that I have this option that I've given myself. But here I am anyway, with said option, and I've just used it to make Minecraft easier for myself. It is objectively, I'm making a game more fun for myself by doing what I want to do in the game. But at the same time, I have made it worse for myself because I made it easier for myself. I feel like it's a slightly more hollow victory over these guys now. And that's a shame. So let's just drop that down so we can have some light. Isn't it nuts that there's so little light without it, by the way? And then we'll just tunnel through here because we need to access these guys. Okay, so all of the mobs just spawned at the same time. I don't know what to do about that. Okay. Yeah, this is bad news. This is very bad news. I can't believe that they work this way. Okay. Very bad news over here. Okay, so we got 7 blaze rods. Okay. I think an 8th is what you really want, though. I think you can't be happy unless you walk out of an 8th blaze rod. But yeah, I think that I did prevent myself a lot of grief. But it's kind of like the keep inventory thing. Like, yeah, it's annoying to die with without keep inventory. But, like, the fact that dying without keep inventory sucks is why you really... I mean, yeah, I guess the argument isn't like, oh, yeah, well, you're going to want to die all the time if you have keep inventory. Also, I've just used up my trident, which is fine. Now I can eat raw pork chop. I can get out my sword. And I can say that, yeah, I saved myself 15 minutes, a lot of stress, a lot of pain, a lot of, like, negative resentment towards the world. But at what cost? At what cost? Should I have done that? I want this to be the controversial moment. I want this to be the moment where people are like, yep, you know what, Toy Cat? I can forgive those remarks you made. Yeah, when you said that those children in the hospital probably deserve what they had. When you said that, I was on your side, Toy Cat. But when you switched to peaceful mid-game, that was too much. Yeah, I kind of like, you know, it's... I kind of wish there was like some... this would be like a fun set, like a fun add-on. But like something to like... I wish there was some way out of that situation otherwise. I really thought about it. I want to know actually, that's what I want to hear more about. I want to know what you think was a way out of that situation, internet. Because I know there is one. I know there's always a way, right? There's always a way. What was the way out of that situation for me? So we're going to break this. And we're going to get the gold block. And then we're going to do the same up here. Oh, did my gold boots break? Why are they looking at me like this? What am I doing wrong? Oh, is it? Must be something to do with the peaceful switch. I don't think I punched any of you. Why are you angry at me? What do they think I've done? Okay, so this will probably break my gold pickaxe, my iron pickaxe. But it's definitely worth doing. Now we need to go home but we want to go indirectly because we've got a biome to explore on the way. And then we also have to ideally do some trading with some piglins. Right now, they're not happy about trading with me, but maybe in the future they will be. I've got... Maybe they heard that I was working with the wither skeletons, that I had the option to kill them, but I didn't go for it. Maybe they're angry about that. I really don't know. Maybe this is a bug to do with switching to peaceful. Maybe the game is punishing me for my indiscretions. I don't actually know. But I think I have to go back the way I came, at least a little bit here, because this is a dead end on this way. Yeah, I mean, I can't not tick off my 5th nether biome. But then where is it? It's somewhere around, but I don't know where somewhere around is. So let's head, okay, not down there. Let's head up, over, and down. I guess that's a good idea. So, yeah, I think I want to know how you would get out of that situation. I'm genuinely gonna think in bed tonight. Like, how could I have done that otherwise? So I want to be able to read your comment when this video comes out and be like, of course. Because otherwise, that was basically I can press this button and it will save me 15 minutes of stress and pain. And I pressed the remove 15 minutes of stress and pain from my life button. Despite the fact that I think you could have more fun with all that stress and pain in your life. Did I not just make that argument? Was I not just saying? Am I a hypocrite? Do I not practice what I preach? What else do I say that I shouldn't believe in, you know? I don't know why I put the slab down. I don't think it helped at all. But yeah, I need to start breaking some. Also, that is still Crimson Forest. I think I shouldn't have come down here. I don't know what I was thinking. The biome clearly runs out. And once it does run out, I think I'm more than a little screwed. Also, look at the height of that tree. It is something special, huh? So let's just break these with my fist. Ideally, we'd have a decent axe. We can make a gold axe, actually. Yeah, you know what? Let's go for it. It's gold axe time. So place this down, then place a crafting table on top of it. Future me will enjoy that if I ever come back here. Then we'll break down... emotionally. No, we'll take this and make ourselves a gold axe, and then we'll put the gold blocks in here because that is efficient inventory management. Then we'll throw away all of these because they just keep coming to get me, and now we'll destroy as many of these as we can get. A gold axe is the fastest axe besides netherite, I think. It doesn't last very long, but it doesn't need to. We are trading free gold now for a little bit of time, which is worth it, given we can probably get gold with enough time. We know where at least 2 bastions are, and for all I know, we might find another one on the way home. So, yeah, 27 blocks. Great number. Can go home feeling just wonderful. And we didn't go a step further. We can make this into slabs, right? Take all of these, and then take all of these. Oh, how do you... Is that not an option on Bedrock? Do that, and then do this, and then... do that, and then, you know, we got close enough, I guess. And now I've got 5 extra blocks that I can just put on the ground. Or in here, actually. There we go, yeah. Okay, so I've got plenty of slabs. Let's go on a bridging journey. Whee. So I'm going to try and bridge through the lava, because I think it will look awesome. It is not a good idea to bridge through lava. But I will survive. So you know what's funny is you can't actually peaceful switch. If I fall in the lava right now, or I get knocked in the lava, a peaceful switch won't save me. Lava still kills you on... Wait, does lava kill you on peaceful? I'm 99% sure it does. I know the void will still kill you on peaceful. You know, it's kind of a fun idea at this point. Like, what ways can you die on peaceful? You know, now that difficulty cheesing is so easy. Okay, there we go. Worked great for me. So we're gonna go this way. Oh, yes! Yes! It's the last biome I need, which means all I have to do after that is get home safely. And I am good at getting home safely. One of my many talents. I'm gonna now switch back out to my lesser food. And I just have to say, actually, I've set foot. Hey, challenge accomplished! Yeah, right now, I'd be like angsty, upset, I'd be like, and instead, I just achieved one of my big goals. Why would I do one instead of the other? Yeah, and interestingly, I really still am on the side of I think I probably shouldn't. Isn't that weird to look at your life being better and be like, but you know, was that the right call? I feel that way about like, well, I feel kind of the inverse. I feel like I've made my life really bad in some ways. And it's like, well, yeah, of course it was justifiable. But I wonder if that's like post-rationalization. If we make things hard, and then we just stubbornly, you know, insist that things must be hard all the time, because they are hard now, damn it. Yeah, it's an interesting thought. You know, the word post-rationalization, one of my favorites. I think it describes so much of what we humans do. I think we are rational beings, and we are so rational that we insist that irrational things we do must be rational in a way, and we come up with such great explanations for the borderline random things we do. And I love that about us. I think humans are such a quirky little animal. You know, if we were out on the if there was a zoo and humans were at it, you better believe aliens would be fascinated by us. Like, oh, look at this guy. He thinks that he can predict the stock market better than thousands of algorithms. What a clever cookie he must be. Okay, so let's tunnel around. And I think we're getting close to going back to our portal. And I know that we don't need to find anything else on the way, which is such a it's such a freeing feeling. By the way, I guess actually most unique food source I forgot to mention, but we've gone through, just in the Nether alone, cooked food, mushrooms, bread, and then also golden carrots. This is the most food complete playthrough of Minecraft, and I'm loving it. I should have made that one of my goals, really. Eat every type of food at least once. I think I've done that playthrough before, weirdly enough. I had a lot of fun doing it, actually. So, yeah, I am going to go somewhere. I guess I'll tunnel up through here. I think my coordinates I'm getting back to are like 200x. I can check, actually. We're going back to about 193 minus 39. So this way a bit, and this way a bit. So I think we are quite high up as we do that. So let's go quite high up. I'll bring some netherrack back with me, because, you know. Okay. I'll bring some netherrack back with me. And I hope that will go well. It's looking like it might not, but it'll be fine. But yeah, I think there's a lot of like, okay. Okay, oh god. I think there's a lot of ways in which we, you know, become damaged and then assume like, no, it's not damage. That it is a good thing that this has happened. Also, this is the wrong way. We need to get to minus. So we're actually going to the right. Wait, that can't be right, can it? Yeah, we're going to minus 39 on the. So we actually have to go right to here. I've been getting this wrong the entire time. I don't know how that's possible. I feel like I went so far. I guess I went quite far this way. So I guess if I had just continued going across the fortress, I might have made it home. But I can't think about that too much right now. What I can think about is how I'm going to get home. And so far, it's going well. I mean, outside of the nether rendering concerns. So yeah, okay, now that we're almost finished with the nether, shall I give my little review? My review of my time here? I think this is the longest I've spent continuously in Vibrant Visuals in the nether. We're coming up on an hour. I think it'll probably, by the time I leave, be just over an hour, or maybe exactly an hour. So I kind of go out saying, when you're in a scene like this, it's too bright. When you're in a scene that's like this, it's basically perfect, but it seems to go back and forth between the two. And there are moments where if there's something bright between you, if there's something bright behind the thing you want to see, you just can't see it. Your eyes are drawn towards the super bright thing in a way that I think is harmful. So it's this way, right? To get back home. I don't remember coming over this. I could have just gone over this the whole time. Yeah. Interesting to know. So let's just jump across here. And let's go back to the overworld. So yeah, I've got Oh, actually, I was going to go back from a faraway portal, wasn't I? That was a thing I was going to do. You know, we can still do it. Let's make a new portal, and let's see what's on the other side when we get back home. We have to be at least 100 blocks away, but that's easy enough to do, I think. We'll tunnel through it so I can, again... I'm getting attached to this world, so we're going to tunnel through here. And, there we go. We'll just do it, like, on that stretch over there. I'll deliberately use my netherrack to make a path over there. Just hope we don't fall down into that crack. Oh yeah, this is needlessly dangerous. This is ridiculously dangerous. What am I up to? Okay, well that's me being very silly. So I'm gonna hope the ghast isn't there anymore, or I could just kill him. Okay, there's 2 ghasts. So I'm gonna just go around, and I'm gonna place my portal, hopefully somewhere close in a straight line, so that way if it goes somewhere useful, I can come back through it. I think that is a good idea. I feel like it's a good idea, and so I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to extend my time in the nether. It was almost going to be an exact hour in here, but I'll spend a little bit more than an exact hour. You know, who likes round numbers anyway? Not me. You know, some people say that 6 is sexy. I think 7 is sexy. A straight-edged, you know, 7. I think there's a lot going on with that body type that we're not appreciating because of our focus on the curvy numbers, and I think that that's a big problem. So. Yeah, I think if we just went a little bit further this way, it'd be better. And so why don't we go a little bit further this way, actually? You know, I am the boss of my own. No! That's why I should have gone a little bit further this way. Okay, right here. Slightly inside the biome. I don't have a flint and steel. I don't know how I didn't grab a flint and steel. We can light wood on fire. For some reason, the nether wood is still flammable. It's fine. Okay, so... Obsidian. What happens if we place a block there? Does it go on top, or does it replace it? It goes on top. Perfect. 1, 2, 3. Then place some over here. And then place some there, and get down from this. Okay, so yeah, I have lava, I have wood. Let's do the same technique to get back out of the nether. I don't think I've ever done this in the nether before. It's fun that it works. It's enjoyable. Let's see what's in the overworld on the other side. So I guess I'll see you there. Hoping for good things. Oh, I'm Toy Cat. No, I'm not Toy Cat. Welcome to the overworld, or rather, under the overworld. I am now in a bit of a precarious situation because I just have an iron pickaxe which maybe has a block left in it. And I've got to try and find my way back out to the surface because that's where the other biomes are. I want to complete all of my tasks, and that means I need to go and find the surface, which isn't going to be made easy, I'm guessing. So I'm just going to try and find any leg of this cave that looks like it might go to the surface, and we're going to follow it there. Because this is a brand new world, we don't have to worry about like a big deep slate ceiling on it. And I guess we have to hope that we're lucky, although it doesn't look like we are. So we could maybe get lucky in the other way and hope for diamonds. But even then, I mean, like, yeah, this is not a good cave for me. I just need to get out here as quickly as possible. But I think the quickest way, because I literally have a pickaxe here, the quickest way for me is going to be by looking around for as long as I can get away with, and then switching out later. So let's just run down this entire cave, and let's hope that somewhere... Oh, actually... Okay, so we've got a diamond. Do we need a diamond? I mean, I guess in the sense that everyone needs a diamond. I'm gonna go for the diamond. Okay, this is a little foolhardy. I'll concede. I'll sit here. I'll crouch here even. I'm just gonna mine this diamond and hope the creeper doesn't mess it up. And oh, wait, the creeper did mess it up. Oh my god, did that actually just happen? I think that actually just happened. This is why you've got to inventory manage. Internet, I know I am the worst for this, but you can see I literally lost a diamond to that creeper. If I'd have had an empty inventory, or one spot even, then I wouldn't have had that happen just now. But I didn't have a free spot, and so I did. Side note, but in caves it's beautiful. This isn't because the caves themselves are that beautiful. It's because my render distance only goes that far. And so it doesn't know that there's more cave down there. In fact, I don't know there's more cave down there. I'm going to run down it to prove it to you. But yeah, fun fact. It's currently sunset based on what we can see through the skybox. And yeah, I don't know if there's an easy way for Minecraft to fix this issue. Besides just assuming that if you're below Y0, you can't see the sun at the edge of your distance. But even that wouldn't make perfect sense, would it? So I don't know what to do. What I do know, though, is I've just lost a piece of armor, and that I am praying that I can mine... Actually, I guess there's only 2 diamonds here. Please have a 3rd diamond back there, because then I can make a new pickaxe. I could use that to mine my way to the surface. Oh, no. Oh, that last diamond. It's not just that I lost a diamond. I lost the only... Oh, my God. I lost the only diamond, which I really should not have lost, because now I'm in a really rough situation that I have to make a wooden pickaxe to make a stone pickaxe to make an iron pickaxe so I can make a diamond pickaxe. I have to go all the way up the value chain, or I can hope... You know, yeah, let's hope we find another diamond in this cave somewhere. In fact, that's one there. Look at that. I'll just get a creeper to blow up that diamond. It's a 33% chance of dropping. This is the sort of insanity you get up to when you're playing Vibrant Visuals, but trust me when I say it's actually worth doing. So the creeper's going to come here. It's going to be at the edge of his range. I'm going to crouch to make sure it doesn't hurt. I'm going to see what that does. Okay, well, not very much, apparently. Let's try this again. So I'm going to make sure that the skeletons just do their own thing. Thankfully, they are. And then we're going to bring the creeper over here. We'll make a little block up for him. Okay, hopefully, there we go. Come on, do it. Damn it. This is so much harder than it seems. I could try to find a diamond on the ground. Oh, wow. This is a cool cave. I am glad that I came in here. However, yeah, my odds... My way of getting out here might have to be a wooden pickaxe. But you know me, I hate doing the wooden pickaxe, stone pickaxe, iron pickaxe grind. If you've been watching this long, you know that fact about me. And so you know what I'm about to do is... Oh, okay, diamond on the ground. Oh, this cave looks familiar. Like, it actively looks like I've been here before. Am I getting bizarre flashbacks? You know, I was starting to think, you know, like literally even diamonds being found on the floor there. It could be there's just only so many Minecraft cave looks, you know, and this is just a type of cave. Or that could be the weirdest thing, that there's, you know, like, is this like a sister seed of one I played before? Have I played this exact same seed before? Wildly unlikely. That's, you know, like, something's gone funky there if that's happened. But, yeah, I'm very curious. I'm gonna die, by the way. I have to be very careful while I'm in here. And so that's what I'm gonna do. I don't want to die. I'm trying to enjoy the graphics and the visuals. I'm not trying to die to them. Okay. So, Creeper, please come over here. I know this is a bit of a long shot. But if the creeper blows up here, it is a 1 in 3 chance, 1 in 3, that the creeper will drop the diamonds. And if the creeper just drops the diamonds, I'll have a diamond pickaxe without having to worry about all this BS. And I would love that personally. Okay, go for it, go for it. Oh, I just wasted a diamond. The good news is I have a spare, so... Yeah, pro tip, by the way, if you ever are looking for diamonds, I feel like because people still do the... Oh... Okay, if there's 3 diamonds here, then it's not a 30% chance anymore. It's basically guaranteed. I just need to get a creeper in this hole down here, let it blow up, and then no, I should just do the pickaxe thing, pick up those diamonds naturally, and then be a happy person. I think that's the way forward in my life. So I'm gonna drop those blocks on the ground, and then I'm gonna craft myself a wooden pickaxe. And the pain that I'm feeling right now, it is immense, but it is pain that I have to go through to learn not to do this in the future. Now we're gonna make a stone pickaxe. No, we have to make a wooden pickaxe. Mine, I think only 1 more of these, to be fair. Yep, that's enough for a stone pickaxe. So we can now drop this on the ground, don't need it ever again. Then we use the stone pickaxe to mine some iron, plus a furnace for it, because, you know, it's important. And then once we've done that, we can finally make ourselves a diamond pickaxe. You know, actually, do I need to? I've got a whole block of iron in here. Okay, so actually I don't need to. As it turns out, I was being very silly. So we'll just take these blocks out. I'm going to throw this on the ground, pretend I didn't do any of that, make an iron pickaxe. Remember that inventory management is key. And then we're going to jump back in that hole. And I'm going to come back with so many diamonds. And I don't actually know what I'm going to do with these extra diamonds. I just know I'm excited to have them. And once I've made this, I can make a diamond pickaxe with no guilt, no stress. Which would be great for making an enchantment table too, because I would like one of those. And then once I've got the obsidian for it as well. Yeah, this is great. I'm going to be able to enchant my stone tools, and I'm looking forward to doing so. Also, I keep picking up this damn netherrack block. I really do not want it. So now, diamond pickaxe time. Replace the iron pickaxe we just made with that. Although I could use that anyway. Put the diamonds in here. It's now full. So I'm going to take out, like, the seeds and put those on the ground. And now we're just going to go up to the surface. I don't care where we end up on the surface. I just need to be there. It'd be best to start from the highest point in this cave. But obviously that's easier said than done. This whole thing seems to specifically want to exist below Y0. And so if there's nothing we can do about it, there's nothing we can do about it. But let's scan the cave just a little bit further. There's a big ravine here. Shall I bridge over for the creeper? Let's do it. Anyway, pro tip, you can run through creepers. They usually blow up when you do it, but it's my favorite, like, seems risky but is actually pretty fine technique. I think Minecraft is full of things like that. Things that just seem like they should not work, but absolutely do. So yeah, here is one of the moments where Vibrant Visuals is starting to fall apart a bit. Again, the game isn't very good at approximating where terrain is if it's not actively there. Which, you know, like, to be fair, like, I'm not good at... It's hard to guess where things are if you don't know where they are. I've had many a terrible experience trying to do precisely that. You know, you really, really want to get somewhere and you don't have Google Maps. How are you getting there? It's just impossible. Side note, you ever see people navigate with, like, maps? Like, physical maps, and you're like, how do you possibly know where you are on that map? How do you ever conclude... You know, without GPS, like, I even think that even if we had Google Maps on our phone, just the lack of GPS on it would instantly make it, like, unusable for 90% of people. Like, we had to be so much better at maps before GPS. Can you imagine that they discovered new continents, literally places that hadn't been, you know, again, like, by their civilization, but can you imagine that we went to places that no human of our, you know, type had ever been to before, and then we were like, yeah, I reckon I'll just wing it. I reckon I'll make my way home. Do you know how insane and / or arrogant that sounds? But we just did it, and not only that, people were good enough at it that they came back and then managed to teach us things like California is an island, or other great truths that we took from these people for granted. Oh my god. Skeletons are the worst. But thankfully, he's gone now. So up to the surface we go. Hopefully we find a dripstone cave or something on the way there. I'm getting a little bit antsy about one of my achievements, you know, like I've made some great progress towards my table and everything, but I still am feeling a little antsy about my progress on that particular front. So I want to make sure that we make it. Yeah, I think that the fact that people got basically anything done is always kind of a testament to how much better life is now. Because it's not that, like, oh yeah, people thought they were doing such hard things. It was like, oh yeah, when you go somewhere new, you just need to remember some landmarks, or you'll never get home. You know, it's just a certain fact of life, right? And I think there's something... Also, should I use my torches? I should place at least one, right? You know, now that I placed the one, I'm going to really notice the darkness. I'm starting to think maybe I shouldn't have placed that torch. But I'll laminate... Ruminate? Not laminate. I'm going to ruminate on that later, I guess. But yeah, I think there's something to be said for getting stuff done with abilities that revolve around just, like, seeing the world and basing everything you do on that. Or rather, something to be said about the near insanity of it. But it's a type of near insanity I appreciate. I think in a world where we have all the information all of the time, sometimes it can be hard to, like, just sit back. You know, like, it can be hard to do actual anything anymore, you know? Like, when you're surrounded by feeds that are handing you everything that it thinks you want to see in a given moment, it's hard to work out what it is that you want to see in a given moment. You know, that's the rough thing about complaining about algorithms or whatever, right? Is that, like, you know, the simple argument people make is like, I'm not happy with what I'm seeing. But it's like, but the algorithm is specifically there, you know, programmed to try and make you as happy as what you're seeing as possible, so that you won't leave. And that's what makes it wild, in my opinion. That, like, oh yeah, we are so unaware of what makes us happy, that even if we are fed exactly what makes us happy, we are going to feel awful. Because I think a certain amount of happiness is feeling some negative emotion from time to time. Side note, but perfect time for a wandering trader to show up. What do you want to give me? Okay, not very much. I kind of like, I like your vibe though. I like what's going on here. If I had some hay bales, I'd love to trade them with him. but I don't. So now we're going to head back this way, I think is home. And I'm going to just pray that I find some other biomes on the way there. I really am going to pray, chat. I don't know how well I could do if I don't. I mean, I guess I could just open another nether portal further away. Yeah, that's not the worst of ideas, is it? Just go an extra few hundred blocks on the nether. See if I appear in the overworld somewhere different. And if I don't, then it'll just be an opportunity to have more fun. I've got a diamond pickaxe now, so getting obsidian is actually no impossible task. Yeah, actually, if we say it like that, it almost starts to seem smart, doesn't it? So I think I actually will break my nether portal in the overworld, and then I'll replace it near my house, because I'm going to be doing some nether shenanigans. And, oh, we're over here. I know exactly where we are. So there might be phantoms. I think I was in the nether for a real chunk of time. And so I do have to be cautious. Do I want to let phantoms spawn? Or do I want to go to sleep, even if it means not going to my portal? Some rough decisions coming my way, that's for sure. So, yeah, I think sometimes, you know, I think a lot of people say like, oh yeah, now literally no one has attention spans anymore. But I'm someone who makes a big case against that. I think the existence of this video and the fact that, you know, not dozens, not hundreds, but thousands of people, statistically speaking, have watched this by the time you're here. I'm making a really optimistic guess here. If only 60 people do watch this, then that's funny. But the fact that so many people have made their way here, in my mind, is proof. Also, just phantom time. Honestly, phantoms suck, but like, what are you gonna do about them? What can you do about them even? I think running away is the best solution. But yeah, I think that actually people have like I think some people have real long attention spans. I think the default attention span has gone down quite a bit. But there are still people, and you are one of them, I presume, that actually want to sit down and engage with something longer that has a journey involved. And I think that is something that speaks wonders to us. You know, in the same way that, like, yeah, most people are pretty happy being close to the things that they are, but also there's a joy in going on a road trip, right? There's a joy in, you know, like, you don't want to drive 2 hours every time you go to the store, but you might be fine driving. Okay, so I'm gonna have to eat. I'm gonna have to crouch just like this. Yeah, no problem for me. My shield's got plenty of durability. I'm gonna make some mushroom stew right now. And I'm going to hope that I actually do know my way home, because I'm starting to suspect I don't. Oh, okay, this is not where I thought I would end up. It works, but like, barely. So let's just come down the mountain. You know, that's where I'll be coming when I come. And here we are in a village, I guess. It works perfectly. The game, my poor directions, my map reading level directions, have led me to a village. And this village can lead me to a good night's sleep, I assume. Nice. But yeah, I think that actually there's a lot of attention span out there. Yeah, glad that the phantoms are dying, gotta say. No mourning from me. So I'm just gonna put my valuable stuff in a little special place. And yeah, that's good. I think that's freed up a lot of myself. And I think this is a separate blacksmith chest. I don't think I've been here before. I felt like I'd been... Oh, no, I have. Okay, this is this is the most evident sign that I have. And now it's actually a perfect time to be back, because I can combine these together, and that's great. And then we can take this chest plate, replace it with ours. I love these moments where you think you're leaving something behind forever, and then future you comes back in and takes it. Like, never have I seen a better argument for a long-term world than the cooperation that you can have with yourself. Which I've proven right here. So this is where the shipwreck is, which means this is the village I thought it was. I just have a really poor grasp on what is where in my world. Now we're going to go break our nether portal, and then place the blocks back by our house. Not that close, but like close-ish. And then we're going to go into the nether again, because I haven't found any new biomes. Apparently, if like 800 or 1,000 blocks or whatever isn't enough. Who would have figured? Who would have figured? So yeah, I can turn up my render distance now in the overworld again, I guess. If you're curious as to why it looks different, I did have to turn it down for the nether. I was having all sorts of issues. Let's hope I don't have those issues right now. I'll turn it up to 14 chunks. 10 to 14 should make a huge difference. And then we're going to go break our portal, and hopefully we're going to go make something wonderful of this one. But yeah, I think that there is a lot of long-form stuff that people really appreciate. And I think that there's always, you know, like, I think the popularity of TikTok makes a lot of people, because, you know, let's be honest, I think many people know the phenomenon that, like, oh yeah, like, it's not that everything on TikTok is dumb, but every time you hear something dumb from someone in the real world, and you ask, like, oh, where'd you hear that? They'll say, yeah, I saw it on TikTok. And I think it's probably because of the fact that, like, you know, if TikTok is, you know, like, maximizing your attention span, it's not even trying to maximize your good, like I was saying some algorithms do. It's like, it's just trying to maximize the time you spend there, and they'll work out how that makes money for them later, you know? Because attention is money in the at least in the advertising world. Also, where is this portal? I remember it being over here, but I remember incorrectly, apparently. I can always just break different obsidian, but no, this portal has to break or it's going to lead me back to it. So I can't just... You know, it's a nice roam across my world. Was it over here? Oh, man. I could check my own footage to find out where it is. But that's slightly confusing, if you ask me. So, yeah, if we go back just a little bit to part 2... if we go back to, like, hour 2, I should say, then where I should end up is about 1582 minus 310. So it actually was this way, another 100, 200 blocks. I'm very silly for not realizing that it was just over those hills. But yeah, going back just a little bit. Yeah, I think the truth is there's always been, like, you know, like, back when newspapers were popular, there's you know, I'm not going to name it, but there's a really popular newspaper that's just known for being information second, scandal, drama, story first. And no one, it's not a good source for anything. No one thinks it is. But it still is the best-selling newspaper, at least. Even now, I think it is true. Because, yeah, a large number of people aren't facts-driven first. But that doesn't mean that, like, oh, society is falling. It just means that, like always, there are some number of human beings who are going for the easiest thing. And I wouldn't even criticize the human beings. I'd say the world is hard. The world is complex. The world asks for so much for you, from you. I mean, it asks for so much for you too, if you're doing things right. But the world asks for a lot. And so ultimately, like, if the world is asking for so much anyway, then just turning off your brain for a little bit and going with the thing that is easy, you know, it makes a lot of sense, at least to me. And so I feel like it's the same with TikTok. Like, oh yeah, it's easy to criticize it, but if you have, like, you know, if you have just a little bit of time to spend on your phone and no attention span, it's actually perfect. There are moments where I'm like, so if I'm doing something that means I can't be in bed until like 1 AM, and presumably the thing is, like, you know, not fun, but it's like a thing I need to do. You know, I feel like I like to have like a chill activity before bed. You know, like, how can you live without the chill activity before bed? I think just before you sleep is the best time to, like, downwind. You know, some people actually can go straight to sleep and they're crazy people. But for most human beings, you know, having, like, a little bit of unwind time is great. But sometimes even just, like, oh yeah, watching a full-length YouTube video, too much for you. And sometimes it's great just to be like, here is some slop. Here is some stuff that people are making specifically to be interesting to you for 13 seconds at a time. Isn't that great? And the answer is, honestly, I don't know that it is. But I think it's interesting. I think it's an inevitable thing that also helps people in the long run. Like, if you get good at making 13-second videos, that serves a purpose in a 2-hour-long movie. That, you know, there is a possibility that someone who's making TikToks today will make the world's most epic film in 2035. I don't know how likely it is, but it's possible at least. You know, like any big platform starts to track really good and really bad. You know, something I thought about recently is, you know, while we're doing this, like, pseudo Let's Play, I want to talk about, there's something weird that happens when enough people start doing something, that you start to get, like, weird patches of advice that are, like, self-fulfilling. And my favorite example of this that I don't know why I started thinking about recently, but a lot of YouTubers will say the thing and I think genuinely believe it, and said for a while, like, the biggest piece of advice they could give is like, yeah, the best time to start YouTube is just after an update. That's when people want to see Let's Plays. And I remember this being just repeated ad nauseum all the time. But also, I don't remember any of these Let's Plays actually ever being successful. It was one of those, like, memes where it survived not because it was true, but it survived because enough people said it that surely if people are saying it, it must be true. And I wanna hopefully remind someone listening to this right now that people repeating things enough times does not make them true. It's a hard lesson to grip. You know, to gripe, I guess, isn't that horrifically unfair, right? But yeah, we're gonna go back to the nether, hopefully over here, hopefully get that last biome ticked off, and maybe if we're lucky, we could bring back a pet. Although it looks like I'm probably gonna need to put some extra wood down, just to make sure that this portal actually lights. I'll place a block over here too, just in case that helps. And there we go, portal is now lit. So how about we work on that house, huh? You know, I've been wanting to for a while, but now I think it's the right time. Now I think the time has come to work on the house. And let me tell you, I have some big, beautiful plans. I think you've all seen how my basement's gone and you agree that it's wonderful. But I think I can do even better than that for the rest of this. So I'll put my iron in here with that, perfect. And I should also put my other, actually we should go break a bookcase or something. But yeah, what we're gonna do is we're going to take out our glass and we're gonna start using our wood to make something beautiful. So, do I have any dirt? Yes, I do. Let's really decide where the inner walls of this dirt thing will be, because this will be what the floor effectively is. So I think it's going to go from here. So this is going to be the size of the house. I'm going to build an inner square dirt footprint on which everything else will rest. Side note, but look at my shadow as I'm placing. It's amazing. You can see the shadow of me as I'm literally placing blocks. It's just so cool that that's how that works. We'll finish up with some blocks over here, I guess. And then, oh, I've got one more dirt block. Let's get rid of that. And then let's start building the house. So I want to have big columns of each of the blocks in these corners. So pale oak in this corner, pale oak in this corner really makes the most sense. I've got my guy, the creaky, over there. And then what I want to do after this is I want to start using some of these planks and making something which is inspiring, you know? I remember there was a few years ago a big movement of like, no, there's only one way to make a house. And I'm really glad that, like, as a community, YouTubers really moved back in the opposite direction. It's like, no, actually, if you make that one house that everyone else makes, it's clear you're making houses for other people and not for you. And I think that is actually something that's always true. Is we sometimes make standards, and we forget that the purpose of the reason we make rules as a society, the goal should be to move us forwards, not to move us backwards. I think I built too many this way, but that's fine. But instead of being corners of the house, like they are over here, what we could do instead is we'd have them be like, you know, one wall of each of this is going to be each of these blocks. So we'll make some more of these and just place over there. And I'll make some dark oak planks for the front of it. And we'll just have every wall be a different type of wood. Yeah, this is a really good idea that I've accidentally just had. And I like it quite a bit. Yeah, I think sometimes, like, having a good plan and executing on it is really cool. But sometimes it just feels so good to be like, what? Let's go over the wind. Let's see how it feels when we do it. And I'm amazed to say that in this case, it has also been successful. Now we need to carve out a door from this. Obviously, gonna go like over here somewhere. And then we need to make an interior floor plan, which I'm gonna need some block to actually make out of. Now, the logical thing to use for your floor is netherrack, but I'll resist and I'll use some polished deep slate instead. Maybe some polished deep slate slabs would go nicely here. Yeah, I think that'd be good. Simple blocks are what I like to use, and Minecraft, thankfully, is being very, very accommodating on giving me said simple blocks. Oh, really messed that one up. So let's just place enough deep slate slabs to allow me to get to my basement. 1, 2, 3, And then we'll kind of build around the basement rather than on top of it for now. Ooh, I can hear some dodgy noises. Hopefully they're not dodgy for me. And there we go. Now we've got a way in and out of the house. It's a bit dodgy, but like everything that's dodgy, there's something good underlying it, I would say. Okay, so let's grab our diamonds now. Oh yeah, we've got such a good stack of bundles. Plus 20. Yeah, this is perfect. This is exactly what I need in every sense of that word. I've now got 21 gold plus 2. I could do some, you know, trading with that, I guess, is maybe what I should be doing. And I'm going to go get myself a book so I can make an enchantment table, because then I can live one of my other dreams. Amazingly, visiting 20 biomes looks like it's going to come after enchanting stone tools. Isn't that some world we live in? And then also we could probably get our hands on a pet quite easily. In fact, actually, how about I just get myself a pet villager? You know, like, rather than being around the bush in all these ways. Do I have string on me? I bet somewhere in here at the bottom, right? No. I don't have string, amazingly. Was there some in my chest? But, yeah, I feel like what we could just do is we could just take a villager home with us. I feel like there's lots of valuable things that villagers have. Wouldn't it be great if we had those valuable things too? Also, it's been a while that I've been on the same food. Do you think we should switch sauce? My goal today, you know, ever since I ate that first melon, I knew my calling in life would be to eat different foods. And so what am I doing eating mushroom stew still? Nothing very much, that's what. But yeah, let's find the best villager. Ideally, there is one actually of the, what are they even called? The brewing stand guys? Pretty sure that's their name. Oh my gosh. Yes. Too many emeralds. Oh, do I not want to put those emeralds in there? I might not want to. Yeah, 22 emeralds. So let's switch over to bread for a bit. I like this bowl. Don't get me wrong. But you know what I like even more? I love a good munch on some bread. Especially when the villagers make it for me. So yeah, if I want to take a villager from here to home, I'm going to need to grab a lead. Oh, that village, the wandering trader literally had some leads with him. I should have sheared them off him. Or even just killed the llamas or whatever. I had the option, but I didn't take it. And now I'm starting to get a bit of regret, if I'm being honest. But yeah, what I'm going to do instead then is... Yeah, I was really hoping that I would find a villager here today. But I know I'll find a bookshelf if not. So we can finish our enchanting tools stream. This place usually has a bookshelf in it somewhere. I am wrong today though. I must be mixing this up with the other two-story building. Yeah, that guy's going in there. Okay, look at this. This is the house. That is some books for me. And I'll just take them all, like, do I need any more? So this is sharpness 2, which I'm not going to go for. But I could buy right now if it was so good. And if I want anything else, I'm going to need to bring a... Or, is there an easier way to get villagers from here to home? I could put them in the boat and then row them to the river, and then... Yeah, that's probably just fine. So I'm going to do a little bit of a kidnapping right now. Again, just a little bit. Internet, don't try and make me feel like I'm the bad guy when I'm saving this villager. But I'm just going to put him in a boat. Or put the boat down. And say, oh no, villagers, I learned of a plot to kill you from these other people. The only way to... Also, the skin bug keeps coming back. Oh no, the only way to save you is if I get you in the river. Yeah, Mr. Villager, you'll be pleased to know that I have your interests at heart right now. And that's why I'm taking you away from here and towards my home. Eventually, I should get him far enough away that he'll lose his job. I'm hoping. But in the meantime, this works just fine too. You know what? Yeah, just great. I can't get any further than that now. But now when I do get leads, it'll be easy too. Okay, so to the nether we go, I guess. No, actually, no. Enchanting stone tools. If I'm going to the nether, I should go fully enchanted stone tools. I just think it would be cool. And how can you not agree with that? So this is the moment we've been waiting for. I'm going to have to place some blocks down on the ground just to make this make sense. So a little corner over here. Just make a nice little corner for it. Including the blocks that we're going to go next to. Then we use the crafting table. And we say, okay, once we take the diamonds out, it should be possible. Now I can officially make 3 enchantment tables. I think just 1 is fine. And that is very exciting. Look at this. It's going to go right in the corner there. And now if I want to, I don't have any lapis. Oh no! So I guess I should go back through that other portal, mine the lapis in the cave, and then go make a 3rd portal yet. Yep, that's what we're going to do. So even though I thought I was about to tick a goal off, I got ready for it. I got that animation ready to put on screen. We're going to have to put that away for now. And instead, let's go back to the nether. Whee! Yeah, I've got to say, I like this long form of video too. I really like the chill vibes that it allows us to have. And I am definitely taking the idea of long form content a little bit too seriously. You know, a little bit too extreme. But it's what we've got to do. Also, the nether lag, every time we switch dimension, Minecraft has recording lag issues. Sorry if you notice them. I'll try my best to cover them up for this video. Also, look at the nether. It's just dark and spooky. It's like, oh no! Oh! Did you see that? That was a very, very dangerous setup. Glad it didn't end dangerously. Well, I mean, it ended dangerously, but not deadlily. Just keep on placing until we hit good times. So, yeah, I guess we can also keep placing this way, even though... Oh, no, that's why we shouldn't. So now we're going back into the nether, back out of the nether, then back into the nether. And then we'll just do that a billion times. Do the hokey pokey, turn around. That's what it's all about, you know? Sounds good. Whew. Okay, so it's going to be a little bit laggy. Just a little bit. But I know I saw some lapis while I was in here. It's a cave, how could I not, right? So do you see the lapis? Because I sure don't. It's such a shame. There we go, lapis. It's an easy block to get. And now, it's finally possible. Or, were there more diamonds that I could have mined, but didn't? Maybe, should I go get those? No, I'm not going to. Weirdly, I don't think it's worth my time. I think, once you get your first diamond tool, you know, the rest of the diamonds are just for fun. You know, like, get a bunch of them, or get none of them. What, 1 diamond? Not worth getting out of bed for. That's my hot take. It is a very hot take. The perfect take for when you're in the nether, I would say. Ooh. Yeah, switching dimensions just feels kind of ugly. I don't know how to describe that one. Obviously, that's my YouTube background speaking when I say ugly. Because I'm very aware that some things cause people to enjoy or not enjoy a video more or less. And one of those things is definitely like, if a video, you know, like, there's something about, you know, the same way that like, you know, like, me while I'm super tired can be entertained by just, you know, pure slop. Or how children... Oh, is that ancient debris? No, it's not. It's a very weird looking block. So we're just going to tunnel into here a little bit from the outside world. We'll pick up some netherrack that we'll do something with. And then the basic plan is that we should end up at least 100 blocks further in than we came in. Hopefully we can follow that plan. Okay, so 93. It's decent, but we'll just go way further. I want to go so far. Okay, this way. So I'm gonna go around this. Future me might burn, but it means that current me gets light, and I really like the nether when it's got light on it. I think it's a great dimension for it. And then out here, this is the perfect place for a portal. I don't see how there could be an issue of me just making one here. And so let's just make one right here. Yeah, what could go wrong? I don't think anything could go wrong. That's what I reckon. So, place the blocks. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Place some wood on the other side, because I am doing this basically constantly now. Just my life is lighting nether portals and hoping that they burn just right. There we go, easy peasy. No more wood fires, no more me fires, and hopefully my 19th and 20th biomes. Oh my god, not a cave again. Man, the game really does not like me. So it's really hard to get back from this too. Unless actually, no, it's not. I could just make the water into the... This is so perfect. The game hates me, but at least it likes me enough to make my portals make some sense. I need to now get 10 obsidian, which I need to do by... Oh no. So that's 1 obsidian. I need to just get 10 obsidian by doing this. It's rough, but it's what you gotta do, right? It's one of those tasks that is a little bit frustrating, but ultimately is worth your time. So now we'll just place these blocks here to make the water spill out further, to make sure we get more obsidian. In fact, we'll do this a few times. Oh, that did the opposite, but it works. Because now I can come in here, and I just have to mine 9 obsidian. So, in the meantime, you guys, what's the deal with airplane food, am I right? You know, it is funny. I feel like airplane food is some of my favorite. Like, you can do bad plane food. Like, I learned recently the budget for, I think it was for Lufthansa, the big German airline. So it's like a premium German airline. Their budget for catering for a business class passenger is like €10 a person, which is pretty impressive when you think about like how good air quotes business class food is meant to be. But their catering for economy is like €2, and I'm impressed at that. Like, ignoring the logistics of getting food onto a plane and the fact that you can only reheat it using what can be described generously as a slow cooker. Like, ignoring the rough logistics of that, it's like, yeah, eating €2 worth of food, you know, like, I don't know, like, microwave meals, I used to, you know, I'm such a big stan for microwave meals. If you don't know about that about me yet, now you do. I am the microwave meal's biggest defender. The microwave meal has saved me from so much in my life, and one day it will save you too. You know, I hope that you have enjoyed hearing about my Lord and Savior. Okay, so where am I right now? I don't want to fall off the edge. I really don't want to fall off the edge. So we'll just leave that portal there, and we'll go in a different direction. That seems like the most logical thing to do to me. But yeah, the microwave meal is such an amazing invention. When they're like halfway decent, that's still incredible if you think about it. Like getting a halfway decent microwave food that you can just store in the fridge forever, that has a very fixed price. And specifically, I think nowadays you call it meeting your macros if you look after your, you know, like, you know, the amount of food you're putting in your body and like what it is. But like, it's really easy to measure what you're putting in your body with microwave meals because they literally make a million of them at the same time. Whereas like, if you try home cooking, it gets really hard to measure, you know, anything because like, how much oil are you putting on? A tablespoon versus a teaspoon is a ludicrous difference in fat and calories and stuff like that. And so yeah, I'm a defender, a big defender, you know, a huge fan of the microwave meal. Low though its status may be, societally speaking, its status in my heart is very, very high. And yeah, I think that the microwave meal is one of the most revolutionary inventions. But what I also think, I forgot where I was taking that for, but it doesn't matter because it gave me an opportunity to talk about microwave meals, so I'm pretty happy at this point. But yeah, I feel like, oh yeah, so I was talking about plain food, and the idea that like, yeah, actually, I think that finding, like, I feel like being as good as plain food, what, okay, so Dripstone Cave, biome number 19, that's cool. I just have to pray that on the surface there's something else. Is it? Oh, actually, no! Oh, we're gonna do it! This is an amazing 20th biome to end it up in. But look at this! Hey, biome 20 reached! And also some shrieking activated. I'm gonna hope that there's an ancient city around here. I'm not gonna hold my breath that there will be. But it would be nice if there was, right? I hate that it's not the nether. I just want to light these spiders on fire. Although I needed leads anyway, so actually, you guys are quite handy in this moment. Just give me your string. Don't give me your spider eyes, whatever you do. And, oh yeah. I think that there's a chance. So that's my second shriek. You only get 4. My plan is... Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, the darkness effect. Really interesting interaction with vibrant visuals. Honestly, looks kind of jarring. It looks like the sky in a way that isn't very good. So down there, is that an ancient city? Because an ancient city is so worth going to. Like, even if just for the fun, right? I think they're a great place to check out. You know, I like ancient cities almost as much as I like microwave meals. Yeah, this cave feels like it would lead me to one. It gives that impression. But yeah, it's a great opportunity because Vibrant Visuals, one of the fun things they have, is this emissive look for Skulk. Oh. Should we take a peek down there? I think we should take a peek down there. Man. That's something. Should I... It's such a pain to get back, but I want to know so bad. What's down here? Oh, it's an ancient city! Oh. I've struggled so hard to find ancient cities in the past, and I just never portaled into one. I mean, it's technically... It works, I guess. It technically works. So I've got to be very careful. I get one warning, and then I'm kind of toast. So all I need to know is if I climb up there, I'll be fine. Do I have a hoe? I don't, but I need to make a hoe. So should I? I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna go for this chest here. Get myself some nice unbreaking mending leggings, and other side too. You know, it seems great. And then I'm getting out of here. I think that is a perfect ancient city trip. If you know that you don't have more to lose, oh, sorry, if you know you have a lot more to lose and not a lot to gain, it's like gambling. I think I mentioned this earlier. The best strategy literally is the moment you get a big win, you should just get out. Your odds, okay, so there we go. That's one of the reasons why. So I'm gonna run very quickly away from there. I don't know how well that will go for me, but I do know it is what I am going to do. I'm going to try and stack up very high away from him. I'm going to go back into the dripstone cave from which I came. And I'm hoping he does not follow. I'm out of the... So now that I'm out of the deep dark, I think I've probably removed my biggest fear, right? Am I correct? That now we can just tunnel this way. Place some blocks this way. And then we just start tunneling, and he's not going to find me. Yeah. I think that's how this works. I don't think there's any way he's finding me in this cave. And so now all I have to do is get back to where I was, which will be... Oh, I don't know. He's getting pretty close, right? Do you hear that? How is he getting close? Okay, he's not close anymore. So we're just going to tunnel upwards a little bit. I don't think I was at Y17, so maybe I should just tunnel sideways. I'll pick up some cobblestone, because my house could probably do of the work. Oh, look at that. Yeah, just some nice diamond leggings. A little bit of a flex. Very small one. And yeah, I think maybe drop the cobble deep slate for more cobblestone later. For now, I'm just waiting for the warden is gone signal, and then I can go back to living my life. I think I actually was quite high up in the cave. I think I was at like Y35. So if I just dig upwards, I should end up back where I was. This is why keeping track of your coordinates is important, by the way. I didn't do a perfect job with mine, but I did a good enough job that I can say I've achieved another goal. And that's what I like to hear. That's what I like to say. But I think I am wildly mistaken about this leading anywhere good. Is it the same cave from before? Oh, there's a geode here. That's nice. See, I think walking back would be such a disaster. Yeah, I thought about something recently. One of my friends he's still around there. One of my my internet friends from Minecraft actually. They posted something recently like, yeah, actually, because I've been sick recently, I'm just not able to. Also, silverfish spawn, so we're below a mountain of some form. That's a cool discovery. Yeah, I'm gonna go back this way and just hope for the best. What will the best look like? Well, let's find out. But yeah, I want to... Oh, yeah, look at that. It's the geode. Is it the same geode again? They posted something I thought was interesting, which is like, oh yeah, sorry, I can't give attention to all of the, people and causes that need it here. And like, they didn't post that much, so I got the impression that they were therefore using the social media as a way to like keep up with like big causes they felt they needed to care about. And but I feel like that's an interesting like flaw in the being like a carer archetype, right? In the same way that if you've got like real indecisiveness, the best thing someone can offer you is like Netflix or Games Pass. Like you can have as much of everything as you like all of the time for a fixed monthly subscription. Is the best way to deal with indecisiveness is say you can have anything you want all the time, because you're not actually going to have anything you want all the time. In fact, you're probably going to have... Oh god, this cave is going to be a nightmare. I can sense it already. I really can. I'm just going to roam right past all of this. Oh, dear God. Okay. If I just get to the nether before anything bad happens here, I'll be fine. Oh, dear God. Into the nether we go. So that is what the ancient city and the deep dark effect look like with this effect on. It was a very fun use. Oh, Lord. What's happening to me? I need to take out my bowl. Or, you know what? Should I switch to another food source again? I would love to, but I shan't. I'm going to make some more stew. I'm going to come home this way. And I don't think I ever need to go there again, but it's nice to know that it's there if I need it, you know? Yeah, I'm going to use mushroom stew just to heal myself up to full. And then once I'm at full, I might switch out to golden carrots. I feel like they're a premium food source. And after my premium journey today, maybe it's exactly what I deserve. Now, here's the interesting decision. I have gold. I could trade with piglins. I got a small chance of getting pearls. They might give me obsidian too. But I think I'm going to choose to trade with villagers instead. Because I can trade my gold for emeralds, which I can then get pearls from. And so it's a bit of a ballsy decision. But I'm going to take it. Just have to blast you. Back to sender. Okay, no I don't. And this way we shall go. Okay. Nice. So this... No, over here. That is where I need to be. And as long as I don't mind taking a bit of a fall, I can be there right now. And you know, why am I so concerned about taking a fall? You know, I'm not... I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be just fine. Yeah, look at me. I'm more than fine. And now I can run all the way home. And if I really believe in myself, my portal should link to the exact place that I want it to. If I got really concerned, I could move this portal to be closer. That's not a terrible idea, but I'm not going to do it. Let's just hope. Step one is optimism. We assume that it won't, in fact, make a portal in the wrong place. And it looks like it did. We are somewhere in the middle of the forest. So I'm just going to break this, and we'll try again somewhere else. Yeah, it takes a while to break, though. Man, it's kind of cool. It looks like it's daytime thunder and lightning. Is that what's happening right now? I think it might just be. Oh, yeah, we are... Okay, we are out of slots for things. And it is causing me stress. Okay, make the last bowl of mushroom soup. Take out this, put that in a pile there. Then put the obsidian in there, and we're good. Okay, so now I need to move my nether portal. But that's assuming I ever have to go back. Which I don't think I do. I've got my blaze rods. So I just need my ender pearls, and I can go and get that elytra. Yeah, we are in the end game now. Which is kind of sad. I'm becoming so attached to this world. I don't know what I'll do when I accomplish my goals. But you know, having the goals there is important. But what will I do without them now? I'm building such a cute start to a world here. Why would I just let it go? That seems illogical, does it not? But we'll do what we must do. And sadly, that's how it must be. Okay, so this is a creeper. No concern about him. I'm going to actually pick up, if I've got some spare inventory space, and I've got one slot, let's pick up some leaf litter just for the furnaces. It's cheap to run, it makes things work, and oh, hello, baby zombie, my favorite woodland critter. Yeah, it's very cheap to fuel. And that's what I think I need right now more than anything. So, back to the home, we shall go. Maybe even, if we want it to be a little fun. No, I think that my third pet is definitely going to be, I think it's definitely going to be my new friend. Yeah, I think that's definitely what we're going for. So now we're going to go straight home, enchant stone tools, and tick off another item from our list. Yeah, I think we are. Yeah, I think we are. So that is now enough string to craft. No, it's not quite enough string for a lead. I don't like the daytime thunder. Definitely not loving the mobs that are spawning everywhere. But in theory, I could get a skeleton trap from it, so maybe I should be less judgy. Although, what would I do with a skeleton horse? Actually, no, I'm going to go full back into judgy mode. A skeleton horse would be a very cool pet. I would love if I could have one. But actually, do I need one in the slightest? I'm lying to myself if I don't say the answer is no. So we'll put the bowl back away. And now it's stone enchantment time. I've got the levels. I just need the tools and the inventory space. So I don't have string in here, but I'll put like my miscellaneous garbage in here for now, including that string and this cobbled deep slate. And now we can make the stone tools that we're going to be enchanting from. Yeah, this is exciting. This is a big moment. I've been, you know, this was just a fun goal when I started the world, and that fun goal is about to be reality. So yeah, when a lot of people, when they get tools, they're like, okay, let's save our enchantments for the best diamond gear. But you know what? Nah, actually, how about we don't do that? How about we get some nice efficiency 1 stone tools? How about we appreciate those tools for what they are too? That's what I want to do. So this is my enchanted set of stone tools. I think I might be missing one. I am. It's the pickaxe. Ah, of course. How could I forget? The most valuable tool, the one that saved me from a jam that one time. Also, there's a wandering trader. That's very handy. It did save me from a jam that one time. And so let's get an efficiency 1 stone pickaxe. Another goal accomplished. Yeah, 3 goals down, 3 goals to go. So I'm going to try and sleep in my house, if the game lets me. It is thunderstorming, so it does. It's one of those weird quirks of rules you never really get to take advantage of. It's weird, if you can sleep in a thunderstorm during the day, does that mean you can skip the day instantly? In theory, if you got like thunderstorms every day in a row, over and over again, could you get to day 100 as, you know, really, really fast? I digress. Okay, so this right here is a llama, and that, to me, signifies, look at this stone tool, just so good at getting me some leads. This signifies that now I can do what I've wanted to do for a while. I don't just want to have stone tools. I want to be able to use those stone tools to commit a little bit of kidnapping. So, you know, kidnapping is a bad term. So I'm going to use the term saving a refugee instead. Again, you gotta be able to reframe these things. But yeah, there is a you know, a whole village over here. Also, the water is looking very funky. There's no water there. I'm crazy. I was like, oh, this is the weirdest bug I've seen. But I am the weird bug. So I'm now gonna pick out my golden carrots. Gonna enjoy this very high quality food we have. Yep, 1 golden carrot, 2 golden carrot. And now I should be done with hunger for a while. But yeah, we need to get this guy out of the water and over to my home. So it's actually a whole pain to get villagers out of the water this way. Like, even if we get quite high up, the water tension kind of keeps him in there. But still, we're now going to bring him all the way over, little by little. Up the sides of mountains is easy enough to do. For now, I guess. Should we use some cobblestone to make some pillars up? I think that'd be quite satisfyingly old school. A little bit higher, please. Out here. And we want them over this too, so we'll stack up, and then over here. And so yeah, this is my 3rd pet internet. I think, like, is there a rule against humans being pets in Minecraft? I think that, 1, we make the rules so we could argue they are. But if we're trying to argue in good faith, right? You know, the rule is we need 3 pets. I think the creaking counts as a pet. I think the wolf definitely counts as a pet. And I think that, you know, my boy Walter over here, he hasn't got a name tag yet, but his name is Walter. I have named him. Like, I'll take him to the vet soon, make sure he gets his chips and all that, you know, make sure he's neutered and spayed. But, like, I think my boy over here totally counts as a pet. I think it's hard to argue he does not. Yeah, and then let's even find him a nice spot over here, shall we? So be quite careful about what happens next. Let's find him a nice spot down here. Okay, so there we go. And look at this. We've got a free range. In fact, this isn't just my basement anymore. This is now Walter's home. So to make sure that Walter doesn't leave his home, because it would be a safety risk and all that, I'm going to make sure that there is no direct route out of there. Looks like we've probably achieved that. You might be able to climb on this block here, so just be careful. Now we can officially let Walter be a... Oh, actually, no. This is the sort of danger I just don't want him being exposed to. Now Walter can be a free-range villager, like he was always born to be. There we go. And so, if I'm going to have a free-range villager, like you know I want to have, I'm going to need to make sure that he has a good job, so he can, you know, pay to support himself. A good job in this case means having a brewing stand around, and so let's put one of those in this corner here. You can live next to this if you want to. Hey, look at that. He's got a great job. And now I can use my emeralds as much as I don't want to. It just feels bad. It'd be great if we could sell all those rotten fleshes, but we're not going to get them. Although there was a zombie spawner in that one cave. If you know, honestly, it'd be worth doing at some point. But just, we buy enough of these, we forget about the pain. And then we take out our gold blocks. We've got 3 of them, which means 9 trades worth. And so again, we need to put more stuff away in here. For now, this works great. So 3 pets have been achieved, by the way. Walter now has a job, and he's pretty successful at it, if I do say so myself. But even more than just being a successful at his job man, I want to make him someone who is useful to the overall operation here. And so that's why Walter... Oh, I have to sell even more of these. That's why my boy Walter here is actually going to go a step further. Is this a... Yeah, this is the right trade. Not this. Just this. I mean, I needed lapis earlier. If only I had Walter. It would have all made more sense. But yeah, what we get... Actually, I think I should have just done that in the first place. I went on a whole mission. But let's not think about it. Let's just buy some lapis. And there we go. Ender pearls unlocked. 2 of them for just 11 emeralds. What a steal. What a deal. I probably could have cured someone, honestly. Might have had a better time if I did that. But that's a thing we could think about another time. For now, let's make 1 blaze powder. I have to be careful he doesn't get knocked off the edge here. Let's put some goodies away, including this. Because, you know, actually, let's not put that away yet. Because I think we've earned something that's been a long time coming. I think that all of this work that we've done has earned us a jukebox. That's a note block. A jukebox. I think that it's a waste of a diamond for some people's eyes and ears. But for me, it's the perfect use of this. And so, are you ready to listen to Minecraft's best disc? No, I don't like that Newcast one. I don't know. No one thinks it's their favorite, and you shouldn't either. See, he's loving it so much. Man, this is definitely my favorite pet. I've got to say, by far, absolute favorite. He listens to music with me. You know, he gives me good things to work from in my world. And I've got IF Enders that I can use to go and find my Ender portal. That's exciting, huh? So, I guess before we do that, we should finish our house. You know, there's no point getting an elytra, but not having a house to which to place it in. And so what we're going to do is take our birch wood, which I think we put in the chest for some reason. Where did I put the birch wood? I definitely had birch wood. I mean, I've got dark oak here. I don't need that so bad. We've got pale oak here. Don't need that so bad. Okay, let's put these inside the chest. Yeah, I definitely had other wood types. But we could just use these 2 over and over, I guess. Yeah, that'll look fun by itself, won't it? That'll be an interesting design decision. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it kind of looks like we're going for like a 2-tone house. And that's perfectly fancy enough for me. Oh man, such a banger. I can't believe I'm having such a good evening, chat. I'm getting to listen to this absolute banger, and I'm getting to listen to it while I build one of my dream houses. What more does life need? You know, I think that's why Minecraft is beautiful. You just have these moments of absolute glee, absolute joy. You know, you get surrounded by all your pets, all the people that your cool friends, and honestly, what more does life need than this? So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make quite a controversial decision here, and I think I might rip out these stone floors here. Specifically, actually, let's use our stone pickaxe for a bit. We did make it for a reason, right? Oh, look at this, efficiency 1. Oh, it's killing it. Oh, it's absolutely killing it. And I think we're going to replace that, and we're instead going to go for a cobblestone floor. I think that there are some things that are just so beautiful because they are old school and have been done. You know, I feel like the cobblestone floor is just a must. And so that's why we're going to do it. We're going to fill in the floor with cobblestone. Because I think that some houses need some old school charm. If we're gonna use the new woods in the construction, the least we can do is make everything else just a little bit more interesting. And this is a great way to do precisely that. I love old school Minecraft houses because, to tell you the truth, I was never building big Minecraft bases. This is a type of old nostalgia that isn't nostalgia for me because I never had the original feeling. And I think that's a real shame. I think that I missed out on that nostalgia. And so let's collect it right now. Let's bank it. You know, if I've got this perfect house anyway, let's turn it into something special. So let's make a whole bunch more cobblestone slabs. Then let's go to sleep. Or maybe let's not. And then let's finish up this floor. Yeah, I think the best way to show that you care about the future is to represent the past. And then to totally burn it, and then show that that's... You knew the past, it's not that you didn't get the past, you just felt that you could do better. And so that's why you're going to take this like rustic design and really up it to a whole new level. Side note, again, loving the sunsets. Definitely going to be able to take great advantage of that from my great old windows. Which actually, maybe we should start building now. Maybe now is the time to put those in. Also, do we need to even have a floor in the middle of this house? Or can the basement suffice? Ooh, apparently the basement cannot suffice for me. Also, by the way, in this, doesn't it look like I have enchanted netherite tools? It kind of does, right? It really looks like I have enchanted netherite tools. I think if people skip ahead to this part of the video, as long as they don't see the names. Although even that, I could fix with an anvil, right? I think this is a really fun idea. I think this is one of my favorite ideas I've had. But yeah, let's kick Walter out of bed so that I can use it instead. And now it's the dawn of a new day. Which means the dawn of a new me. Quite literally, because after 4 hours, I decided to get some rest. I was planning, and you might have noticed in the intro, I said, this will be about 3 hours of vibrant visuals. But like any good project, it takes longer than expected. And honestly, I'm not hating that. I think that in some way, you know, I think it's always a little bit of like, ooh, is something meant to take longer than it should? But I feel like this world is such a delight to play that I'm not actually that bothered about it. The only thing I am worried about is maybe getting some sequencing wrong. That is to say, maybe, you know, like I really want to get myself a situation where I can, you know, like have the end, you know, defeated, but I have to wait overnight because you can only trade so many pearls a day. I'm worried about that, and so today I'm going to make sure it's not a worry because I'm going to make a brand new diamond axe. I'm gonna do it. I've decided that as much as I love my stone axe, it probably won't chop enough wood to actually make a difference, like I'm intending it to. Okay, side note, but I think I want to make sure the glass effect is clear, I think I'm going to take my dark oak planks, and I'm actually going to fill out the center here, just to make sure that there's no visibility outside of the glass coming from the sides, to make sure that the house looks as atmospheric and vibrant as possible. Yeah, you can see the shadows come in much better now, and hopefully that reflects into something good. We could also make a nice glass floor, you know, kind of cover to the basement. I think there's a really good idea in there somewhere. Or we could specifically only let light into the basement through this window and have the top of it covered up. Yeah, I like that idea a lot. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to make ourselves a diamond axe. I am going to enchant it. I know, it's not even a requirement, not even one of my goals, but I am going to go above and beyond my own goals and enchant this, specifically hoping to get the best thing possible. I guess efficiency is that for now. And then we're going to put as much as we can away because we are going on a big journey today. So I guess that goes in there. I guess this joins it. And yeah, I am really looking forward to seeing the end result of this house. And I'm not going to rush it. I'm going to build something which is truly beautiful, at least, you know, to my standards, to be clear. It's not going to be beautiful to your standards. But really, if you think about it, in the modern age, isn't loving myself the real beauty? I think you'll find that's what people say online, at least. Okay, so the house has some very lovely features in it right now, but we're going to leave it... No, I'm going to quickly stock up my furnaces, which are still hanging around outside. Half of this goes in there, half of this can go in here, I guess. And that just makes sure that I can do all of my smelting that I might need to in the future. So then I'm going to work on the roof of this, which I have some very delightfully beautiful plans. But first, yeah, we're going to have to take out my saplings. Oh, I left those in the chest. So I was going to start growing a bunch of wood, but I guess it's fine not to right now. So yeah, I'm very excited on the dawn of a new day. I do have to say, there's a part of me... Does anyone else have this? Like, I've been looking forward to this for a while, but then as I, like, went to do it, knowing, like, I've got a big task ahead of me, specifically killing the Ender Dragon, I feel like killing the dragon for videos, like, I've got, like, a bit of a weird thing about it. There's been so many dragon bugs over the years that have, like, killed me and wasted so much progress that I find myself being like, you know, let's procrastinate doing it. Like, it's been a while since those have existed, but I could be the only one like this. But I feel like when there's a task that I kind of want to do, but I'm worried it will go poorly, or like, you know, I just kind of don't want to do in some way, I just start doing loads of other stuff. I'm never as productive as when I'm actively trying to dodge a task, and it's a bit of a funny thing, honestly, because I wish I could harness that energy anywhere else. Like, I've got so much done in the last 45 minutes because I'm specifically like, yeah, do I really, really want to be, you know, like, fighting the dragon right now? Imagine if it goes poorly. The whole video might be worthless if people think to themselves, yeah, this Toy Cat guy is cool, but the dragon, you know, I saw his fight there. If he can't kill a dragon, who's he to tell us about vibrant visuals? Side note, but I love how there's so much wood in here. Don't love that it's filled with water. Oh, it's a trough. I mean, that I've now let loose into the world, but still, very nice. But yeah, it's a silly thought, but it's still one that... So in the meantime, what I got done was a bunch of other things, and it's like, man, I've been putting some of this stuff off for years. I wish I'd... I should schedule more tasks in my life that revolve around killing the dragon, so that I can get other things done. Because usually I'll tell myself, like, yeah, why am I buying a SATA-free to USB cable when I could be playing Minecraft, you know, or like could be working on a video that I'm excited about. But yeah, apparently I found my blocking factor is fighting the dragon, which is funny because it used to be, I felt like, the roundest way to beat Minecraft, right? Or the roundest way to say that you completed Minecraft, or at least, you know, like if you say like, hey, I'm gonna try and play Minecraft but with no jump button. If you don't give yourself an end objective, then it's like, what's the point? But if you try to, say, defeat the dragon without a jump button, that's actually pretty fun. That's a radical way to play Minecraft. Hey, one piece of gravel. So if you don't know what we're up to already, or one piece of flint, I should say, if you don't know what we're up to right now, my plan is to make a fletching table, because fletching villagers will buy sticks from you. This is the easiest way to get emeralds, for most people, most of the time, especially if you're just trying to be quick. And so, yeah, by having a fletching table, like we now do, I can guarantee that I can get, I think it's 15 emeralds a day, just for chopping down some wood and making some sticks. And given that every day, you know, like, it'd give me a nice little way to break up the building of the house, I kind of like it as an idea. So somewhere around here, there should now be a Fletcher. I don't know where around here, but just to kind of boost my odds, there we go. So this guy is now going to be my source of emeralds, which then immediately becomes my source of everything else that's good too. So please buy all of these. Thank you very much. And then if you could go a step further, perhaps you may even choose to buy some of these. So, oh my god. Having a bad time crafting right now, apparently. Okay, that's 3 more emeralds. Now I can pick up these ones. Now we're going to make even more sticks, and even more sticks. I can't believe these piles didn't immediately combine to each other. 1, 2, 3, 4. And as soon as we get to 15 emeralds, we stop, because 15 is where problems start to occur. Put that there, I guess, and then, oh yeah, we just... This is why inventory management is important, by the way. If no one has ever told you that, inventory management is something you rarely regret, but yet I can never find myself doing. So that should be good. Please come back, Mr. Fletching Man. In theory, you can trade with them twice a day, but if you're not keeping track of the how many or whatever's going on there, it's easier just not to. And also to make my life even easier, literally every day I'll leave a chest here. I know that takes some wood up, but if I leave a chest here, I could even like leave that chest filled with sticks. And then if I leave in, say, what do I need? Another 10 IF Enders, if we're being ungenerous. I need 35 emeralds. So that means I need 17.5 stacks of sticks. Once I've got that many sticks, it's just a matter of waiting. And so let's go get that many sticks. I'm going to free up all the inventory slots now because I've learned my lesson the hard way. Do I need 2 torches? I might find that I do. Do I need these stone enchanted tools? Yes, of course I do. In fact, I never went for a trial chamber. I was secretly planning to. But that means that I should put these in here too, just as a extra way to free up slots. And now let's get back on that chopping wood grind. So yeah, every block of wood that you create is equal to 8 sticks, I think. And if it's 32 sticks for a trade, then we need to times the amount of trades we want to do. In this case, 35 by 4. We need to mine 180 wood, which thankfully I think you can do without ever leaving a village. Some people like to deforest the woods, but personally, I think the environment is too important. I'm such a believer in the idea that we should, reduce our lifestyles to help out the environment. And so what I do, like any good, bureaucrat in a modern government, is I reduce the lifestyle of the people living closest to me, and I use it to build my mansion while getting to claim that I'm helping out the environment. What's not to love here? So easy peasy. I'm gonna chop these blocks too. The inside this house is such a perfect one for getting wood from. It's just filled with the blocks. And like I said, the villagers, they don't really experience nighttime that often. And if they do, it's their problem, it sounds like. And I think that having less wood in their design probably reduces their risk of house fires. I mean, think about the tragedy. These villagers can't even subscribe to IBX Toycat, so how are they possibly going to get through this? But yeah, I think that if we need 180, that should equate to about 3 stacks. Maybe we could get a spare eye vendor, I'll just kill an enderman on the way or something if I really need a spare. I've only got 6 blaze rods. Oh, I've got 6, so I can actually... Yeah, I'll kill an enderman on the way there, or something like that. And that can be my contribution. So, yeah, now we just go for a few more corners of a few more houses. What happened here? I'm happy for it. A few more corners of a few more houses. Hopefully, that should be enough. And then once we've done... Oh, look at this. We can get the barn destroyed. Then once we've done that, we could even go to sleep right here and do our tomorrow trades today. That feels like a very realistic ambition. And so, load in some sticks. Plenty of them. And then make some more. Yeah, it's crazy to me, like, you feel like you have so much wood and it's going to make an impossible number of sticks. And then you do it and you're like, well, it's like a good number. It's not a bad amount of sticks that we have. But it's also still less than you'd expect. So if I needed 17 stacks, 17 and a half stacks, that means I should have 2 rows of the chest filled, minus 1.5. One of the handiest things, if you're the sort of person who likes to calculate, and I'm the sort of person who likes to calculate and then messes it up and needs to recalculate anyway, but knowing the number of slots in a chest is one of those, like, simple pieces of Minecraft knowledge that takes you so far. It's like the real world knowledge of, like, oh yeah. I was thinking about this recently, the knowledge, knowing someone in your life who, like, is a bit of an alcoholic. Not like too far, not like they are in TV shows. But knowing someone in your life who is like harmed by a harmful substance, like I know, knowing a gambling degenerate, I think is really useful to make you realize, like, oh yeah, they are very normal in most ways except this one. I was thinking recently, none of my family have ever been involved in a car crash. No one I know, whereas, whenever I talk to Americans, every single person, everyone they know has been in a car crash of some form. A friend of a friend's brother died in a car. It's shockingly common how often car crashes are, like, not just, happening, but, like, causing injury. Again, this is my small subset of people I know and American friends, but it really drills home, like, oh yeah, if you mess up a little bit, you might not be around for longer. And I think that, like, having someone around you who's gone through that, like a personal lesson from it, is super, super useful. So this is day 3. I'm going to get just 5 more of these trades done. So that means I need both of these and then a fresh stack of these. So please come back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we just do this fresh the next day. In fact, it looks like we have more than enough to do it the day after too. And it'll be good. Wonderful. So now we go back home and we finish our home, knowing that we have almost got, we've got in place the tools required for defeating the dragon. Honestly, it's kind of fun. The more times you defeat the dragon in Minecraft, though, the more you kind of realize your preference, which I think is, again, like, if in the same way that I think it's useful for, to know, I think it would be useful if someone in my life had a terrible car crash going up. Whereas, like, the only thing I know from my family that, like, oh yeah, this is a thing you should watch out for, is that, like, vaguely speaking, again, it's very vague, maybe Maybe because it's killed so many. But like, oh yeah, there's like some heart disease in there. And my, I think it was my grandfather had a real wake-up moment when one of their relatives died from it. And they're like, okay, I'm eating the cholesterol-lowering yogurt now and stuff like that. That's like the closest thing I have to, maybe I am crazy, but that is the closest I have to like that same thing. And it's like, what can I do about heart disease? I guess I could eat cholesterol-lowering yogurt, but I'm not going to. I don't even like regular yogurt. Yogurt is such a dumb concept when we really dive into it. So why? But anyway, so in the same way that it's really good for you to have, it's the same way it's good for anyone to have someone who's gone through something. So like, oh yeah, that's a possibility. It can happen to you. Also, look at that sun reflection. Oh, it's very nice. It's interesting the way it like comes in and out. Like there's clearly something odd happening there, but I like it a lot. Anyway, yeah, I think that it's useful for me to like go through this so I can like advise people on the internet. I think about that a lot sometimes. Like, when something weird happens, I'm like, well, at the very least, this is experience so I can help strangers. Because I think as a YouTuber, sometimes you like think to yourselves, I think it's common to wonder like, whoa, what am I doing here? Because in fact, I think that's something I think all the time about. Like, if you make TV shows or something, you freak out about too. Like, the number of people who are like, oh yeah, my favorite thing to do to a TV show is put it on in the background, and then I start scrolling my phone. And it's like, if you make a TV show, it's like, oh, so the value that I am bringing to the world, the great addition that people see from what I do is like, oh yeah, this exists solely so that I have something to make it sound like that there is something happening in my life, while there specifically isn't. And I think that like a lot of YouTubers in the early days would think to themselves like, man, yeah, some people watch this for entertainment, but some people are just like, oh yeah, I just like that they're there, so I put it on. I think it's like a real crisis you can have doing anything. It's one of the, I think there's a whole Family Guy episode about someone who starts a restaurant and then they, they get a real strong customer base that are handicapped, and they're like, oh, it's great for business, but I don't want to be known as just a restaurant for the handicapped. I want to be known as a really good restaurant, in itself. I want to be so good, not just for the accessible community, but for everyone. And then they alienate the accessible community, I think led by Joe Swanson. But yeah, the reason I mention it is because like, I think everyone has in their mind some grandiose vision of who they are and what they're doing for. And I think that the one thing that you can always guarantee will make you feel, the one thing that guarantees like, oh yeah, I am providing value, that not only just value, but the value that I have set out to provide in the world. I think the biggest one will always be like education, because I think the most famous quote in media is like, what is the purpose of it? It has to be to inform, to educate, or to entertain. If you're not doing one of those three things, you're just making stuff for the sake of making stuff. But it's like it's a real guiding principle for anyone who works in media. Ask your friends if you have someone who's on a media course or something, and they'll be like, yeah, the whole purpose is one of those three things. And informing, like, the truth is, and this is like what messes me up about the news, like, the truth is there isn't news all the time. For news to exist all the time, like news channels insist it needs to, they have to start creating news. So, if no news has happened in a while, they'll bring up one of those classic debates like, ooh, where does life begin? We asked this important lawmaker, like, a lot of news outlets will resort to like, okay, well, if there's not been news in a while, I guess that means we're becoming the news for a little bit, which is kind of a wild concept. Once we really get down to that, the idea that like, can you ever really separate reporting on the news from the news? At the point where all politicians are watching the news especially, it's like, I don't know that you easily can actually. I don't know that is an easy thing to do. The news gets to distort the news, which, anyway, it's an interesting thing by itself. But the more interesting point from it is also like, yeah, if informing all the time is hard, and entertainment is such a subjective thing, I think everyone has days where they feel like they're not very entertaining. I think it's like I think it's the easiest struggle to feel in yourself. Unless you have, like, unlimited ego, which some could argue is the most common trait amongst YouTubers, perhaps because of that exact thing. But so yeah, I feel like the one thing you can always feel like, yeah, I'm probably good at that, is, you know, like education. I hope that even if you hated my video and thought, man, that pun you made about horses there, not very good. You know, Toy Cat, that experience about, you know, trying to do stuff and ending up doing other stuff, not relatable at all. Whenever I want to do something, I just do it. Why are you such a coward and not able to do that? Maybe that's what you're thinking as you hear it all. But, yeah, I'm going to now place some of these blocks out, by the way. Just for a little bit of fun. But I think that even if that is true for all of those things, I think the one thing... So I have to make another furnace, by the way, I just realized. And in the second furnace, I'm going to start putting in my already cooked stone. Because already cooked stone needs to be cooked too. For what we're trying to build, at least. Anyway, so, yeah, I think there's a really interesting crisis in that, that you can avert by being like, oh yeah, don't worry, it's educational. I think a lot of things that, like, seem... You know, one of the things I'm starting to witness is a moral panic around TikTok. I do think that, like, you know, to some extent, it's not entirely unwarranted, right? Like, you know, do I think that it is good for people to be consuming as, you know, like, as much content as they are? As someone who benefits when they do, maybe not. But I think, like, we've always got these, like, fears of, like, oh yeah, there's this big new thing, and it's spooky. And the easiest way that you allay those fears, like, I remember back when I was in year 6, I was doing my SATs. I don't know if those still exist, to be honest with you. But when I was doing my exams, I remember, like, the way that I would convince, because we were just in the computer room and the teacher's like, go revise. Here's a list of allowed websites. And then she's like, if you have any other websites you think should be on this list, let me know and I'll give it a look. And I was like, okay. So I have to convince as hard as I can that me playing Neopets, you know, of all things, Neopets, but that I have to convince her as hard as I can that this is actually educational. And so I linked specifically just to the page on the website where it's like, look, it's a counting game. And she was like, oh yeah, that's great, I guess. You know, technically that is maths, and you are about to do maths. And so, yeah, I feel like the educational... I think there's loads of games, like the Oregon Trail, the typing, that weird typing one that a lot of people played. A lot of games kind of justify their value in the same way. Because, again, entertainment is of its own value. But I think it feels like sometimes you're too entertained, but you can never feel too educated. I mean, I hope you can't feel too educated. No, how dare you try this? This is not for you. Walter, how dare you think that it is? In fact, should we just remove the bottom step rather than the top? Yeah, if we remove the bottom, or even just, like, move them back a single block, now we can afford to put the ones back over here too. Yeah, wonderful. That'll go greatly for me. So in the morning, we can go and buy the last batch of emeralds that we need. So I should, just to make sure I don't mess this up, I'll buy all of the ender pearls I need here now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just to make sure they don't go up in price. Then we'll go to sleep. And then in the morning, we can finish our house and finish our quest. Should be a nice little combination, shouldn't it? Okay, so now we want to build some little excursions from the house. Extrusions? That's the word. By the way, look at this. This side of the house is dark because the sun hasn't come through the thing yet. Or it is in certain weird angles, but it's fun to see. So yeah, I wanna really get my hands on a lot of dirt so that I can actually do this effectively. I think that this area back here would benefit from having some trees on it. I think, you know how, like, really old school houses, you just put like a tree on the roof? I think that this is a house that would benefit from much the same. So let's see how much wood or how much stone we got actually stoned up here, shall we? We've got 21, which we don't need a stone cutter for, thankfully. That allows us to make this many stone slabs. Wait, where are the stone slabs? There they are. Smooth stone slabs. Apologies. Then we place a dirt block there. I'm going to have, like, 4 dirt in this corner. Because you know I need 4 dirt for the things I'm building. And then we're going to have... I think we need a bunch of planks somewhere in here. We could use cobblestone as a replacement. We could use Nevrack as a replacement. But I think Nevrack will just look too ugly in its own way. So what I'm actually going to have to do is, you know, gravel. It's got some value, but it's not the value I'm looking for. Now I'm going to put a big ring of these around the top here. And what this should provide for me is it should provide that like kind of old school feeling that I'm exactly looking for. I think that I would benefit from having some smooth stone too, but I don't have, yeah, so we need to have like about 3 times as many of these as we do already. And then we need to find a block that can go under there. Now, what should that block be? I am kind of torn. I think deep slate could be a fit. In fact, let's see what we have going on in this chest. I've got 2 cobblestone, that's not very useful. I've got 5 cobble deep slate, and I've got some polished deep slate slabs. Now, what I do here is kind of tricky. I think I should use pale oak. I think that is the... If I use a bit of pale oak for the top there, and then a bit of dark oak for the tops of these, like imagine how this would look. Let's in fact, rather than imagining it, let's do it. I think that'd be a cool way to bring the whole design together. And then if we have those pale oak trees on top, it'd be even better. Yeah, this is a great idea that I'm 100% down with. So in this goes. Out come my pale oak saplings. Only 10 of them, but that's enough to hopefully place 1 on the roof there. After we've grown some outside of here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't have bone meal on us, but I'm sure I can get some at no cost. Now let's go over to the village and get my last batch of pearls made. Because let's be honest, I'm going to need at least 8 ender pearls or eye enders. But now that I do the last batch, I get to decide like how many do I want. I get these fun, exciting decisions on the way to the end. But yeah, I think I do have a weird, I have a really weird attitude towards going to the stronghold as well. I think it's one of those parts of Minecraft that I've fallen the tiniest bit out of love with. Because when you think to yourself like, oh yeah, I'm just, you know, like this village, if it had the stronghold below it, that'd be so cool. But when you realize it's like one of the longest journeys you do, it doesn't feel quite as fun. And I'm a big believer in like Minecraft should have more things that are far away. So I don't know how I square those beliefs together, you know? Maybe my beliefs are just wrong. I think if more people accepted their beliefs might be wrong. I think a lot more of history would... Oh, he didn't refresh his trades because I wasn't here to make him, which has really boned things over now. So that means I need to make another Fletcher villager. I could just kill this guy and someone else will... That's not actually a bad idea, is it? I'm sorry. You've served me well, but not well enough. So now, how about we find another... That's a priest. Wait. Oh, this whole time... Damn it. I needed that block. I should murder you just for not telling me about it. But I shan't. Instead, I guess actually we should just break that block. And then maybe he'll pick up a new job. You know, a side hustle as a Fletcher instead. Hey, of course he does. Hey, friend, as it turns out, I need some of these emeralds. Honestly, this is a useful tip. You can just do this in the first place. Rather than making multiple fletching tables, just sell to a Fletcher till they die and then replace it with something else. You know, my genius is frightening to me sometimes. So then we need to get rid of this guy. We could kill him, find another Fletcher, and then do it again. Yeah, this is not the worst thing I've ever done. I mean, morally it might be, but, you know, in terms of strategy, it's very smart, actually, I think you'll find. So yeah, I think we need to go for one last food source now, too. We've gone for most of the major ones. So I'm thinking we could go for a weird one. Or we could just keep things simple, cook up some porks. I've already got some pork chops, right? So, kill both the porkies. And that should give me the pork chops that I need for the end fight. Obviously, and before the end fight, I'm going to need to solidify my house. But until then, I feel pretty good. I don't want gravel. You know, but that's a rude thing for me to say to gravel. So instead I'll leave the books on the ground. Wild decision though that may seem. And we'll go back home. Actually, wait, I've only got 17. That'll give me 11 eyes of ender. I need more than that. Okay, you know what? My ruthless idea does need to come to fruition. I'm going to have to... You know, I don't love that I'm going to do this, but I am going to do it anyway. I'm going to need to take this guy and say... Oh, actually, have you restocked? He has, but at 57. Yep, I don't agree with that restocking price. So now we kill him. Someone else should take over. The Iron Golem really is asleep right now, has to be said. I am actively murdering his friends. And now you can become a librarian. But then if I break that trade for you... I think we might literally have like one... we might literally have like one functioning villager left. So where is your workstation? I don't care. I'll deal with this, guys. So you can't do that anymore. Would you like to become a Fletcher instead? Yeah, of course you would. So now I'll meet you over by the fletching table. Again, I cannot stress enough how bad of a job the Iron Golem has done here. But not that bothered about it. I am that bothered about getting emeralds on the other hand. So let's make sure... Oh, wait. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. Let's make sure we do it. Sticks. Pick up some emeralds. Put these away, I guess. And now this will get me 4 more emeralds, which should be more than enough. I can even buy some arrows now if I wanted to. In theory, that isn't a bad bet. Yeah, like, honestly, 16 extra... Like, this is the 20 emeralds I need for my 12 eye offenders. And then we sell another stack. Oh, we can sell another few stacks. We could sell almost enough to make another one. You know, should we just... Okay, this is getting a little bit crazy. But let's make a 13th eye offender, just for safety reasons. I would hate to get all the way there and realize I was boned. I know I've probably got, like, 5 eyes in my portal already, or something. But if we make a safety eye, then we'll be able to make... We'll be able to get some safety arrows as well. And both those things together would make me feel a lot safer, if you'll believe it. So, more sticks. 1, 2, 3. And then some arrows. Nice! Yeah, this was a great day. It took me basically a whole day. But I think it was worth it. I think it was very worth it. Okay, now we finally go home with the eye offenders, where the eye offenders will be waiting for me. And as long as I make sure that I watch my guys sleep, oh, I've already done it since last time, but as long as he's got the ender pearls in there, I think we're ready for it now. It's kind of like a throwback to be this like concerned about an end fight. But again, I think for a series that's meant to be chill, I don't want this to be a barely defeat the Ender Dragon, which is my favorite way to do anything. Let's be honest, it's your favorite way to do stuff too. I've seen the essays that you did when you were in school. I've seen what they look like. You weren't putting your best foot forward. In fact, you know, one of the funniest things to me is that, now, like, I wish I was in school during ChatGPT times. Because, oh. Am I doing something wrong? Why is it not growing? Do you think it's the grass nearby? I just wasted so much on that. I wish I was in school during the ChatGPT times, because it sounds so funny to me. Like maybe too funny, relative to how funny it actually is. But it's so fun to me, the idea that, like, oh yeah, just it's widely accepted that most essays are done using ChatGPT now, and then like a lot of teachers are like, oh yeah, I mark my students' essays using ChatGPT just to save some time, and it's like, so the students don't bother with the work, you know, because the point of an essay isn't the end result. It's meant to be the process you go through to do it. But, you know, like, in either case, whatever the end result, whatever the point of it's meant to be, like, everyone's just doing a little bit of stuff to make sure the other person's happy. But actually, the net result being achieved is nothing. And some people see that as a tragedy. Like, oh, but the point of the essay... And it's like, actually, I see that as a reminder that there are some things that are pointless. In the same way that, like, a lot of, you know, like, people use ChatGPT to help them do, you know, like, job applications, but then also at the exact same time, a lot of, also I think I don't have enough wood to actually make the sides of these houses the way I want to, which means we might have to take this very front here and just cobblestone it up. No, I think cobblestone is too basic. I think we should use, also, now when I sleep, I can get these ender pearls. But yeah, I think there's a lot of things that we forget about are like needless social niceties. I think that some things you could argue have like a great deal of value that we just don't appreciate maybe. So 10, that's as many as I'll make now, and then we can make more as we go. I think a lot of things feel really valuable, but aren't, and a lot of things don't feel valuable, but are. So a good example of that would be like saying please and thank you. Like trying to be nice to people. Like even one of the things I found shocking is I've been running a lot recently. I don't know if I've mentioned. I hope I've mentioned, otherwise what is the point of me running? But more seriously, I've been doing a lot of running recently, and every week at the course, there's people who are clearly within like an inch of their life, you know, because that's what running does. You put yourself in a position where you feel like you're going to die for an extended period of time, and then you congratulate yourself if you do in fact not die. But there's a bunch of people who are there, like clearly within like an inch of their lives, and they're like, you know what, thank you, marshals. You are the ones making this possible. And that's like a really nice thing to remind people. Like, people are taking time out of their week, not to run, not to put themselves within an inch of their lives, but to watch other people run and make sure that things go well for them. And I think that's really inspiring, personally. I think it's really cool that people are willing to do that. So I don't know what to do about the top of that, by the way. I had some blocks prepared for it, now I don't. I guess I could use a different block for every face side. So on this side, we'll go for some netherrack, and then on that side, we'll go for some cobblestone. Yeah, this is actually a good idea. I think that this is a vibe that we are creating, and it's a vibe I'm very happy with. And then we'll top it all off with the smooth stone, so you know it's good. So these are all kind of old schoolish blocks, minus the pale oak, and it should bring the build a little bit of that old school life that I'm looking for. But yeah, it's like, and I think that's like useful because, you know, like in my head, I was like, oh yeah, I'm so exhausted running, I couldn't do anything right now. But actually, like, yeah, no, just because you're running, it's no excuse to be rude. Just because you feel like you're dying, it's no excuse not to thank people for spending their time so that you can spend your time, you know? And yeah, that like basic social nicety was like, oh yeah, and you know, like if you just tell yourself, I have to do the please and the thank you no matter what, or at least no matter what within reason, then you'll do it more often. Because sometimes I find myself like, I see myself like thinking, I don't think I'm meant to admit this, but sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, I'm having such a bad day, I'm not going to bother, you know, like thanking this person for bringing me my meal on a plane or whatever. It might be, like I'm just having such a bad day, I don't have the energy to do that. And it's like, no, that's like a bad, self-imposed attitude I'm putting on myself. Like, I always, you know, like you should always have the time for it. And I think that's a useful way to put things. Like, in the same way that you always have time to, like, eat or drink water, even, you know, if you tell yourself, I'm just going to play Minecraft for 5 hours straight, you'll take a little break for some water if you need it, a break for some sleep, perhaps. It's just what humans do. You know, we make time, when things get bad enough, we start making the time for it. So I need to get another sapling. Are these going to drop a lot of them? Hopefully they are. You know, I'll just take one from here and I'll put it back later. But yeah, I think it's really, really easy to convince yourself that you don't have time for something. But when it's you'll always find it. And I've started realizing, like, okay, how do I find the opportunity to do that, but with other people? And it's a simple thing, but I hope it'll make me feel better about being. Yeah, you know, actually make me feel better about being. That's the entire thought. So yeah, at this point I could do a lot more flattening, I think. But I'm kind of happy with my house. I don't mean to brag, but I think I've made one of the better looking houses that exists. I am very pleased with it, and I think I have good right to be. So I need to make some smooth stone out of this now. I don't have anything left that I can smelt with. So I could use my bow, don't really want to. I could chop down some more wood. And yeah, you're not perfect. Let's use the pale oak planks to save it all. And then these pork chops are going to be there for the end once we need it. So the only thing I have left to decide is how should the interior of this base look. I'm tempted to use dirt, but I do think that some pale oak logs might go real well there. What if we use logs around the outside, planks around the inside? So like, I'm kind of picturing like this sort of a vibe. We'll obviously do the same thing we did before with like only in specific spots. But by doing this everywhere, so that means we're going to have to do it over here as well. Yeah, this is kind of a semi-random hodgepodge of where this connects and doesn't, isn't it? But that's okay. But just like this, we've now made something special. And then we'll put some pale oak planks above it. And it will just, again, I think it's a nice fusion of the new and old that we have here. I love that we've gone, I love this old school design. Like, this feels right out of 2010, to be honest with you. But then using a few new blocks in it, I think that is I think there's a lot of fun in what we've done here. And, yeah, my only regret is I didn't use slabs. Because if I'd used slabs, I would have been able to actually cover this. So let's go for just 9 blocks. And then we'll make the rest into slabs. It's a little bit dark down here, but that's entirely okay. If we use bottom slabs, it should stay dark down here. But it has to be top, actually. Is the darkness going to stay out of here? Or will the darkness slip in the side here? This is something I haven't actually tested about Vibrant Visuals. Does the lighting engine still see it as being split blocks or not? I don't actually know. So now we'll just remove these blocks. That's 6. This will be 9. And that should give me enough to finish. And it's another useful reminder that even if you think you have enough blocks, maybe you don't have enough blocks to do what it is you want to do. It's a good reminder for money in the real world too. Hey, my tree grew. Okay, that's a nice part of the ceiling, I think. That's a very good part of the ceiling. So yeah, I could put some more ceiling work in. Okay, so we'll just put 2 slabs here. And then we still need to finish these blocks up. For some reason, they're not in there. And then I would argue that this would be better as a pale oak plank, and that these would be better as pale oak logs too. So if we get some more trees growing, we could use them for that. But honestly, I'm kind of loving this house. Again, it's 2012 core using... Oh, no, I'm missing a block. I'll put that in there. No, I think I should have a window back here. You know, let's use the pale oak plank. It's too perfect. I've got one of those. Yeah, it just fits too well. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that fits too perfectly. Yeah, I'm really loving this house. I love mixing old vibes and new vibes. And all I need to do now is grab my last piece of stone so I can finish up those slabs. And we can say we've done a house that is resistant to every mob besides phantoms. Which is all I really ever wanted. So grab the last of the cooked pork chops and the bucket. You never know when that'll be useful. And yeah, I'm a big fan of this house. I love the little villager basement that gives you the view down to what will be my big tunnel. I think I could spend literally hours working on this, and I kind of want to, but I am worried about your time, internet. I think so. I think that the top of this is perfect, minus the slabs I haven't made. But the truth is, I really want to see this like underground vision come to life. I want to have the big tunnel that makes it look like I've made the most insane mine shaft. But I'm very aware of the fact that, like, yeah, a 5-hour video might be pushing your luck a little bit. A 9-hour video, like, you know, that's where people just assume that you're memeing on them, which is unfair. I don't think I'm memeing on you, internet, but I don't want people to think that I am. So we'll put gravel in that slot there. And is that otherwise complete? No, we need more cobblestone for this bit here. Okay, so put the smooth stone up. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Oh god, it's the worst. Oh, I've never achieved something so horrible. We'll just put that there. Nice. My 2012 core building is complete. And as I've said, the way the light comes into this building lets you know what time of day it is. Obviously, the light actually comes in from above the ceiling most of the day. But then when the shadows come in, you know, once the shadow starts to become a significant part of it, that's when you know that it's nighttime. And that actually, in that way, actually having the open top is kind of useful. I was thinking not having an open top would be good, but even just having a roof made out of glass would give you this information that is very valuable. But yeah, Walter, I've loved you a lot. I've enjoyed your company. It's been wonderful. But hopefully, the next time I see you here, hopefully, you know, actually, maybe I should evict him. Maybe I don't want him to worry about me while I'm gone. But Walter, it's been a real one. But the next time I see you, it'll be the end of this video. And maybe the end of this world. I don't think I can give up this world. But it'll be the end of this... Also, how did he go to sleep before me? You know, I'm starting to think, Walter, that your commitment to your job is not as high as you said when you were on the boat over here. But yeah, I think what I could do as a last little send-off with my extra wood that I barely have, what I could make is a little tribute to some of the tools that I picked up. And I think I want to do that. I think I do quite seriously want to do it. So if I grab my leather, I swear I had leather. Did I imagine having leather? I was gonna make an item frame, but instead we'll just put our stone pickaxe of efficiency in there. No, I think I want to defeat the dragon with my efficiency tools, my hotbar, just to confuse people who skip through the video. So that's what we're gonna do. We'll leave them all up here, ready to be switched on at a moment's notice. We'll make an iron sword. I already have an iron sword. You know, a second iron sword, you never know. And then I'll make myself an iron shovel. Yeah, that's good. That's what you want to see. And then we'll go to sleep. And in the morning, it's stronghold time. So if we get a close stronghold, we actually will end up slightly under the 5 hours that this video's title promises. Do you think there'll be riots? Do you think people will refuse to accept it? Like, no, Toy Cat, you can't lie to us like that. What's next? But, yeah, we're going to throw our first live vendor, and we're going to find out. Oh. Oh. Okay. I'm going to be honest with you, Internet. I just assumed my good luck on these videos would translate to the stronghold being under there. And the fact that that hasn't happened, a little disappointing. Yeah, it's definitely telling me to go this way, so I'm going to try and go this way for a good 500 blocks. And then we'll throw again. And then hopefully we'll be at the... I don't remember seeing a village when I went this way. Yeah, I don't remember seeing it. So with 5 objectives down and only 1 objective to go, it's such a shame to be leaving, you know, Walter, my dog, my creaking at home. But, you know, what is... If you bring your pets on holiday, you become that crazy person. You know, the person who's like, oh, is it okay? You know, my dog, he just doesn't like to be left alone. I didn't think about the fact that there are moments where I would not have my dog when I got him. And so I would like to make it your problem right now. I hope that is okay with everyone. I will very implicitly imply that it would be a big pain if it wasn't. So I'm just... This isn't personal experience, I swear. Yeah, no, it's a funny thing, actually. You know what? I think the reason... I think to some people you might say, like, but why would you even be bitter about that? And I think there's an interesting... I think a lot of life's bitternesses can be explained by, like, oh yeah, if someone had a fear about something that made them not do the thing. Like, you know, if the reason that I'm not driving is because I don't want to be dependent on a car, or whatever the case may be. I think, let me pick a better example. The reason I'm not having kids is because I'm worried about the financial drain. Then, like, hearing, like, oh yeah, times are really tough because of this this money thing. Like, oh, since you don't have kids, maybe you should contribute. This hasn't happened to me, but it has happened to quite a few childless people I know. If you are in a family of people having children and you are the childless ones, there's like an expectation that, like, oh yeah, that means you've got some things, right? And it's like, wait, but this the reason, if you know, like, if your insecurity is the reason you didn't do something, then it makes sense. And that's how I feel about, like, getting an animal. I love cats. I want to get a cat. It's been like a multi-year process to make sure, like, okay, is there a plan for, like, going away? Is there a plan for this? What about that? You know, I've got a pigeon that I feed every day. You know, what if? How do I make sure the cat and the pigeon get along? But I guess you could also say, like, well, actually, you know, you're acting like it's the girl who can't go anywhere without bringing the dog who has the neuroses. But actually, maybe it's you. Maybe on the inside, if you can't commit to something till you know about all of the eventualities, sounds like a you problem, Toy Cat. And I think that is a useful thing to remember. That, like, oh, okay, that, no, please, thank you. So we're still going that way. In fact, we're going that way off a cliff. Do you think I can make this jump? I think I can make this jump, but I would feel so silly if I was wrong. You know, screw it, I'm gonna go for it. Oh, I love a good dive into the water. I was gonna make a whole point about being smart, but then it's like, you know what? Actually, the point I was just making was how you can't overanalyze every situation. But yeah, I think one of the most common issues people have that I share is, like, an issue of, like, control sometimes. is like, you know, feeling out of control and like that's scary. But yeah, it feels a lot better if you're the other way. You know, an interesting case of like what I was just mentioning of like, oh, making being polite the default is I think it's really easy to have people in your life who are like always asking for too much from you, and so you're like, oh yeah, better. You know, it's hard to like say no in that way. So the easiest, but it feels really good to offer people the same thing. Like, you know, the same interaction. Let's say I go somewhere every week and someone asks for a ride every single time. That could be draining. Whereas, you know, like offering someone a ride and them saying, yeah, sure, every single time makes you feel like a great person. And I'm amazed at how much there is in the world where you can change nothing, but also change everything. I think that's like the most interesting point about how psychology actually rules us. You know, whether we admit it or not, whether we know it's true or not, the conditions of how we're in the world matter so much less than how we perceive we are in the world. I think the best example of this is if you live in a Western nation right now, I'm going to say anywhere in Europe, anywhere in, you know, developed Asia, Australasia, or either of the Americas. You know, outside of like rural Asia and sub-Saharan Africa, basically. If you're in one of those places, statistically you're in the bottom 50%, and so like whatever. But like if you are even poor in the United States, you probably earn a very, very, you know, like the minimum wage, right, that people complain about hasn't gone up in how many years. It still provides a standard of living that is unimaginable to most human beings in history and most human beings right now. But the reason it sucks, the reason it especially feels like it sucks, is because, like, yeah, you're exposed to how much money there is out there, you know, earning. And I think that, you know, the most interesting thing about how, you know, our feelings of wealth inequality work is it's not based on how much wealth inequality there is, it's how much wealth inequality it feels like there is. If you feel like everyone around you is wealthier than you, maybe unfairly, that's when you start, you know, thinking crime is a good idea, or even flip the table and start the system again or whatever. Also, how is this boat going so poorly? Why is it, oh God. Is that a change, or is that how boats have always worked? I feel like they used to get some momentum as they were going off cliffs. But yeah, I think the interesting neuroses inside of you of like always wanting to be in control is something that you can go to a silly extent with. And I try my best not to. Which is why this video, like, I realized, you know, it'd be going longer than I thought. And I had the decision to make in that moment of like, well, you know, I could go for the 9-hour version. I could build my big, beautiful thing. Or I can say, let's achieve all our goals in a nice, reasonable way. And let's have it be good. So now we must be coming up on a village. We've gone 1,500 blocks. So I'm going to throw another eye vendor once we get out. And I'm going to pray that there's a desert village, or no, there's no such thing as a desert. Oh, sorry, no such thing as a jungle village. There is such thing as a desert village. Don't believe me there. I'm gonna pray that in this direction we find some sign of something. It hasn't even really changed which way it's going. So yeah, hopefully that's useful to someone else. Hopefully my internal ramblings have some value to you. Because then it would be educational. If it wasn't, then it would just be entertainment. And if you weren't entertained by that entertainment, then it would just be poor value entertainment, you know? Which is what a lot of the world is. I think about this when people tell stories sometimes. Like, I really try when I'm telling a story to like optimize it. It's so hard to. It's, you know, like when you tell a story, you think to yourself, I want to share my memories of the world. But actually, the best stories are where you leave out all the boring bits and you just tell the interesting things. Like, you know, I've got a interesting story of the time that I walked like 20 miles home when I was a drunken teenager. And if I tell you the real dark bits of it, like, oh yeah, like I was with a friend, and his friends wanted to like play really physically aggressive games like that you played when you were a 12-year-old. And that's when I realized, you know, like we're all like teenagers coming to, you know, drink and have a camp out, and you know, these people are like, yeah, let's play British Bulldog. And it's like, what? Oh, okay. There's like half the people here are women, so you're just saying let's have a guy out. Anyway, it was a whole thing. And that detail feels important to me, because at the time it was. But it's also one of those details where it's like, no one cares. You know, the moment people, the thing people are going to find interesting is that you said to one of your friends, like, hey, do you wanna, you know, after like some dramatic stuff happened, do you wanna play a round of like, you know, drink till you forget? And the guy was like, yeah, actually, that sounds like a great drinking game. And that's how we funded the best forge. I think I stick by this even to this day. The way that you build friendships usually is better through shared suffering than shared goodness, which is one of the reasons why I think if you're always in control, you'll have a less fulfilling life. Because being out of control together and then making it through, that's where you realize where your friends are. You know, to tell an equivalent story, I went to climb a mountain in Ireland. The tallest mountain in Ireland, if I'm not mistaken. By the way, there's still no villages here. I don't know how there's no villages here. I don't even know why I went into that chest. I don't think I needed it at all. But, yeah, I went to climb the tallest mountain in Ireland. And also that means I have to fly over to Ireland. It's only an hour, but, like, you know, it's still time at the airport and everything. See, that was an unnecessary detail. I went to Ireland. You don't need to know how I got there. And the mountain has a bunch of signs on it that are like, whatever you do, do not climb this mountain if it is raining. And, you know, I've done a lot of, I've climbed a mountain in the snow before. Obviously, I'm like an amateur. I have no idea what I'm doing. But, like, I figured, like, well, if I can do the snow, I can do rain, right? And so as we go, there's a bunch of people turning back, and I think nothing of it. And what's interesting is halfway through the climb, there's this waterfall that you have to climb up. And I think that's like the coolest thing. Like, I think to this day, it might be the coolest part of a hike I've ever done. I remember, I was like, I don't remember reading about climbing a waterfall online. It's really cool that we did it, but yeah, whatever. And so what we realized on the way down, because it took a lot longer to climb the mountain than we expected, is that when this mountain rains, what is meant to be a dirt path, like, you know, a grippy path made of dirt, actually turns into a waterfall. And so climbing the wall, oh, okay, no, that's a desert temple. I thought that was like a desert village, but I'm silly for believing. So what we thought was a waterfall was actually just the path, and coming down it took so long, because you have to make a lot of leaps through, again, like, I think most things are easier to climb up than down when it's actually steep climbing, and climbing down through wet, especially as like it starts to get colder. It was like a real, wait, actually, is that just lava there? Yeah, it's just lava, I think. I think I should throw another iron ender once we get away from that lava pit. I just want to confirm that it's not a village light. Yeah, that's lava. Okay, so we'll get into the steeps of the trees here, and we'll throw another one. But yeah, basically, it was like one of the scariest times getting down. It meant that, like, you know, because it took so long to get down, it was actually fine. I think it was just like, it's one of those things where if you go twice as slowly, you know, it's half as risky, and so therefore I brought it. It was basically fine, but by the time we were done with that, it was like dark, and it's like, oh yeah, this is not a hike designed to be done in the dark. And because we got on an early flight, that detail was relevant. But because we got on an early flight, the batteries weren't charged on our phone anymore. And so even with the batteries, though, we couldn't find the main path. For some reason, unlike most trails I've ever done in the world, the tallest mountain in Ireland, like a big common visitor site, it's just like footpaths. And so, yeah, the story went real fun. Ended up with a call to the authorities who needed to help us out of that. And it's like one of my most vivid memories. Oh, bogged. That looks so cool. I don't know that they're meant to spawn here. I guess it's a mangrove swamp. That is a type of swamp. Give them credit. I don't think I should be here much longer, though. I think this place is starting to kill me. And so let's hope that the way out is soon. And also that the eye offenders lead somewhere. Yeah, I think the mangrove swamp changes. This is my first time actually exploring them since they changed back in February. It's really cool to look at them. This is a good reminder of, again, like, looking at Minecraft. The reason that I have, I guess this is like a semi-entry in the tested series, but the reason it's important to have this long-form survival experience of something, like vibrant visuals, is so you can see stuff, and it's the same with the mangrove swamp. Looking at the mangrove swamp as a theory, and then having to go through it with an ender pearl at night because we didn't bring a bed with us, such different experiences, but like, also I'm glad we're getting this experience. So that is gonna end up on the trees again. I hate this biome so much. I thought I liked it, Yeah, actually, I thought I tolerated it. But it turns out, actually, worst thing ever. Do I have blocks to get over there? Yes, yes I do. So if I'm not mistaken, that actually took me diagonally left, which means we actually need to change our course through this biome, which means we might actually be coming closer to something. I don't see how there could be something around here, but I'm going to stay hopeful, and I'm going to stay on top of the trees because there's no bogs up here. I do only have one bread remain, or one cooked pork chop. It's a very meaty bread, I guess we could say. But yeah, I see no sign of anything that could be anything from up here. And what do I do with that? The answer is I can't do very much. Do I have a hay bale? Bet I did at some point. Let's just come down. And yeah, I think that storytelling is such an interesting one. Because, like, you know, it is the most important detail in that story. The pain I feel, or not the pain, the like scaredness you feel as you're like, okay, it's like 11 p.m. And I have no idea where anything is. Or is the real horror of the story like the net effects that had, where like the hotel didn't let us check in because it was midnight. There were no other hotels in the area. You know, is that the real part of it? Also, I think this has to be it. There's no way there's a random village chilling in the middle of a mangrove swamp. I have no idea how, by the way. This has to be the village. I think the game just made it because it needed... Also, okay, that's how it generates. What do we got in here? We got obsidian. Love me some obsidian. I'll put it in here. I've got some iron leggings. Don't need those anymore. That's for sure. I've got another iron sword, which is great. And I guess we'll just pick up some bread. Yeah, it's either that or use the furnace here, which is actually very easy to do. You know, yeah, I want to... Let's switch food source one last time. Let's kill the warm cows that we're finding around here. Oh, okay. Scary how things happen sometimes. Let's kill the warm cows that are generating in these pens. This is fun, right? That you can find these. Didn't know that was possible. Love that Minecraft always finds a way to show you new things. And 4 cooked beef might genuinely just be enough. No, let's get some more. Then we'll go immediately to sleep. Also, look at this. This isn't just a... So again, you might not know this, but I use default seeds. I think that this is like a real rough stronghold for a default seed. But a strong... Well, actually, I don't know that it's under here. But assuming the stronghold is under here, which I'm just praying it is. Look, okay, you know, let's walk out towards the pillager outpost. Throw our air fender. It will go backwards. Look at it. Yes, it does. And then we can go kill some cows. Oh, thank God. Didn't waste a single one, if you believe it. Now we can... Oh, look, we got swamp villagers. Yeah, this might actually be the coolest part of the seed. It's not worth having a seed like this. It's that far away. I think this is epic jungle, but we can correct myself if I'm wrong there. And is 4 cooked steak enough? Probably not, to be honest with you. Oh, look at that. Look at the eye patch swamp villager. If you just turn villager rebalancing on, this would allow you to get mending super easy. Then I'll just put the netherrack in there just for fun. Drop that on the ground, and then let's just dig down. Yeah, this is my moment. As we pass the 5-hour mark, I don't know if we are at the 5-hour mark because it's a different recording. In fact, let's grab some. If I'm gonna do the dangerous way of digging down, let's grab some water first. Pro tip: there is a dangerous and a safe way to dig down. The dangerous way is to go like this, but it's not actually that dangerous. Oh, okay. So let's not dig down straight here, apparently. Yeah, the dangerous way to dig down isn't that dangerous if you just bring a water bucket. Like, how many times do people actually dig down into lava? It's one of those memes. It's like you know, driving. Sure, if you drive a bunch, especially if you drive recklessly, it's dangerous. But genuinely, you could drive dangerously a bunch of times, and as long as you're not doing it all the time, you're probably fine. That's right. To add to my, I believe going through stop signs is okay. Controversial opinions. You know, you could drive dangerously once every now and then. Everything in moderation, right? As long as you drive dangerously in moderation, you should be fine. This is the messiest mine down I've ever had. But all this water is keeping me very safe, so I've got that to thank. Wouldn't it be amazing if I never defeated the Ender Dragon? You know what? Let's make the pact right now. Just so if you're watching this, you know that the rest of the video is going to be interesting. Because if I say right now, of course I'll defeat the Ender Dragon, then you know that if the video takes 40 more minutes, then I obviously die somewhere. At this point, if I die, it's video over anyway. Yeah, look at that. Now there's stakes. Now when you see those next 10 minutes or 3 minutes, you know I've got to kill the dragon in an unreasonably short time, or that I die. What's it gonna be, internet? Also, hey! Nice. So how do we find... Oh, actually, even nicer. This is the staircase room. It's the main staircase. 5 rooms from here, we should be able to find our portal. We'll make sure that those rooms don't... Oh, of course this exists. We'll make sure those rooms don't go through the walls here. One of the most common stronghold bugs is for this to happen. And we'll look for any ender pearls we can see along the way. And bread, I guess, too. Sure, why not? I'm going to do one last inventory clean out. You know, oh, it's such a moment for me. And then, because we don't do much mining from here, I'm going to switch out all my tools for their stone counterparts, because we're officially in the confused people who skipped ahead in the video part of this video. There we go, perfect. If anything gets close to breaking, I'll switch it out. But look at me, enchanted netherite tools. That's what we're going to believe these are. And anyone who skips ahead, you know, they're not like you. They don't deserve the knowledge. Ooh, that was kind of scary. So we're definitely getting too far away from where the stronghold will be. It's not going to be down one of these dark ends. It never is. It's always somewhere near that staircase. So by the time we get too far away from it, it's a sign we need to get closer. We'll make a bunch of torches, because it's clearly a dark spot. And we'll just place a torch through each pathway that we've been down, I guess, or something like that. So this way, we'll go left. What do we see? Not too much. Is there a stronghold room down here? Hey, there is. Man, that's crazy. This is fast, huh? Okay, so actually, I want to do this as fast as possible. Just to, again, for anyone 2 minutes ago when I made that threat, I want them to think, yeah, there's no way Toycat did it. He definitely got... Oh, no, 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 no! Oh, please don't tell me that just happened. Oh, it did. Oh, you monster of the mob. I can't believe you did that to me. So, last one of these. Now they're going to go into the nether with us, which is actually kind of horrifying. Let's go! No regrets. Oh, God. Regrets are needed. Regrets are sometimes needed. Oh, no! Ah! Ah! Okay. No more regrets, except for my armor. Now we're just going to climb our way out of this new dimension. And we should mention, because Vibrant Visuals is technically the theme of this video. I think at some point it was the theme, and so we'll try and keep it that way. So yeah, we should mention, at least once, that this is how the end looks in Vibrant Visuals. There are these big supernova flashes. However, because they've made the new nova flashes, the end by default is a little bit darker. So I'm going to have to shoot him at least once. Goes through his head, scares him a little bit. It means that I can finish him with the stone sword. I don't think that actually did go through his head, so let's try that again. I'm going to shoot through the head to try and knock down that tower, which I did just succeed at. And now once we've done enough damage to him, we start attacking the outsides here. So tower 1, down. Tower 2. Hey, that was good actually. That actually damaged him a bit. I hope I didn't look at an enderman right there, but if I did, there's not much I can do. And now we'll go and light up the end. Yeah, dragon. Meet death. I'm going to quickly switch out my sword for the iron one. Even though I'm not sure that I need to. I could just start using the stone axe, I guess, if I really want to. No, yeah, I want to make sure that that's how things look. So, let's place a few more torches, even inside of the end splashes. Even though they might get hit by the dragon. Now let's go. More. Oh, this axe has sharpness on, so it actually is probably just about as good as the sword. Place a few more of these just while we're doing it anyway. We could destroy a few more towers, but it's only worth doing if the dragon's nearby them. Or if we feel like having fun. Okay, so right there. Oh, yes. Look at that. This is such a perfect end fight. Wow. Okay, I wanted to speedrun it to confuse people, and I think that I've succeeded in doing that. That is the Ender Dragon, successfully defeated in an amazing time of just over 5 hours. Yeah, we did it. We beat Minecraft using Vibrant Visuals. On the way, we saw a lot of things, from the deep dark to the nether to the end, to a beautiful house of some glass. But what's important is that regardless of the graphics, we still get this beautiful end poem. If you haven't experienced it, you absolutely need to. And we also get to come all the way back to... Oh, no. We should have broken our bed. What? We get to come all the way back to 3,000 blocks away from my house. Walter will never see me again. But you know who will see me again? You, if you choose to hit the subscribe button. Thank you for coming on this odyssey with me. It was an absolute blast of a time from start to finish. I love this sort of long-form video, and although I can't promise that 5-hour videos are in your future or anything, I can say that I had a great time. And if you want to see more things like this, you might enjoy streaming on the channel. There's the live tab where we do stuff like this. You can watch the live streams back afterwards, and you can get some hours of me hanging around in survival, making things like nether bricks. But regardless of what you want or what you're doing in your life, I hope you enjoyed this video, because I'll see you in the next one with your wife. Okay, I just realized that actually my goal was to get an elytra and not defeat the Ender Dragon. I apparently was dreading it so much that I thought it was my only objective, and so I had to come back in, I was already playing around for fun, and go to the Outer End Islands. It was really quick, though of course the first End City didn't have one, and neither did the second, but here I finally am, after killing another shulker. I can say that I have an elytra, and I can fly around, enjoy, in this end. Oh, isn't this great? Yes, it is. Thank you for watching. I think we should have let's just concede that the actual goal was to defeat the Ender Dragon. I think everyone's life is happier if we just go back in time a bit. But in the meantime, I can say I had a great time here, and hopefully you did as well. Because if you did, then I look forward to seeing you in the next... Oh, I've actually got to fly a really long way to get all the way back to the actual home I want to be in. But for now, thank you, and goodbye. Whee! Oh.